Chapter 14:11. Many years ago, a locust tree and a peach tree were dug up by someone when their consciousness was still in its infancy. They struggled to shake their branches, trying to escape their unknown fate. But in the end, they were still pulled out from the soil. Don't struggle anymore. Your big sister has a bad temper. If you continue to be naughty, you will be beaten. The voice was very pleasant and there was a hint of a smile in its tone. It was clearly very warm, but for some reason, their muddled consciousness felt a great fear. The locust tree and peach tree didn't dare to struggle anymore. What followed was a period of bumpiness. It was hard to say how much time passed, but just as they were about to die, they were finally planted into the earth. All right. From today onwards, the two of you will be my guard generals. The voice sounded out again. It gently clapped its hands. So, you must work hard and quickly grow up. With the sound of footsteps, the owner of the voice turned and left. The locust tree and peach tree's nascent consciousness wasn't enough to let them know what they had experienced. But there was one thing they remembered clearly: from this day onwards, they had a master and they had to fulfill the duty of guarding the door for their master. As they worked hard to absorb strength, the locust tree and peach tree grew taller and thicker. After an unknown period of time, on a certain morning, as the dew rolled down, they suddenly awakened their consciousness. They opened their eyes at almost the same time and saw the world clearly. It was also on this day that they finally saw their master. She stood under the tree. She was very small, and she looked up with a smile on her face. However, in their eyes, she was very, very big, so big that she filled their entire field of vision and covered the endless sky above their heads. The master's smile was brilliant. She clapped her hands and said, "Congratulations to the two of you. From now on, you will be true guard generals." So from that day onwards, they had their own names. One was called the Locust Tree General and the other was called the Peach Tree General. Their master was always very busy. When she disappeared, it would be a long time before they could see her again. But every time they went out or returned home, the master would always greet them and affectionately call them, "Hey, my guard generals, how are you?" Every time she finished speaking, she would smile happily. They had thought that this peaceful life would last forever and they could continue to be guard generals for their master. But something unexpected suddenly happened. There were many, many people. They were powerful, cruel, and ruthless. They crazily attacked, killing everyone they encountered. That was the first time they had truly seen their master in action. That petite body was actually able to erupt with such terrifying power. Every move she made caused the world to tremble. However, such a powerful master was still unable to withstand the frenzied encirclement of those invaders. They didn't fear death and didn't know what fear was at all. Even though many of them had already been killed, they still swarmed over from all directions like a tide. They were their master's gatekeepers, so they naturally had to fulfill their duty of guarding the door. However, the branches that were usually as strong as iron and stone were as fragile as paper when faced with intruders. They were easily shattered and torn apart. Pain and fear shrouded their minds. Their huge bodies were casually uprooted from the ground, and their branches were broken into several pieces. It was only because of the special characteristics of plant-type life forms that they were able to survive for the time being. But if nothing unexpected happened, death was only a matter of time. The locust tree generals and peach generals that fell to the ground could only watch helplessly as the place they guarded was slowly destroyed. Many people died. Some were familiar and some were strange. The pungent smell of blood constantly accumulated in the air. Their master had died in battle. The sky turned blood red and the earth began to break apart. Wild winds howled and howled as all things began to be destroyed. They had originally thought that they would die with their master. But the cruel invaders had been forcefully expelled with the death of their master. A piece of a corpse fell in front of them. Its familiar aura and powerful strength indicated that it was a part of their master. The fear and threat of life and death was enough to overwhelm all reason. They were completely pulled out of the ground by their roots and uncontrollably wrapped around their master's corpse. The locust tree generals and peach generals survived. And because they had swallowed the strength of their master's corpse, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. When the divine path opened, the beast races used this opportunity to become true saints. After an internal struggle, the best of friends turned against each other and parted ways, breaking through the boundaries and going their separate ways. But this did not mean that they had forgotten their origins. On the contrary, as they grew stronger and lived longer, they gradually learned more and more things. For example, their master was a supreme ruler, and the ruler realm was the supreme realm that they yearned for even in their dreams. If a piece of their master's corpse contained enough strength to help them become true saints, then just how powerful would their master's true inheritance be? So even though many, many years had passed, they had never forgotten where they came from or what was hidden there. They had tried more than once, but in the end they had gained nothing. They could only continue to wait for the moment their master's inheritance appeared. That's right, perhaps because they had absorbed some of the strength from their master's corpse, they had an incomparably clear and intense intuition that their master's inheritance definitely existed, and it was in that place. After a long period of time, so long that they couldn't help but wonder if their intuition was wrong, their master's inheritance finally appeared. Time slowly passed. The Western Mountains. In ancient times, this place had only been an ordinary mountain. Although it was high and dangerous, there were many that could compare to it. But because of sage scholatry's appearance, the Western Mountains suddenly rose to become one of the top holy lands in the vast young world. The towering ancient scholar tree stood on the mountain ridge, its thick roots penetrating deep into the mountain. Its crown was extremely flourishing, casting an endless shadow. Sage Scholartree stood under the ancient scholar tree with his hands behind his back, looking at his own body from the perspective of a bystander. It was indeed a rather wonderful feeling. He and the yardmaster had been together for many years, and they had both received gifts from their master. That was how they had reached their current realm, and they naturally had some sense of each other. Not long ago, Sage Scholartree discovered the yardmaster's secret. His soul was very weak, almost on the verge of collapse. Sure enough, the arrangements he had made all those years ago had finally taken effect. As long as the yard master perished, everything he had would become Sage Scholartree's. Perhaps that would be the turning point for him to break through his limits and become a ruler. Having waited for many years, Sage Scholartree didn't mind waiting for a while longer. On the contrary, he had to be wary of the yard master trying to drag him down with her if she had nowhere else to go. So Sage Scholartree retracted all his tentacles and entrenched himself in his old lair in the Western Mountains with a taciturn attitude. He had even guessed that the yard master would definitely come to the Western Mountains and force him to fight a great battle before she finally perished. Sage Scholartree had already thought of a way to deal with her. He couldn't possibly give the yard master the chance to drag him down with her. But changes always came faster than plans. Beneath the towering ancient scholar tree, a scholar tree with his hands behind his back, Sage Scholartree's expression changed abruptly. He raised his head and looked at the sky above the ancient scholar tree. The space there was vibrating, setting off circles of ripples. In the world of his senses, excitement and ecstasy were like a great tide, frantically washing over his mind. His master's inheritance had appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, Sage Scholartree took a step forward, and his figure instantly merged with the towering ancient scholar tree. The next moment, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The entire Western Mountains were shattering, and countless thick roots were pulled out from the ground. The ancient scholar tree shot up into the sky, collided into the vibrating space, and disappeared. His master's inheritance represented the path to becoming a ruler. He had to fight for it. The other was that Sage Scholartree would never give the yard master any chance to make a comeback. The inheritance had already appeared. Since he could sense it and was directly summoned, the yard master could also obtain it. If he didn't go, wouldn't that mean he had to give the inheritance to the yard master? Thus, on this day, the Western Mountains' ancient scholar tree broke through the mountain, smashing through the void. Beside the ball of light, space violently shook. A massive shadow rushed out, tearing apart space and causing countless cracks to spread out in all directions. West Mountain Scholartree Sage had arrived. After forcing back Qin Yu with a single strike, he no longer cared about him. Now, all of his attention was focused on that dazzling ball of light. Branches swayed, causing countless leaves to rub against each other, emitting rustling sounds like a tide. Ruler Great Tao! Ruler Great Tao! There was no mistake, absolutely no mistake. As long as he could obtain it, he could break through his shackles and become one of the strongest existences in the world. Bang! The ancient pagoda tree that supported the sky whistled as it rushed out. Countless branches whizzed out, and it was like a large net that covered the heavens and the earth, wrapping the ball of light within it. Qin Yu frowned, anger surging in his eyes. He didn't know why Sage Scholartree was able to directly arrive here, but no matter what, he absolutely could not allow the ruler Great Tao to be obtained by him. He took a step forward, and a powerful aura broke out from his body. His robes fluttered and his black hair fluttered. At this moment, Qin Yu released his greatest strength without reservation. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, ready to punch forward. But just as he was about to strike, there was a loud explosion, and space shattered once more. The ancient peach tree tore through space and descended. "Give it to him." A low and calm voice sounded in Qin Yu's ears. His eyes flashed with hesitation and confusion. He took a deep breath and let go, turning around and bowing. Disciple Qin Yu greets teacher. When he attacked with all his strength, he couldn't conceal himself perfectly, so it wasn't surprising that the yard master could recognize him. The peach tree was silent for a moment, and then it said softly, "Qin Yu, you are even more outstanding than I imagined. You were actually able to find the location of Master's inheritance." After a pause, it continued, "In addition, I must admit that when I told you about the existence of the ever-burning flame, I did have some selfish motives." The yardmaster didn't elaborate, but when he saw the ruler Great Tao appear and Sage Scholartree and the yardmaster descend at almost the same time, Qin Yu reacted no matter how slow he was. Perhaps from the very beginning, the yardmaster had thought of using Qin Yu's hands to find the ruler's inheritance, and then change her current situation to prolong her life. He was definitely unhappy because the yardmaster hadn't been honest with him. But putting himself in her shoes, it was reasonable for the yardmaster to make such a decision. Moreover, now wasn't the time to consider such things. The ruler Great Tao was right in front of him, and Sage Scholartree had already tried to snatch it. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu asked in a low voice, "Why?" The yard master smiled. "Don't worry, he won't be able to get it." She paused, and her voice became faintly discernible, with a hint of emotion. "No wonder Master was so good to us back then. She must have compensated us in advance. She planned everything from the very beginning. The ruler Great Tao is real, but Sage Scholartree and I didn't have the chance to dip our hands in it. You will naturally understand once you continue watching." Qin Yu frowned, watching Sage Scholartree's branches interweave into a large net that swallowed the dazzling ball of light. He sighed softly in his heart. It was too late to make a move now. He could only hope that what the yard master said was right, otherwise they would be in deep trouble. Ha 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 ha. Sage Scholartree's hearty laughter resounded through the world. "The ruler Great Tao. I have finally obtained the ruler Great Tao. From now on, the entire world will crawl and tremble in front of me." Countless branches wildly contracted and rotated like tentacles, squirming as they tried to fuse the ruler Great Tao into the yardmaster's body. On the thick tree trunk, Sage Scholartree's ecstatic face appeared. He stared at the yardmaster from high above. "You know that you don't have long to live, so you want to hand over the ruler Great Tao? What a wise decision. For this sake, as long as you are willing to crawl in front of me, repent and swear loyalty to me, and serve me for eternity, I might be able to pull you back from the brink of death and grant you a new life." The yard master had a calm expression. She looked up at Sage Scholartree, and her lips curled up in a mocking smile. "Even at this moment, you still haven't noticed. General Scholartree, I truly feel sorrow for you." Sage Scholartree frowned, his voice rolling like thunder. "Have you gone mad?" The yard master shook her head. "You and I are Master's gatekeepers, and we will always be gatekeepers. Our level and vision cannot compare to Master's. So, ever since Master brought us back and planted us at the gate, we have only been a pawn planted by Master for countless years. You and I are both insignificant and insignificant parts of the game." Sage Scholartree laughed. "I don't understand what you are talking about, but now that I have obtained the Great Tao, the ruler Great Tao is just around the corner. At that time, I will be in existence on par with Master. No, she is no longer qualified to be called Master by me. Looking at Sage Scholartree, the yard master fell silent. A trace of disappointment and gloom appeared in the depths of her eyes. She didn't continue the conversation and turned to look at Qin Yu. From today onwards, the peach garden will be handed over to you. I have no other request. I only hope that you can remember your previous promise. If possible in the future, you must ensure that Peach Maiden can live a safe life. As she finished speaking, she stared at Qin Yu, waiting for his response. Qin Yu didn't know what she wanted to do, but he could clearly feel the yard master's determination. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands. Rest assured, yard master. I will definitely do what I promised. Good. I believe in you. The yard master laughed. The entire peach tree trembled violently. She suddenly broke through the air and rushed towards Sage Scholartree. I have lived a long life and thought that I had become a saint, one of the strongest beings in the world. But I never expected that I would end up as someone else's pawn. I have a grudge, but think about it carefully. If Master hadn't acted in the past, how could the Peach Garden Master have lived to this day? My life and my cultivation were bestowed upon me by Master. Now that I have returned them, it can be considered a perfect ending. On the tree, Sage Scholartree's face was filled with shock and anger. He didn't know what had happened, but as he watched the laughing yard master rush towards him, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. It was as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen. Get lost. Boom. An astonishing aura erupted from Sage Scholartree. After obtaining the ruler's mark, his strength had clearly increased tremendously. But at this moment, Sage Scholartree's expression suddenly changed. It was as if someone had pressed a switch that controlled his body. Because all the strength in his body instantly came to a standstill. His body stiffened like iron, and his face was filled with horror. And at this time, the yardmaster had arrived. The towering ancient scholar tree and the towering peach tree were like two mountains that collided with each other without the slightest pause. But unexpectedly, not a single sound was emitted. The ancient scholar tree and the peach tree were like two bubbles, but also like two shadows. The moment they came into contact, they fused together. A dazzling light suddenly erupted, as if a great sun had descended upon this place. Ah! No, impossible! Sage Scholartree screamed in shock and anger. It was clear that he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Qin Yu's pupils violently shrank. As the saying went, the onlooker had a clearer view of everything. From the perspective of a third party, he could see everything that was happening. The light that was as bright as a great sun came from the ruler's great Tao. Although it was releasing endless light, in reality, it was like a black hole that was slowly swallowing up Sage Scholartree and the yard master, turning them into a part of itself. And during this process, Sage Scholartree and the yard master were unable to move at all, much less put up any effective resistance. They were like prey that had been immobilized. They could only watch helplessly as they were slowly swallowed into the belly. One could imagine how it felt. Qin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill from the bottom of his heart. When he thought of what the yardmaster had said before, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. She had said that all of this was the ruler's chess piece, and that he and Sage Scholartree were only an extremely insignificant part of the game. His thoughts uncontrollably spread outwards. Suddenly, a hair-raising thought appeared in the depths of Qin Yu's mind. The part of the ruler's corpse that Sage Scholartree and the yardmaster had absorbed back then might not have been a coincidence. Someone had deliberately thrown a part of the corpse in front of them, using it to achieve some sort of goal. And that person was without a doubt the ruler who had escaped by faking his death. According to the information he had now, he could now try to restore what had happened back then. First, the ones who had attacked the World Zeroth land and brazenly raised the butcher's knife against the ruler should have been Western Wilderness and that clan. Only they had the strength to complete the task of killing the ruler. Disregarding Western Wilderness and that clan's motives for brazenly slaughtering the ruler had escaped by faking his death during the calamity. But during this process, there should have been some flaws. Thus, she had arranged the everlasting flame and the avatar of the ruler's will within the palace. This was a trap to give Western Wilderness and that clan a pleasant surprise, but it was also a chance to erase this flaw and ensure that she could continue hiding. Before this, Qin Yu had sensed that something was amiss. He had discovered that the actions of the rulers will avatar were different from what he had imagined. Perhaps some other unforeseen event had occurred, and the existence of sage scholarly and the Yard Master was to correct any possible accident. This was because it was clear that as sage scholarly and the Yard Master were swallowed, the true divine Great Tao was awakening, or more accurately speaking, a powerful aura hidden within it was being activated. In other words, sage scholarly and the Yard Master, who had absorbed the ruler's corpse and relied on it to ascend to the true divine level, were truly nothing more than chess pieces that the ruler had placed there. If they couldn't be used, then so be it. But if something went wrong, the two of them would be summoned here because of the appearance of the ruler's Great Tao. They would provide strength for the awakening of the ruler's Great Tao. They were like two tools that had lived to store strength in order to deal with today's unforeseen event. The Yard Master seemed to have noticed all of this, which was why she had acted like this before. As for sage scholarly, he had been kept in the dark from beginning to end. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Fear and astonishment interweaved in his eyes. He had a deeper understanding of the terror of the ruler level. Their terror wasn't limited to their cultivation, but also their deep and terrifying schemes. Two powerhouses at the peak of the true divine level had crossed countless years, yet they had been toyed with in the palm of their hands. I have a great destiny. In the future, I will definitely become a ruler. How could I be someone else's chess piece? I absolutely refuse to believe this. Sage Scholarly's enraged and resentful roar reverberated in the air, like a thunderclap. It was clear that he had finally understood. The Sky Palace Scholarly tree frantically struggled, but it was of no use. Under the illumination of the light, the strength within his body was completely out of control. He couldn't mobilize the slightest bit of it. No. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Sage Scholarly's voice became smaller and smaller. At the same time, the light became increasingly brilliant, gradually turning into a true sun. The Sky Palace Scholarly tree and the towering peach tree became more and more illusory. Finally, they were like real shadows, slowly purified and vanishing in the light. Qin Yu's body stiffened. He could clearly sense that the auras that belonged to Sage Scholarly and the Yard Master had completely disappeared. Two peak true divine level existences had quietly perished here. Suddenly, all the light vanished. Qin Yu finally saw the true appearance of the Great Tao of a ruler. It was a stone. That's right, it was a stone that wasn't smooth and smooth. It was like a stone that could be picked up from the roadside of a river. The only strange thing was that its entire body was pitch black, as if it had eaten a great deal of ink. When Qin Yu looked at it, he felt as if he would be pulled into it. Oh, it was a little familiar. But unfortunately, this stone didn't give Qin Yu any time to think. With a swoosh, it instantly approached. Its speed was astonishing. It was so fast that even with Qin Yu's cultivation, he had no way of dodging it. He could only watch as it crashed into his chest and melted into it. That's right, this stone contained the transcendent Great Tao of a ruler. It had even swallowed Sage Scholarly and the Yard Master right in front of Qin Yu's eyes, and yet it had directly melted into Qin Yu's body. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't panicking. Before this, Qin Yu had thought of taking it into his hands. But after personally witnessing the fate of Sage Scholarly and the Yard Master, he had long since given up on that idea. What nonsense! Who would dare to carry such a man-eating thing with them? Wouldn't they be afraid that it would suddenly open its mouth and swallow them? Calm down, don't panic. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu focused his mind and looked within himself. But what caused his expression to change again and again was that he couldn't find any trace of the stone's existence. It was as if the moment it entered Qin Yu's body, it had directly melded into his flesh and blood, becoming one with him. All of a sudden, catcher sounds of shattering rang in his ears. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. He looked up and saw that in the distance, as the everlasting flame vanished, the palace that had completely appeared had collapsed and shattered. The vortex formed by the flowing light on its surface had vanished along with it. Thus, within the vortex, Yarrow Dao was revealed. Her eyes were closed as she floated in the air. Sure, her eyes opened. Their black and white were clear and translucent, but they were terrifyingly cold. They were like ice crystals without the least bit of warmth, and there were no fluctuations of emotion. Looking up, her eyes fell on Qin Yu. Yarrow Dao took a step forward, lifted her hand, and pressed it down. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, it was like a heavenly river was toppling over. A terrifying strength surged forth like a tide. She wanted to kill Qin Yu. Chapter 14:12. The strength of the chief god's will avatar had been fully displayed when it slaughtered 6 ancient true saints. Now that it had fused with Yarrow Dao, it was impossible to weaken each other's strength, otherwise the chief god's will avatar wouldn't have agreed to this. The reason he mentioned this was because the current Yarrow Dao, or perhaps the chief god's will version of Yarrow Dao, well, let me say something else. When the resentful spirit, Li Siji, and the seamless saint combined into a group skin, it gave off a strange and disgusting feeling. But now, Yarrow Dao and the chief god's will avatar had fused together. They were also of the same gender, but the feeling they gave off was completely different. It was a bit novel, a bit exciting, and there was even an invisible ripple of energy. It seemed there really was a difference between men and women. The topic had wandered off, so it was brought back. Qin Yu looked up at Yarrow Dao, his expression grim. Before his pupils could shrink, he instinctively responded. He lifted a hand and punched out. With a loud explosion, it was like a boulder smashing into a lake, causing billowing waves to rise up. But just as the waves rose up, they seemed to be crushed by a mountain. The waves snapped in half, as if they had been cut by a blade. With a stuffy cough, Qin Yu drew backwards. The clothes on his chest were torn to shreds, revealing a delicate purple palm print. Terrifyingly strong. At this time, Qin Yu felt as if he couldn't contend with her at all. It was a complete suppression on a completely different level. At this moment, Yarrow Dao, who had her hand pressed down, took a step forward without any hesitation and continued her attack. Without any fancy moves, she lifted her hand and brought it down again. But this time, the feeling Qin Yu felt was even more terrifying. Qin Yu took a deep breath and his chest puffed out. Shield guard. Rumble, rumble. A formidable strength broke out from his body. The space around him violently shook and the shadow of a shield appeared. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the shadow condensed into reality. This shield was silver white and countless runes wove together on its surface. As the shield shadow appeared, not only did the spatial shaking not disappear, but it became even more intense. The power of space. This shield shadow and every rune that appeared on its surface released a powerful aura that could interfere with space. And this was the foundation of the shield guard. Space shook. Although it seemed chaotic, the truth was that there were countless spatial faults within. Each spatial fault was able to counteract some of the invading strength from the outside world, finally resisting it. But Qin Yu had only just started cultivating it and was far from crossing the threshold, let alone being able to display its true might. Of course, more importantly, Yarrow Dao's current strength was truly ridiculously strong. Thus, after Qin Yu learned this supernatural ability, the first time he used it could only be described as tragic. The layers of space that were stacked together trembled. They were as fragile as bubbles and were instantly pierced through. Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. This time, it wasn't as simple as a palm print appearing on his chest. His chest caved in and it was unknown how many bones were broken. And what was even more terrifying was that a destructive strength had invaded into his body. As it spread outwards, everything within its range was destroyed. His bones were shattered and he lost his vitality, while his internal organs were shattered inch by inch. If it wasn't for the fact that his body of laws was sufficiently powerful and possessed astonishing vitality, this strike would have been fatal. But even if the body of rules didn't die from this strike, it would take time to recover. And Yarrow Dao clearly didn't plan on giving Qin Yu any time to recover. Tricks were ultimately based on power, so as long as one had enough power, one would be able to use it. Well, there was no point in playing tricks. Yarrow Dao clearly held on to this train of thought. Her third attack was still the same as before. She lifted her hand and pressed forward. It was the kind of casual lifting of a hand without any ruthlessness or killing intent. But when combined with her cold expression and emotionless eyes, it gave off an even more terrifying feeling. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. The half-completed great Tao in his body trembled. He had no other choice but to use the sword he had obtained in the East Sea. If he had to pay the price, then so be it. It was better than being smacked to death by Yarrow Tao. But even if he used the sword, he could only survive one more time. If Yarrow Tao continued to attack, then there really wasn't anything he could do. His previous premonition had been right. This woman was a star of calamity. As expected, he was about to suffer a great loss at her hands. Why hadn't the sovereign great Tao made its move yet? That's right. This was the fundamental reason why Qin Yu could still barely maintain his calm, even though he was in a sorry state and had suffered serious injuries from the Heaven Peach Hammer. Sage Scholartree and the Garden Mistress had been summoned and swallowed up by the sovereign great Tao to provide it with strength. If nothing went wrong, it would soon awaken. Otherwise, what was the point of the saint doing all of this in the past? Was it just to have the sovereign great Tao fuse into Qin Yu's body and then have her explode from the Heaven Peach Hammer? That was impossible. Thus, there was a high chance that the sovereign great Tao still needed some time to activate. And what Qin Yu needed to do now was to work hard to survive during this period of time so that he wouldn't be killed. He suddenly realized why the sovereign great Tao wanted to fuse into his body. Perhaps it wanted to use Qin Yu as a shield to buy time for itself. There was no time to think about this. The cry of a sword rang out. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his complexion paled. Every inch of his flesh and blood violently twitched. The terrifying feeling of being sucked out made him feel as if he were being grabbed by a giant invisible hand, crazily kneading and squeezing him. It was like every bit of strength in his body was being forcefully squeezed out. But in this extremely painful situation, Qin Yu couldn't control his body. He lifted a hand and grasped forward. Sword shadows appeared and rapidly solidified. With another sword cry, Qin Yu felt like he had been struck in the head with a heavy stick. His field of vision fell into darkness. He felt as if his soul had been ruthlessly stabbed by something that wasn't very sharp and was covered in rust. The pain was so intense that his mind was on the verge of collapse. His flesh and blood trembled even more violently, and yet, he couldn't show any expression on his face. In fact, his aura was as stiff and cold as his face, giving off a ghastly feeling. Qin Yu grasped the sword in his hand and slashed forward. Bang! Thunderclaps seemed to explode in his ears. The moment the sword fell, his consciousness fell into a blank. By the time Qin Yu regained his composure, he saw that Yarrow Tao had been sent flying far away. She lifted a hand to block in front of her. A clear line of blood appeared on her fair and delicate palm. It seemed shallow, but her pale complexion and the large bloodstains on her dress indicated that the damage caused by this sword wasn't as simple as it seemed. But even though he knew that Yarrow Tao was injured and this was the best time to continue attacking or turn around to flee, Qin Yu couldn't do it. He gasped for breath, as if he were pulling on an incomparably worn bellows. Every time he did so, a burning pain would rise up in his chest. The words sore and weak could no longer describe Qin Yu's current state. His entire body was like a limp shrimp, and all he had left was the strength to gasp for breath. He had reached his limit. He had really reached his limit this time, let alone the fact that he didn't have any cards left in his hands to resist Yarrow Tao. Even if he didn't have the strength to continue using them. With a thud, he slumped to the ground. He covered his mouth and nose as he violently coughed. Even if he didn't look down, he knew that he was coughing up blood. Moreover, it was a large amount of blood. His entire palm was wet. Indeed, in this world, it was impossible for everything to go as one imagined. Qin Yu had clearly schemed against someone else and was prepared to be the fisherman that reaped the benefits. But, accidents always occurred outside of his plans and things uncontrollably developed to this step. With great difficulty, his coughing slowed down a little. Qin Yu took several deep breaths, suppressing the tumbling nausea in his chest. "I say, you should wake up by now. I've already reached my limit. If I do it again, I'll definitely die." There was no response. The sovereign great Tao that had fused into his body had completely vanished. But at this time, Yarrow Tao moved. She stepped forwards, ignoring the barriers of space. When she lifted her foot, she was far away, but when she landed she was right in front of him. She lowered her head, her eyes meeting Qin Yu's. Then, she lifted her hand and grabbed Qin Yu's neck. Without speaking, without even the slightest fluctuation in her eyes, Yarrow Dao's fingers tightened. At this time, Qin Yu could clearly hear his Adam's apple emitting cracking sounds as it withstood the powerful pressure of the outside world. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that his body of rules was strong enough, it would have already been crushed to pieces. The sovereign great Dao still didn't respond. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He began to regret not attacking Yarrow Dao at the start. Otherwise, things wouldn't have developed to this stage. He really didn't expect that he would die in the hands of this woman, but at this time, a fluctuation appeared in Yarrow Dao's eyes. She clenched her fingers and stopped where she was. You promised me that you would only attack 3 times. I did say that, but his body contains that woman's aura. I must kill him. He cannot die. You want to resist me? The one who spoke was Yarrow Dao. Moreover, whether it was her voice or her tone, or even the pauses between her words, they were completely the same. Yet, there was a strange feeling that they were completely different. It was like there was another will hidden within Yarrow Dao's body. The avatar of the sovereign great Dao. Qin Yu almost instantly thought of this. This also explained why Yarrow Dao had been the one to appear in the end, and why she had such terrifying strength. Could it be that in recent times, the phrase "if you're naughty, I'm naughty too" had become popular? With a stuffy cough, blood flowed out from the corners of Yarrow Dao's lips. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the surface of her body. They were very, very small. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to detect them. But the truth was that these cracks were very deep, so deep that they sank into her body. They were deep enough to disintegrate Yarrow Dao into countless pieces. I already promised you that I would attack Qin Yu 3 times. Since he hasn't died, that means he has a reason to live. So, you cannot attack again now, otherwise, believe me, the result will not be what you want to see. Chapter 14:13. Yarrow Dao took a deep breath, her voice even colder. Now, give me control of your body. There was complete silence. Peeper a peeper, on the surface of Yarrow Dao's body, the tiny but shockingly deep cracks suddenly spread outwards, forming cracks of varying sizes. Dark red beads of blood overflowed from these cracks. In almost an instant, Yarrow Dao's entire body was soaked. Her dress was dyed the color of blood, a dazzling red. I hope you don't regret this. Yarrow Dao closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were still black and white, but there was a hint of exhaustion in their depths. She glanced at Qin Yu and took a step back. I don't know how much longer I can threaten her. It's best if you leave now. Qin Yu gasped for breath. The powerful regenerative abilities of his body of rules were fully displayed at this moment. Although he had been severely wounded and had been sucked out by that terrifying sword, nearly causing him to lose his life, he had managed to restore some of his mobility in a short period of time. Of course, this so-called mobility was only enough to struggle to stand up. He wouldn't continue to lie on the ground and stare up at Yarrow Dao. He was still far from being able to jump around, or to be more precise, turn around and leave. Cough cough. Just moving a little affected his injuries and he began to violently cough. This was the cardiac tearing lung. As he coughed, he began to vomit blood. But as he did, Qin Yu felt his chest relax and he felt much more comfortable. Yarrow Dao revealed a nervous expression. Are you okay? Qin Yu waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to come over. I won't die. This situation was quite strange. It was clearly Yarrow Dao who had attacked him and left him in such a state, but now she was suddenly concerned about him. Perhaps thinking of this, Yarrow Dao revealed a look of guilt. I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you, it's just, Qin Yu let out a deep breath. I know. He looked at Yarrow Dao, a flash of hesitation in his eyes. He said in a low voice, leave now. Although the sovereign great Dao hadn't moved after fusing into his body, it definitely wouldn't remain like this forever. In any case, Yarrow Dao had saved Qin Yu's life. This was an indisputable fact. Even if he knew that letting Yarrow Dao leave was an extremely stupid thing to do, he couldn't repay kindness with enmity. After today, the grudges between them were settled. The next time they met, they would have to rely on their own method. Qin Yu never doubted that he would become enemies with Yarrow Dao. This involved Peach Girl and involved the struggle between his soul seed avatar and his main body. No matter what, he couldn't allow this to happen. Yarrow Dao's expression changed slightly. As if she had thought of something, she took a step forward and retreated. Space rippled as her figure rapidly turned blurry. At this moment, a cold snort sounded out. The voice was filled with annoyance and a bit of resentment. Just now, she was nearly smashed to pieces by you, but you actually let her go like that. Qin Yu, is there a hole in your brain? Shua, a phantom, suddenly walked out of his body. At first, it was extremely blurry, but in the blink of an eye, it became solid. They had the same tall and slender figure, the same domineering curves, and even the blurry faces were exactly the same. The woman in front of him was exactly the same as the avatar of the ruler's will he had seen in the main hall, as if they had been carved from the same mold. She raised her hand and clenched her fist. The rapidly retreating Yarrow Dao let out a muffled groan as her figure was forcefully interrupted and returned to reality. She staggered. The space around her shook and shattered. Yarrow Dao's eyes were filled with panic and anger, but they only lasted for a moment before turning into icy indifference. Her entire aura changed. She was like an ancient block of ice, emitting a cold chill. "You've come." She spoke, the chill in her eyes becoming even deeper. The woman who came later lifted a hand and pointed forwards. Across from her, Yarrow Dao froze, her entire body seeming to freeze. Then, there was no then. After easily slaughtering 6 ancient true saints and fusing together with Yarrow Dao, the avatar of the ruler's will had casually smashed Qin Yu into this pitiful state. Yet, with just a light finger, she had been suppressed where she stood. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. At this time, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Were all women these days so terrifying? The feeling that Yarrow Dao gave him was that she was so formidable that he couldn't contend with her. Even if he used all of his strength and even used the sword of the East Sea, he would only barely be able to preserve his life. But such a Yarrow Dao had actually been suppressed by a single finger, let alone the several waves of attacks between them. The truth was that she only had time to say a few words. She didn't even have a chance to attack before everything was over. Just how strong was the woman who appeared later? In truth, this already surpassed the limits of Qin Yu's imagination. Because in his opinion, the current Yarrow Dao was in no way weaker than a ruler. In other words, she could suppress a ruler with a single finger. If he didn't see this with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. "What are you daydreaming for? Hurry up and kill her and this matter will be over." The woman frowned, her tone unkind. She felt full of resentment, as if she had been forcefully dragged out of her sweet dreams. She felt extremely unhappy. "But why did I have to do it?" Qin Yu looked up. The woman furrowed her eyebrows. She patiently explained, "Because of certain reasons, I cannot kill her. So, it can only be you." Qin Yu bitterly smiled. "Senior, look at my current appearance. It's already not easy for me to stay alive, so where would I have the strength to kill someone? You, humph." The woman clenched her teeth. "Why did I choose you in the first place? I was too blind to have been beaten into this state by her." Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Although there was a high chance that this person in front of him wouldn't harm him, it was still best to be cautious. She could say whatever she wanted and he would pretend he didn't hear her. The woman paced back and forth several times. She rubbed her temples, a distressed expression on her face. "I can't stay here for too long and I can't kill her. What should I do?" Qin Yu raised a hand. "Senior, how about you help me heal my wounds first?" The woman rolled her eyes. "Do you think I can't think of such a simple method?" She took a deep breath. "Isn't it because you are too weak right now? So weak that you can't even withstand a bit of my strength? I am willing to help you heal your wounds, but as long as I pour a bit of my strength into you, your entire body will explode like an overinflated balloon." Qin Yu's face stiffened. He quietly lowered his hand. "Fine, I'll pretend I didn't say anything." Thump thump thump, the woman's footsteps suddenly became heavy. She looked up, a fierce light in her eyes. "No matter what, I must kill her today. At worst, I'll just have to sleep for a bit longer. She lifted a hand, about to point out. Chinyu suddenly said, Senior, wait. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He was a bit scared by this woman. How could she change her mind so quickly? He couldn't kill her just now, but now she wanted to do it herself. If the chief god's will avatar wanted to kill him, Chinyu wouldn't care about her life or death. On the contrary, he would clap his hands in glee. But Yarrow Dao couldn't die. At least not now. The Soul Seed avatar was strong to such a degree, so it was bound to be closely related to the main body. Peach Girl was in an extremely bad state to begin with, and the Garden Master had already been swallowed by the Chief God's great Dao. In other words, if something happened to Peach Girl and Chinyu wasn't around, no one in the Peach Garden could help her. If Peach Girl perished because of this, Chinyu knew the cultivation method of the myriad soul Dao. As long as the main body died, all the soul seeds would perish together. And this was also the reason why Yarrow Dao didn't wait any longer and chose to leave seclusion to swallow Peach Girl. She didn't dare to take the risk of waiting any longer. The woman frowned and looked at him impatiently. What are you trying to say? Chinyu coughed. I just think that killing Yarrow Dao, killing the chief god's will avatar isn't a wise choice. The woman sneered. Get to the point. The point is that, in my opinion, Senior might as well attack first and seal the chief god's will avatar here. Later, when you think of a way, you can kill her. Like this, Senior wouldn't need to pay any extra price. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Chinyu's forehead beaded with sweat as he spoke. Even he thought these words were ancient. He was afraid that the woman would sneer and raise her hand to exterminate him first. But then, the woman's reaction caused Chinyu's eyes to widen and he couldn't help but be stunned. Good idea. She walked over and patted Chinyu with a bright smile. I never thought that you would have such a smart head. I take back what I said before. My eyesight is as sharp as ever. Chinyu, are you sure that what you should be doing right now isn't digging out your eyeballs and playing with them in bubbles? Or perhaps you should find a place to pour out the water in your brain. In the past, your methods were quite sharp. How come it was that after all these years, even though your cultivation had clearly increased, your brain wasn't as good as before? Could it be that as one's cultivation increased and they reached a certain level, their brains would be damaged instead? Chinyu's mind was a mess. Even he felt that these thoughts were extremely senseless. Without a doubt, the woman who had walked out from his body and suppressed Yarrow Dao with a finger was the master of World Zero from the distant past. She was also the master that Sage Scholartree and the Garden Master spoke of. She was the one who had arranged all of this and played everyone on the chessboard. Above was the Western Desolation and that clan. Above was the avatar of the ruler's will. Below was the Garden Master, Sage Scholartree, and 6 ancient true saints. TSK, just take a look. Even a true saint who had stepped onto the peak of vast young extreme could only be ranked as a lower level. From this, one could imagine just how skilled the ruler was. As Chinyu was lost in his thoughts, the woman in front of him suddenly attacked. She flicked her sleeves and there was the sound of breaking air. In the distance, the shattered fragments of the palace flew over at an astonishing speed. And as they flew over, they seemed to be infused with strength. Their dim surfaces began to glow once more and their auras faintly resonated with each other. They gave off an inexplicably heavy and oppressive feeling. But before this, they had clearly been the ruins of a palace that had collapsed. Turning the rotten into the miraculous. This was the second label that Chinyu had placed on the woman in front of him besides the word formidable. Or perhaps, this was also part of her plan. She had arranged this in the palace a long time ago. Comparatively speaking, the former was somewhat easier to accept. But if it was the latter, that was far too terrifying. Fragments of the palace floated around Yarrow Dao. The woman stepped forwards, looking down from above. I know that you can hear me right now. Then, I will give you a chance. Kill the woman who is controlling your body and I will give you a chance to live. Otherwise, she sneered several times. She flicked her fingers and the fragments of the palace immediately contracted. Catcher, where they connected, they emitted light cracking sounds. These sounds were emitted when they collided with each other. But at the moment of impact, they fused together, forming a spherical half-sealed space. The so-called half-sealed space referred to the fact that the fragments of the palace hadn't completely fused together yet. There were still massive gaps between them. But it was clear that if she wanted to, she only needed a single thought to completely fuse the fragments of the palace together, turning the interior into a sealed and dark cage without the slightest bit of light. The woman's lips curled up. She slowly said, "Trust me. As long as I want to, this sealed cage is enough to trap you inside forever. In other words, until death arrives, you will spend your days in darkness and torment. I've tasted a similar feeling for a period of time, so believe me, it's definitely not a very comfortable feeling. If you can really do it, it is best that you immediately agree to it, and even if you can't, you should at least try your best." Qin Yu's complexion changed, revealing a dignified look. This was because it was clear that the person the ruler was speaking to wasn't the ruler's will avatar, but Yarrow Dao. She wanted to force Yarrow Dao to attack and kill the ruler's will avatar, and this idea seemed to have been inspired by him. As expected, how could a creature like the ruler be a naive fool? Everything she had revealed was probably just one side of the multifaceted picture. And you would never know what was hidden beneath these different faces. Chapter 14:14. Within the semi-closed spherical seal, Yarrow Dao's figure didn't move at all. At this time, she was still in a state of being forcefully suppressed. Her eyes grew colder and colder, and a hint of derision flickered in their depths. Clearly, she didn't believe that the sovereign's actions would be of any use. Kill her. Regardless of whether Yarrow Dao had the guts or not, even if she did, she would only be digging her own grave. Hey, if it weren't for the oath I made in the past, I would have crushed you to death with a single breath. The ruler's killing intent soared. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing Qin Yu to feel as if he were suffocating. The only thing that was a bit inappropriate was probably using the word I. It really did ruin the ruler's dignity and solemnity. The cold eyes in the sealed space were filled with even more ridicule. In fact, it wasn't hard to guess what it meant, "Don't shoot your mouth off. If you have the guts, then kill me now." She clearly knew just how terrifying the ruler was, and yet she still dared to act in such a manner. Either she was incredibly bold, so bold that she didn't even fear death, but from how the ruler's will avatar had tricked Qin Yu, the chances that she wasn't afraid of death were extremely low. In other words, there must be some other scheme involved. The Sovereign Lord's avatar was intentionally trying to provoke her. "Are you trying to goad me into action? You really know me well enough to know that I can't stand this." The ruler clenched his jaws. Just as Qin Yu was about to rush out and stop this woman who could flip a page at any moment, she suddenly sneered and said, "But this time, I won't be fooled. Yarrow Dao, don't ask me how I know your name. As long as I want to know, there are no secrets in this world. So listen carefully, out of the anger in my heart, I have decided to continue to increase the stakes. As long as you can kill her, not only will I forgive your sins, but I will also give you additional compensation. For example, the pure remnant power of a sovereign lord's will clone after it's killed." Inside the sealed space, Yarrow Dao used her actions to make her choice. A gloomy expression suddenly appeared in the depths of her cold eyes, mixed with shock and anger. She made her move. Qin Yu frowned, helplessness in his eyes. This was the decision of the ruler, there was no way he could interfere. It was true that Yarrow Dao was strong, and had all sorts of strange tricks up her sleeve. However, she was facing a terrifying clone of the Sovereign Lord's will. He could easily kill 6 ancient true sages. Among them, there was no lack of extremely strong existences like the Seamless Sage. Their chances of victory were slim, it could even be said that it was like throwing an egg against a stone. The hegemon clapped his hands and laughed. "Excellent. You made a wise choice." However, things would not develop in a good direction just because of her words. Yarrow Dao, who had tried to kill the Sovereign Will clone, would be met with a vicious backlash. Her body would be the battlefield, and a brutal slaughter would ensue. The most direct observation was that Yarrow Dao's exposed flesh suddenly ruptured, and countless cracks appeared, densely covering every inch of his body. The cold killing intent in the clone's eyes made it clear that it was the Sovereign Lord's will clone that was in control of the fleshly body. It was obvious that she had the absolute upper hand in this internal battle. Her torn flesh trembled, and dark red beads of blood seeped out of her wounds, instantly soaking her entire body. However, this was only the beginning. More and more blood flowed out, but because of the sovereign's suppression, the blood couldn't flow out. It could only remain sealed on the surface of the body. As time passed, more and more blood accumulated, gradually forming a blood cocoon that wrapped around Yarrow Dao's body. It was hard to imagine that such a shocking amount of blood was flowing through her small body, but as time passed, the speed at which the beads of blood seeped out of her wounds began to slow down. Her face was as pale as paper. Her exposed palms and 5 delicate white fingers were now translucent. If one looked at them, they could see faint blue blood vessels running through them. Her lips were withered, her eyes were dim, and her skin had lost its former luster. Right now, Yarrow Dao was like a flower that had lost all its moisture. She was rapidly withering away. But the one controlling her body was still the Sovereign Lord's will clone. This could be determined from the unchanging chill in her eyes. Suddenly, after losing nearly all of her blood, the countless wounds on Yarrow Dao's body began to heal. Starting from some of the shorter and shallower wounds, they slowly began to disappear. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't have any evidence, but his intuition told him that these wounds were disappearing. This was Yarrow Dao's defeat. As expected, she had chosen to give it her all. But in the end, she hadn't been able to change the outcome. Although Qin Yu had expected this, he still couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows when this scene occurred in front of him. His face darkened. He had already explained the reason many times. He didn't want to see Yarrow Dao die, at least not right now. He turned to look at the Sovereign Lord. It was clear that the only one who could change everything was this inconceivably powerful woman. You created this mess yourself, so you can't just let it go like this, right? Otherwise, where would your face as a sovereign be? Don't look at me like that. Qin Yu, I've discovered that you don't want to learn the good things, but you learn these crooked tricks so quickly. You even know how to use your eyes to provoke me. Humph humph. But this is really too low of a level. I have seen all sorts of situations in my life. If I were so easily schemed against by others, I would have died countless times already. How could I have lived to this day? The Sovereign Lord sneered again and again, indicating that she had seen through everything. Her eyes seemed to say that she wouldn't fall for her tricks. Then, she took a deep breath and roared, I thought you were a smart person, but how could you be so stupid? Your body, your body, your body, important things must be said 3 times. Don't ask me why, because I don't know either. Your body, this is the 4th time. So, do you understand? It is your home field, and you are its true master. You are the one who controls everything, the one who controls it. Qin Yu's lips twitched. Sure enough, her face changed like the flipping of a book. Didn't she say that she had seen all sorts of situations in her life and that she wouldn't be easily schemed against? Soon, he discovered that he had underestimated the degree to which a sovereign's face could change. Not only could she turn her head and swallow his words, but she could swallow them even more thoroughly. Let me remind you of one more thing. The avatars of a sovereign's will are indeed strong, and the variant within your body is especially strong. But in the end, she isn't a true sovereign lord and she doesn't even have a true physical body to rely on. So, although she seems powerful, she has no foundation at all. As long as you carefully look for her, you will definitely be able to discover her weakness. The sovereign took a deep breath and clenched her teeth. I've already said this much. If you still can't kill her, then I really will be angry. I'm warning you, when I'm angry, even I am afraid of myself. I really can do anything. After the warning, she even used threats. It seemed that after being successfully goaded into action twice in a row, she was truly annoyed. In particular, even though she knew she had been schemed against, she still couldn't help but jump in. Hey, just thinking about this sort of feeling was truly unpleasant. He had to remember this. This was a sovereign that couldn't be goaded into action. Perhaps this label would prove useful in the future. Beneath Qin Yu's nervous gaze, after nearly half of the wounds on Yarrow Dao's body disappeared, she suddenly fell into a stalemate. The wounds no longer disappeared, but they also didn't recover to their original state. It was clear that the battle between Yarrow Dao and the Sovereign's will avatar had fallen into some sort of stalemate. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He thought back to what the sovereign had said before, rootless duckweed. The weakness of the sovereign's will avatar was already obvious. She had no source of strength to replenish herself and could only constantly consume herself. And this was also the reason why she had suppressed and killed 6 ancient true saints in an attempt to create a body. This sort of perseverance seemed as if she wouldn't make any progress, but the truth was that with every breath of time Yarrow Dao persisted, the scales of victory would tilt in her favor. For the first time, shock and anger appeared in her icy eyes. She seemed to have realized something unbelievable. And in truth, this was indeed unbelievable. The sovereign wasn't wrong, but if it were just these words, it would have been impossible to force the sovereign's will avatar into such a dangerous situation. There were secrets on Yarrow Dao's body. Qin Yu had already guessed this before. When he saw Yarrow Dao's memories, she had forced back the half-emperor of that race with a single finger. Now, he had only obtained another confirmation. Ha ha ha, beautifully done. I knew it, as I said. How could you possibly be so weak? The sovereign who couldn't be goaded into action smiled, a happy expression on his face. So, let's go all out and thoroughly defeat her. Then, you will obtain the benefits I promised you. Qin Yu rubbed his temples, a helpless look in his eyes. He discovered that his current position was far too complex. When the sovereign's will avatar wanted to kill Yarrow Dao, he had been worried. But now that Yarrow Dao had the advantage, he was also worried. The reason was simple. Once the sovereign's will avatar was killed, Yarrow Dao would inevitably obtain great benefits. In other words, she was already strong to begin with, and now she would become even stronger. This wasn't good news for Qin Yu, because it meant that Peach Girl would be in even greater danger. So, should he hope that Yarrow Dao would be killed, or should he hope that she would be able to counterattack? When Qin Yu rubbed his temples, he clearly used a bit more force, revealing some obvious marks. The sovereign suddenly glanced at him. His bright eyes made Qin Yu feel as if his thoughts had been instantly seen through. Startled, he quickly gathered his thoughts and looked up. Her lips curved up, revealing a smile that wasn't very pleasing to the eye. I said that as long as I am willing, there are no secrets in this world. As she spoke, she pointed at her head, clearly telling Qin Yu that she knew exactly what he was thinking. She actually knew. It was inevitable that he would be shocked. Just what level of strength had this woman reached? There were no secrets in this world before her. Simple to say, but if one carefully thought about it, they could feel an intense sense of horror. But since she chose to say it on her own initiative, she shouldn't have any ill intentions. Qin Yu suppressed the discomfort in his heart and bowed. I ask Senior to guide me. Why? Was she going to state a price? Qin Yu already knew that there was no free lunch in this world. He had obtained many benefits from this terrifying existence in front of him and he was already prepared to pay the price. So at this time, his expression didn't change. He bowed. Senior, please instruct me. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. The corners of her lips curved up. That familiar carefree smile of someone who had taken revenge appeared on her face once more. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He gave her a second label. She held a grudge. Moreover, she didn't have the patience to take revenge on the spot. Smart. The sovereign snapped his fingers, a bright smile on his face. I can temporarily help you resolve this problem, but you need to go somewhere and help me obtain something. As for the specifics, I will need to prepare a bit. You will naturally find out in the future. This sort of unknown matter often meant trouble and danger. Moreover, Qin Yu's intuition told him that it wouldn't be easy to accomplish. But as he looked at the smiling sovereign, Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then rationally suppressed any thoughts of bargaining. This was because the current situation was a typical seller's market. Facing the sovereign's request, he could only accept it. He could only hope that the sovereign wouldn't give him a mission that would send him to his death. Don't worry, I have invested a great deal in you. I won't let you die so easily. Even if you have to die, you will have to wait until, in short, it won't be too difficult. It will be within the range you can handle. Qin Yu couldn't help but grimace. Although he swallowed back his words, his meaning couldn't be any clearer. Dear Sovereign, even if this is what you think, can I trouble you to be a little more tactful? He took a deep breath and bowed. This junior awaits your instructions. Then, he looked at her. Since the conditions had been stated, it was time for him to get down to business. The sovereign lifted a hand and pointed a finger. With light cracking sounds, the semi-sealed spherical seal rapidly fused together. Then, it became a sealed space that was completely isolated from the outside world. Without any hesitation, the seal was completed. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He never thought things would turn out like this. The sovereign clapped his hands and smiled in satisfaction. I promised to spare her life and also gave her the reward she deserved, so this isn't a violation of my promise. Thinking about it, this really seemed to be the case. Cunning. This was the third label that Qin Yu had given her. Indeed, a woman's words couldn't be easily trusted, especially a beautiful woman. But, Qin Yu had to admit that this could satisfy all of his requests. Yarrow Dao was alive. Even if she had become stronger, it was clear that it would be difficult for her to escape after being sealed away by the sovereign. Even if she could escape, she would still need a great deal of time. During this period of time, Qin Yu would be able to complete his arrangements for Peach Girl. The only thing that left him hesitant was, how did the sovereign know that Yarrow Dao would succeed? After all, the situation was still in a deadlock. The sovereign glanced at him and lightly said, "Since I am doing this, I naturally have confidence in myself. But, these are not things that you can understand." The only thing missing from his words was an obvious taunt. "You are too weak right now. Even if I explain it, you won't understand." Chapter 14-15. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. It had been a long time since he had been looked down upon like this. But as he thought of the woman's terrifying strength, he could only endure it. After all, strictly speaking, being looked down upon by her wasn't too shameful. But very quickly, he thought of something else. He looked at the seal that was completely sealed and said, "Senior, in the Zeroth world, the Western Desolation and that clan suffered a great loss. They will definitely not give up. If they come back here again." The ruler glanced at him. Perhaps she had something else to tell Qin Yu. She waved her hand and explained, "Don't worry, the channel into the broken world has been disturbed. No powerhouse will be able to descend for a short period of time. The strength of those that can force their way in is limited and they won't be able to break the seal I laid down." She looked at the sealed sphere and smirked. "Moreover, we might be able to use this to confuse them and buy more time." Qin Yu immediately reacted. If the Western Desolation and that race were to descend again and see this sealed sphere and feel its aura, their first reaction would be that it was the ruler's inheritance. Looking at the ruler and seeing the smile on her face, Qin Yu was sure that she had used some tricks to mislead the cultivators of the Western Desolation and that race. Perhaps she couldn't hide it from the peak masters of the Western Desolation and that race, but she had said that the channel into the broken world had been disturbed and powerhouses couldn't descend for the time being. This made this matter much more plausible. This simple explanation contained a great deal of information. For instance, why was Vast Yang called the broken world? Was it because it coexisted with the abyss? Moreover, one had to admit that the words broken world carried with them a sense of superiority that wasn't too strong. In other words, the Western Desolation was likely a complete world. There was also the matter of disturbing the channel that connected the worlds. Since it could cross an endless distance to accomplish this, it was bound to be stable and powerful. If it had the qualifications to shake the channel and forcefully stop the passage, one could feel the dread and awe that gushed out from the depths of their hearts. If a cultivator could accomplish this, just how powerful would they be? A half-emperor or even stronger? The ruler clearly knew the truth. Moreover, she seemed to be in some sort of predicament, or perhaps she was in a preparatory stage. This could be clearly seen from the fact that she was trying to buy time and the fact that she had asked Qin Yu for help. Otherwise, Qin Yu wouldn't have needed to do anything with the formidable strength displayed by this person. This was a rare opportunity. It wasn't easy for him to truly see her, so he certainly couldn't miss it. He took a deep breath and said, "Senior, there are some things that I don't understand. I hope you can give me some guidance." The Lord Ruler furrowed his brows. "My time is almost up. I'll be leaving soon. If you have any questions, it's best to be quick. Also, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to answer all of them. Qin Yu bowed. Thank you, Senior. My first question is, where did the Western Wilds and that clan come from? Desolate region. Why do they call the vast young world the broken world? Because it was broken. Qin Yu's lips twitched. What rank is a half-emperor powerhouse? Above ruler. With that said, she waved her hand in annoyance. That's all. Your cultivation isn't high enough. Knowing too much won't do you any good. That's all. I'm leaving. Qin Yu loudly said, Senior, please wait a moment. I still have one last question. He took a deep breath and stared into the Lord Ruler's eyes. I have a friend called Teacher Liao. I wonder if Senior knows her? The Lord Ruler turned and walked away. I don't know her. With a single step, she vanished from sight like a shadow. What vanished along with her was the remnant aura that belonged to her in this world. Everything seemed to be erased by a giant invisible hand, leaving no trace behind. Qin Yu bowed. Farewell, Senior. He stood up and rubbed his temples. In truth, he had many questions in his heart, but his intuition told him that he wouldn't be able to obtain too many explanations. Thus, he could only choose the most important ones. For instance, the full name of the broken world was the Southwest Desolate Region's Broken World. Qin Yu knew this. After obtaining Teacher Liao's answer and the existence of the Western Wilds, he was able to obtain an astonishing speculation. For instance, the Western Wilds and the Southwest Wilds were both parts of the Desolate region. But a long time ago, because of some unknown reason, a great calamity occurred. In the end, the Southwest Wilds shattered, turning into the current Vast Young World and the Abyss World, and this could also explain why the Abyss and Vast Young World intersected and gave Qin Yu a familiar feeling. It was because the two came from the same source. If this was really the case, then the vastness and terror of this world far surpassed his expectations. The answer was simple. Western Wilds, Southwest Wilds, just from their names, it wasn't difficult to judge. East, West, North, South, Southwest, Northwest, Northeast, Southeast. Could the desolate region that Teacher Liao spoke of be divided like this? The vast young world that Qin Yu resided in was only one of the desolate regions that had been formed after being shattered. Hiss! This guess left one sucking in a breath of cold air. Moreover, a half-emperor was indeed a realm above a ruler. But, whether or not a ruler was a half-emperor, or whether or not there were other realms, no one knew for now. In the past, the Western Wilds and that clan must have had other reasons for taking action. In addition, the female ruler here possessed an unimaginably formidable strength. Perhaps she also came from the desolate region, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that she was related to the great calamity that destroyed the Southwest Wilds. Today's World Zero was only a continuation of that great calamity's pursuit. Qin Yu couldn't help but rub his temples. He felt that the situation in front of him had become even more complex and terrifying. As the Lord Ruler said before, he had invested a great deal in him, and this sort of investment was clearly not humanitarian support that didn't ask for anything in return. However much Qin Yu received, he had to pay a corresponding price. In other words, it was inevitable that he would be drawn into this matter. He originally thought that the strength of a peak saint was at the peak of Vast Young, and besides the Lord Ruler, well, there was a high chance that the Vast Young ruler was different from the one that just left. But he would need to verify this later. In short, Qin Yu suddenly felt that the distance between him and the peak of the mountain had become extremely far. He felt increasingly small. Although this so-called small was only relative, in the desolate region, a saint was still a great figure. This could be seen from Li Izhou's attitude towards Saint Ju Yang. But the existence of a higher boundary undoubtedly proved that even if a saint had the ability to protect himself, that ability was still relatively limited. Thus, his current cultivation was far from enough. Luckily, the 5 inherited supernatural abilities were a great harvest. Once he concentrated on cultivating them, his strength would definitely rise. It was just that listening to the Lord Ruler's will avatar, there seemed to be hidden dangers in these things. It wasn't that Qin Yu had been negligent and hadn't thought to ask just now, but that he could slowly find another opportunity in the future. In contrast, he hoped to gain a better understanding of the overall situation as soon as possible. Then, after the great furnace completed its transformation, it could help Qin Yu refine the great Tao, and the half-finished product had completely shattered after he had forcefully used the East Sea Sword. The only consolation in this bad news was that the great Tao was only the icing on the cake for Qin Yu. After the great Tao shattered, he would indeed be implicated a little, but the extent was extremely limited. At most, he would spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Of course, this could also be because the great Tao was incomplete. If it was a complete great Tao, the consequences would be even more severe. All of this required further verification. Finally, there was the matter of Liao She. The Lord Ruler's tone was firm and her actions were straightforward, directly denying Qin Yu's guess. But because she was too straightforward, he continued to have doubts. He even had an intuition that she did know the name Liao She. There were two possibilities. Liao She was her, an existence similar to the shadow of the abyss. Or, he was the shadow of another formidable existence that she didn't have a harmonious relationship with. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to see the Lord Ruler's appearance, otherwise he would have been able to come to a conclusion. Well, with the Lord Ruler's boundary, changing one's appearance should have been an extremely simple matter. So, even if he had seen her appearance, he still couldn't be certain. Qin Yu rubbed his temples again. After a moment of silence, he quickly and accurately went through everything in his mind. Then, he let out a heavy sigh. He wouldn't think about it for the time being. Since he had already seen her and there was a follow-up mission, he should be able to see her again soon. The more he came into contact with her, the more useful information he would be able to find and answer the questions in his heart. He glanced at the seal that the Lord Ruler had laid down. Yarrow Dao was currently inside, still fighting with the Lord Ruler's will avatar. Even if she could win in the end, how long could she last under the seal that isolated the world from the outside world? He had to solve the problem that Peach Girl was facing as soon as possible. But, what was more important right now was to return to the Peach Garden. The Peach Garden Master had perished and Peach Girl had lost the protection of his great Tao. She was definitely in a perilous situation. Qin Yu took a deep breath and turned to leave. He lifted his hand and grasped the air before ruthlessly tearing. Space directly shattered. He stepped inside and vanished from sight. Mystic Cave City, it was still as lively as ever. Countless cultivators came in and out every day, taking in all sorts of goods. There were countless large and small streets in the city, and there were tens of thousands of shops and merchants. Thus, even if one or two places became strange, it wouldn't be noticed for a short period of time. For instance, on the side of a long street, there was an inn that wasn't doing too well or too badly. At most, it could be considered a medium-low inn. The shopkeeper and all the workers had sincere expressions as they sent away the guests. The reason was that an honored guest had come and had spent a great deal of money to reserve the entire inn. Their reason was crude but effective. Mystic Cave City was incomparably prosperous. In addition to the strict curfew system, this caused inns to always have a booming business and their prices weren't low. To reserve the entire inn, even if it wasn't on a large scale, it wasn't something that the average person could afford. There was no need to offend some unknown great figure for such a minor matter. Of course, the most important thing was that this person had doubled the loss of rent, so they could just switch to another inn. The last guest left with a smile on his face. He waved his hand and signaled for the workers to close the door and hang up a sign indicating that the inn was full. When the shopkeeper turned around, his eyes fell on everyone. He smiled and said, "Our mission has been completed. Today, we will each go our separate ways." He lifted a hand to stop everyone from saying anything. "All right, you can all leave. Everyone must leave within an hour." "Yes." Everyone bowed and returned to their rooms. Moments later, they quickly and secretly left through several secret passages in the inn. The shopkeeper let out a deep breath. After determining that he was the only one left, he arrived outside the third room. After waiting in silence for an unknown period of time, the sound of footsteps echoed in the room. Then, the door opened from the inside. The shopkeeper had already heard the sounds of movement. He put down his hands that were arranging his clothes and bowed. "Respected guest, I have been waiting for you." Qin Yu had returned through the key. He sensed that besides the shopkeeper in front of him, there was no one else in the inn. He frowned and calmly said, "What are you waiting for me for?" The shopkeeper looked up, revealing a flushed face that was hard to hide. "If it isn't offensive, I would like to know from the mouth of this guest. Is she really still alive?" Qin Yu remained silent. The shopkeeper knelt on the ground. "I have waited here for countless years just to confirm this matter. Even if I die, I can die without regrets." Qin Yu seriously looked at him several times. Then, he let out a breath. "Yes, she is still alive." The smile on the shopkeeper's face widened. His eyes shined and he seemed to give off an unprecedented feeling of satisfaction. But this situation only lasted for an extremely short period of time. The light in his eyes began to fade and his smile froze into eternity. He fell to the ground and his aura instantly converged. Then, as if his corpse had withstood the baptism of endless years, it rapidly decayed into dust. To rely on his obsession to survive, this was the first time Qin Yu had encountered such a situation. He couldn't understand it, but he also felt a bit of respect. This was why he had spoken the truth. It was also because he had already faintly sensed the situation of the shopkeeper in front of him. Qin Yu silently bowed. Without saying anything more, he turned and left the empty inn. His figure merged into the flow of people and soon vanished from sight. Chapter 14:16. While all sorts of unexpected twists and turns were happening in the world Zeroth, the vast young world was also not stable. Strange phenomena appeared one after another. Even the low-level ordinary cultivators could clearly feel the oppressive and terrifying oppressive aura. The low-level cultivators did not know the source of the strange phenomena. However, the members of the Saint Dao Circle and the leaders of the forces that had connections with it were all trembling in fear. This was because this was the resonance of the heavens and earth. The fall of a peerless expert had triggered the descent of the will of the world. It was a power that interfered with reality. The strange phenomena that appeared one after another, as well as the range and degree of terror it covered, were enough to show its level. True divine. They had crossed the sea of bitterness and reached the other shore. They were truly one with the heavens and earth and were almost immortal existences. They were the most powerful cultivators below the ruler in the legends. Every move they made had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Every true divine was a big shot in the cultivation world. They even had the ability to influence the stability of the vast young world to a certain extent. However, the strange phenomena that appeared earlier clearly told the cultivators that they had the right to know what had happened. Once, twice, thrice. The terrifying strange phenomena descended one after another without any gap. There were a total of 6 terrifying strange phenomena. After a short pause, another 2 strange phenomena descended. In other words, 8 true divines of the vast young world had fallen in an extremely short period of time due to unknown reasons. Of course, the so-called unknown reasons were only relatively speaking. Those who had the key to the world Zeroth or knew of its existence had already received the news. The 8 true divines that had suddenly fallen were most likely buried there. The matter was too big. Under the panic, the news began to spread uncontrollably. The existence of the world Zeroth had always been covered in a dense fog. Now, it was as if it had been blown away by a gust of wind and was completely exposed in front of the world. The place where the ruler had fallen, the place where the various forces fought, the powerful dark world and the mysterious race, all sorts of true or false news spread at an astonishing speed. At the same time, an uncontrollable panic spread like a plague. It spread from top to bottom. The true source was the Saint Dao Circle that ordinary cultivators would never have the right to touch. The world was about to change. A new change had already begun. Only by withstanding the screening would one be able to survive in this change. The death of 8 true divines in a day was the beginning of this cruel and bloody change. Everyone would be drawn into it and no one would be able to escape. Correspondingly, the stronger one was, the more difficult it was to escape the baptism of change. The proof of this was that after the death of the 8 true divines, the Saint Dao Circle, the ancient Thunder region, and the other Holy Lands, there was an explosion. In the Heavenly Sword Sect, the ancient Lightning Domain and some other sacred grounds, There were a total of 6 young cultivators who had successfully broken through their limits, stepping into the bitter sea and becoming a saint. It was even to the extent that it was rumored that an ancient half-saint had successfully attained the parameter realm. However, for the sake of stabilizing his realm and avoiding being coveted by others, he'd suppressed the phenomenon that would descend upon him when he broke through. The screening had already begun. The best way to survive was to obtain more resources and increase their strength. Cultivators. It wasn't just 1 or 2 people who thought this way. Due to the general trend of events, almost everyone had the same thoughts. Chaos and turbulence inevitably descended, starting from the Saint Tao circle and spreading downwards. The entire vast young world was falling into a calamity, zeroing. Qi Shu's face was pale. He looked at the people in front of him, half of their bodies hidden in the darkness. He gritted his teeth and said, "The Qi family has been protected by the Peach Garden for generations. If you do this, the Peach Garden will definitely be angry. Yi by divs or there another choice by gods. Is Li Qi Devilshan spirits after the yang after the wrong by in by yang yi? Qi. Pa." With a snap of his fingers, the pale-faced Qi Shu froze on the spot. His widened eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Clearly, he did not expect the other party to dare to kill him. Puff, there was a muffled sound, and his head exploded into pieces. Red and white matter splattered everywhere, and the person in the darkness turned and walked away. An icy cold voice sounded out from his mouth, shaking the air. It was like layers upon layers of undercurrents were constantly being transmitted outwards. The Qi clan refuses to cooperate. Kill without mercy, painful screams, mournful wails, curses before death, and the smell of blood that gradually thickened in between the gasps of the mouths and noses enveloped the Qi family's residence that had been prominent for thousands of years. This great clan with close to 10,000 direct bloodlines and countless side branches had been completely wiped out in a single night, causing some fields of medicinal herbs to become blank. But on the second day, a new face appeared, completely taking over the Qi family. He stood on bones and blood, seizing the wealth of a great family that had been painstakingly built up for thousands of years. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, because they knew very well that this was a test for the Peach Garden, because according to the rumors, one of the 8 true saints who had fallen previously was the incomparably powerful master of the Peach Garden. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The Peach Garden remained silent, but the silence at this moment had already revealed the answer. Countless eyes converged on them. There was shock and pity, but more than that, there was a burning desire and greed. The Peach Garden, which had lost its master, was like a table of gluttonous banquets placed in front of them. Anyone who was qualified to take a bite was eager to take action. When an alien became a saint, its strength was unparalleled, and it was recognized as the pinnacle existence of the saint realm in the Haoyang world. The strength of the Yard Master when he was alive was as great as the attraction he left behind after his death. The Peach Garden. Apart from Peach Girl, all the gathered disciples wore solemn expressions. Although the news had been confirmed for several days, there was still an unconcealable sadness in their eyes. The Yard Master had fallen. As his disciples, their breaths were connected. The moment the Yard Master's Tao disappeared, they had already sensed it. The eldest senior brother took a deep breath and said slowly, "The master is gone, but nothing must happen to the Peach Garden." He looked at Bai Feng, the only saint in the Peach Garden. Bai Feng nodded. Reporting to the eldest senior brother, "I've already sent a message and received a response." Zhu Sheng gave a positive response and is on his way to the Peach Garden. He did not mention the other true saints, but everyone knew what he meant. It was understandable to protect oneself before the disaster, so no one was dissatisfied with this. Of course, after today, even if the friendship between the two sides still existed, it would be greatly reduced. But as long as there was a true saint guarding the Peach Garden, together with Bai Feng, who was at the half-saint realm, and the powerful eldest senior brother and second senior brother, the Peach Garden might be able to survive this ordeal. After confirming this, everyone's tense hearts eased a little. Xing Chichen suddenly asked, "How is senior sister Peach Girl now?" The second senior brother said, "She's not doing particularly well. The master's matter has dealt a great blow to her. Besides, I want to know, where did the youngest junior brother go?" As he spoke, his eyes fell on Lei Xiaoyu. Lei Xiaoyu bitterly smiled. Second senior brother, I don't know where the youngest junior brother went, but I believe that once he learns of the Peach Garden's current situation, he will rush back as fast as he can. The second senior brother took a deep breath. I hope that the youngest junior brother can rush back as soon as possible. He stood up, a bright light bursting from the depths of his eyes. There are some outsiders in the Peach Garden. I will go out and give them a warning, so that they know that the Peach Garden is the Peach Garden and that they are not qualified to act rashly. The eldest senior brother frowned, but in the end he didn't say anything to stop him. He watched Bai Zhong Yuyi leave and then looked around at the crowd. The master set up a great array in the Peach Garden a long time ago. Once it's activated, even if a true saint comes, they won't be able to break through in a short period of time. He stood up, his tone calm. So during this period of time, I plan to go into seclusion. Junior apprentice sister Peach Girl isn't feeling well, so I will temporarily leave all matters to junior apprentice brother Bai Feng. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the eldest senior brother's gaze. Bai Feng bowed. Don't worry, eldest senior brother. I will do my best to ensure that the Peach Garden isn't damaged. The eldest senior brother patted him on the shoulder and turned to walk out. Thousand-Faced gritted his teeth and turned to follow. Now is not the best time for you to break through. Eldest senior brother was silent for a while, then he said slowly, many years ago, I could have broken through, but I kept waiting. Because every time I waited, I felt that I could obtain a more stable foundation, accumulate more strength, and become more powerful. But in reality, there is no end to waiting. Tomorrow is another tomorrow. I can never wait for the most suitable time. He glanced at Thousand-Faced. When Master perished, I suddenly had an epiphany. Perhaps the moment I make up my mind to break through is the moment I have been waiting for. So you don't have to worry. I will soon break through. Even if Master and youngest junior brother aren't here, the Peach Garden will still not be in chaos. Thousand-Faced took a deep breath and stepped forward to hug him. He whispered in his ear, I believe you. This is my response to you. As long as you can return to me safely, I will promise you. The eldest senior brother smiled. Okay. After hugging Thousand-Faced tightly, he let go and turned to leave. He seemed to be walking slowly, but after a few steps, he disappeared. Thousand-Faced raised his hand to wipe his eyes and murmured, You must succeed. You must succeed. The eldest senior brother's situation was different from that of ordinary cultivators. Because of this, he used the name of the eldest senior brother of the Peach Garden and went into seclusion again and again, but he did not step into the sea of bitterness. It was not because he did not have enough foundation, but because the time was not right. As for what the time was, the yard master had never told him. When the eldest senior brother was asked, he only smiled and shook his head without saying anything. But Thousand-Faced knew that it was very dangerous. It was so dangerous that once the eldest senior brother chose to break through, especially when he was not prepared, he could die at any time. What he said before might have been reasonable, but Thousand-Faced knew that it was more of a consolation from the eldest senior brother. At this time, the second senior brother had already stepped out of the defense of the Peach Garden. His cold eyes swept across. Get out now, or die. Not everyone could make a clear judgment. A disciple of the Peach Garden who was not on the divine path was acting so arrogantly in the current situation. Rumble, the violent power between heaven and earth boiled in an instant, condensing into a giant godlike face. It looked down, and its deep voice rumbled like thunder. The disciples of the Peach Garden are all so arrogant and rude. Are you all so presumptuous in front of the divine path? The second senior brother's lips curled up slightly. He took a step forward and stomped heavily on the ground. With a deafening sound, he soared into the sky and punched out brazenly. He responded with his actions. The disciples of the Peach Garden could not only do this, but they could be even more presumptuous, arrogant. The thunderous roar sounded again. The giant godlike face revealed its anger, and the aura of the divine path covered everything, pressing down like Mount Tai. But soon, screams suddenly rang out. The eyes of the giant face in the sky widened, revealing fear and disbelief. Then, As if it had been sucked into a hurricane, it was instantly torn to pieces. Hualala, a large amount of blood sprinkled down from the sky. It was caused by the divine path being severely injured, and it was like a rain of blood. 100 fought in the wild did not dodge, allowing the blood to sprinkle down and stain his whole body red. His eyes were as cold as ancient ice. Within 1,000 miles of the peach garden, this is what happens to those who enter without permission. Chapter 14:17. In the endless darkness, the concepts of space and time seemed to have lost all meaning. Then, with a light cracking sound, a flame appeared from within. But what was incomparably strange was that even though this flame appeared, it could only illuminate itself. There wasn't the slightest bit of light that spread into the surrounding darkness. Illusory and distorted, a voice that seemed to come from far away came from the flame. I need absolute secrecy. The entire process of this matter cannot be revealed. Another voice rang out directly in the darkness, as if it came from all directions. Of course, we can guarantee this, because the dead can't speak. The flame was silent for a moment. Let me confirm one last time. He really hasn't returned? There was a dignified tone in the voice. We can confirm this. The voice in the darkness was calm and gentle, giving off an incomparably powerful and trustworthy feeling. Sir, please rest assured that there will be no hidden dangers in this matter. Even if he returns afterwards, what is done cannot be undone. Those with vested interests will not allow an unstable factor to exist that threatens them. Under the current circumstances, with just a bit of guidance, we can eradicate him and bring this matter to a complete end. And sir, you will also obtain the life extension fragment that we promised you. This is a very good deal. Relatively speaking, sir doesn't need to bear too much risk. If it weren't for the fact that your status is the most suitable, we could easily find many people willing to cooperate with you. The illusory and distorted voice sounded out from the flame. It is best if everything goes as you say. The darkness responded, please rest assured. Puff, the flame extinguished and the darkness returned to tranquility. It was like an eternal night had covered the land, and it would continue to be like this for the endless years to come. A half-saint was indeed formidable. Without a doubt, Baijan Yuye, who could easily wound him, was even more formidable. But in the end, he wasn't a true saint. And in the current situation, unless a true saint arrived, there was no way to stabilize the peach garden that was tossed about in the turbulent waves. So after a brief period of silence, the covetous people attacked once more. And if they still dared to attack after witnessing the previous scene, their strength naturally wasn't ordinary. Those who blaspheme the holy path will be punished. A deep and dignified voice suddenly exploded between the heavens and earth. It was like a divine oracle, carrying with it a formidable will that couldn't be resisted. As if what he said was an established fact, a prophecy that would eventually come true. He said that blasphemers will lose their eyes and will no longer be able to see the world clearly. 100 battles in the wild's eyes instantly dimmed. His pupils were covered by a layer of paleness. It was as if a layer of frost had formed on the surface of clear water. He said that blasphemers will lose their arms and will never be able to touch anything again. The paleness appeared again, like some sort of marble coating. Starting from the fingertips of both hands, it quickly spread all the way up and finally covered both of his arms. He said that blasphemers will lose their feet and will never be able to stand on the earth again. A similar paleness swiftly appeared on his feet, but this time, 100 battles in the wild did not continue to remain silent. He allowed it to continue spreading and depriving him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold and creepy smile. Found you. He turned around abruptly, and the paleness in his eyes disappeared. His pitch-black pupils shone, reflecting a faint illusory figure. Kacha, kacha, shattering sounds came from his hands and feet at the same time. His paleness collapsed and dissipated. 100 battles in the wild punched out. A wild power erupted in an instant. In the empty space in front of him, a figure appeared with a muffled grunt. It was clear that he had been caught off guard and had no time to dodge, so he had to bear the majority of the strength of this punch. As blood sprayed out, it shook and shattered into a bloody fog. But it didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it emitted an ear-piercing scream. In the next moment, The bloody fog rushed out. It condensed into a tall figure with pairs of blood wings spread out behind it. Invisible blood-red flames wrapped around it, as if it were an emissary from hell. And this was the name of this strange technique, emissary of hell, a vengeful spirit that came from hell. It had the ability to directly attack the soul. It could use the cruelest and most painful methods to tear apart an enemy's soul. It could accurately capture every soul fragment and drag them into the endless pain of hell. It was clear that Yi, who had fought 100 battles, did not intend to give this messenger of hell a chance to display his true strength. As he sneered, he stomped on the ground, and a muffled sound wave suddenly rose. It felt as if his foot had landed heavily on the surface of a huge drum. The emissary of hell, which was rapidly approaching, suddenly froze. Then, cracks rapidly appeared on its body. Like a broken bubble, it disappeared with a pop sound. And the spatial tremors caused by the drum didn't disappear just like that. They continued to rush towards the phantom that had appeared like endless waves. They sucked him in and, bit by bit, forced him from an illusory state to become real. The half-saint who had revealed himself was a young man in a white robe and holding a scripture in his hand. But for a saint, one's appearance was something that could be determined with a single thought. So, his youth didn't mean anything. Only the vicissitudes in his eyes showed that he was an ancient half-saint who had lived for a very, very long time. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected that he, who had always been known for being strange and difficult to defend against, would be forced to reveal himself by a junior who hadn't even stepped into the divine path. Moreover, he had been at a disadvantage right from the start. This was the Peach Garden. He had to admit that in his heart, there was indeed a trace of awe and veneration. Of course, his target wasn't Baijan Yuye in front of him. No matter how strong he was still a mortal spirit below the divine path. He would eventually decay with the passage of time. What he was in awe and veneration of was the Lord of the Peach Garden that he had never seen before. He was indeed a peak true saint, known as the strongest existence below the sovereign realm. He had taught a disciple who hadn't even stepped into the bitter sea stage, but he already possessed such terrifying power. For the geniuses of the world, it wasn't a difficult thing to do to surpass levels to battle, especially after they had received some sort of gift from their elders. But this was only limited to spiritual seeds. Stepping into the bitter sea stage and becoming a half-step saint, even if they hadn't reached the other shore, or perhaps they hadn't clearly seen the exact location of the other shore, but the level of their life had already begun to rise. They had already become divine spirit seeds. This was a completely different level of difference. To surpass such a difference, the difficulty was unimaginable. It was something that was basically impossible to accomplish. Kill. With a low roar, Baijan Yuye suddenly charged over. An icy killing intent erupted from his body, condensing to the point that it seemed to take on a physical form. The white-robed half-step saint's heart suddenly shrank. It was only now that he could clearly see what Baijan Yuye felt, terror and despair. Of course, what was terrifying was his aura, and what was despairing was the powerful will of a half-step saint. He had a clear intuition that if he were to fight against Baijan Yuye in such a state, he would soon be killed. "Help me!" the white-robed half-step saint roared. He suddenly opened the scripture in his hand, forcefully ripping off a page. With this action, the white-robed half-step saint's body stiffened, a deep pain flashing in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he forcefully threw out the paper. The moment it left his hand, there was a cracking sound as it shattered, leaving behind countless characters floating in the air. These were characters that he had never seen before. They seemed to be formed from some sort of symbol, a long string of characters that occasionally broke apart, but there seemed to be some sort of charm circulating within them. It was like a surging river, and the river water was filled with endless light. Hum, in the shaking, these strange characters rapidly faded away, erased by some invisible strength. At the same time, they lost their restraints on the river. Thus, the river water broke through the dike, turning into a torrent that flooded out in all directions. Endless and dazzling light erupted, as if a great sun had suddenly lit up in front of him. Then, a pure white figure emerged from the light. It had a soft and beautiful face that was difficult to distinguish between a man and a woman. Its body was nearly naked, but it didn't reveal anything that could be seen. A pair of pure white wings spread out from its back, gently flapping, releasing an ethereal aura. It was an aura that caused one to instinctively feel awe. Without needing to activate it, it opened its eyes. Within them was pure light, gentle to the extreme, as if it could wash away all sin in the world. Its eyes turned and fell onto Baijan Yuye. It lifted a hand and grasped forward. A formidable imprisoning strength descended from nothingness, acting on Baijan Yuye's body. It constantly wrapped around him like chains, temporarily trapping him where he stood. At this time, another figure appeared above Baijan Yuye's head. His entire body was shrouded in a black robe, and an invisible black fog lingered around his body. Resentment, fear, despair, destruction, and other strong negative emotions were constantly emitted from his body. From beneath the black robe, a pale hand without the slightest hint of blood appeared. It was like a cold corpse's palm. As it clenched its fist, an astonishingly large scythe phantom appeared. It quickly solidified, revealing its original color. It was a bright red color, as if it had eaten the blood of millions of people. Evil whispers, pained moans, despairing wails, crazy roars, all sorts of sounds drilled into Baijan Yuye's ears, disturbing his mind and crushing his will. His mind was corroded and covered with despair and fear. Shua, the pale, corpse-like palm suddenly raised the blood-red scythe. Like a flash of blood-red lightning, it slashed towards Baijan Yuye's head. At this moment, the terrifying noises suddenly became even more intense. Thump, a low and dull sound suddenly came from within Baijan Yuye's body. It was like something that had been slumbering had been awakened by the stimulation of danger and was beating. Thump, another sound, faster and more powerful than the previous one. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. His chest was shaking, and as the speed increased, the muffled thumps became heavier and heavier. It was as if there was a second heart hidden in Baijan Yuye's chest. The tiny blood vessels on the surface of his eyes suddenly bulged. But what spread out wasn't a blood-red color, but a dazzling gold. It was like a burning flame, or like a strange mark formed by countless patterns intertwining with each other. At this moment, he gave off a terrifying feeling that he was extremely powerful, as if he could destroy everything in his path. The inherited power from the divine kingdom of destruction. How dare you use it against me? What a stupid choice. A deep voice came from Baijan Yuye's mouth. There wasn't much emotion in his voice, but everyone could clearly feel the anger in his voice. It was filled with the smell of destruction. Bang! Amidst the deep sound, the white-winged Baijan Yuye's hand suddenly shattered. It was as if it had been hit by a terrifying force and was sent flying. As he tumbled, his handsome face revealed an expression of pain and struggle. On his pure and flawless face, patterns that emitted a depraved and decaying aura appeared. 2 slender spiral horns drilled out of his forehead. At the same time, the white-winged Baijan Yuye's back seemed to have suffered the most terrifying stain in the world. They quickly turned pitch black, and black flames of nothingness appeared. The flames gradually spread and engulfed him, burning him to ashes in an instant. The blood-red scythe that was slashing toward Baijan Yuye suddenly seemed to be corroded by the river of time. The blood-red surface of the scythe quickly darkened and shriveled, like a flower that had lost its moisture. Then, it began to rot. From the tip of the scythe, it quickly spread upward. Large patches of rust were mottled, giving off a strong aura of death and destruction. A painful groan came from under the black robe. The pale palm released in time, but it clearly couldn't block the power of death that was spreading from the scythe. His flesh and blood rapidly decayed, turning into sticky pus that dripped down. The exposed bones quickly turned jet black, as if they had been corroded by the dark night. The white-robed Sagetabi's mouth and nose were bleeding, and his eyes were filled with fear. He and the man under the black robe, whose body was rotting, turned around and fled. They didn't dare to stay any longer. An awakened deity from the divine kingdom of destruction. The peach garden can indeed bring surprises. A low and calm voice suddenly rang out in the world. Some invisible but extremely vast power descended and enveloped 100 battles in the wild, whose body was covered in gold runes. It had already regarded him as its spoils of war. Chapter 14:18. Finally, a true saint powerhouse couldn't help but make a move. 100 battles Yuye's exposed flesh erupted with golden lines, becoming increasingly dazzling. Dull and violent collisions erupted from the void. This was him trying to break through the suppressive strength outside his body. If you were in your peak state, you might be able to contend with me. But now that you have not fully recovered, you are no match for me. Without warning, a figure appeared in their line of sight. The void around him trembled, forming a curtain that blocked everyone's vision. All eyes that gathered around him could only see an illusory figure. But without exception, all eyes were filled with awe and fear. A ruler hid from the world and a true saint was at the peak of vast yang. They rarely appeared, but their attacks could cause the world to tremble. Today, with the Peach Garden as a trigger, a peak of this realm had arrived. Shua, a figure flashed out from the defense of the Peach Garden. It was Bai Feng, the only saint in the Peach Garden. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Bai Feng greets the true saint. In the shaking void, the true saint's voice was calm. Do you want to save him? Bai Feng shook his head. No, I came here to greet an old friend of my master. He bowed and said, Welcome, great Jew saint. Another figure appeared next to Baijan Yuye. Similarly, the void trembled, and his surroundings became blurry. He lifted a hand and with a pop, the suppressive strength that enveloped him suddenly disappeared. Great Jew Saint's voice was calm. I once owed the garden master a favor. I ask Saint Lin to give me some face. The scope of the divine Tao circle was limited and there were very few true saints. Besides a few who lived in seclusion, even if they didn't know each other, they had met several times. It wasn't difficult to know each other's identities. Saint Lin frowned. Great Jew Saint wishes to protect the Peach Garden with a single strike? Great Jew Saint lightly said, At least today, I will not sit idly by. In other words, they could discuss this in the future. After several breaths of time, the air was quiet. Saint Lin turned and left. 3 days from now, I will return to the Peach Garden. I hope that Great Jew Saint will not stop me. Shua with a step, the saint disappeared without a trace. The terrifying aura that enveloped the Peach Garden suddenly dissipated, giving everyone room to breathe. Bai Feng bowed and said, Thank you for your help, sage. On the surface of Baijan Yuyi's body, large patches of golden patterns disappeared. His face was pale and he was panting heavily. Thank you, sage. Zhu Sheng nodded. Let's talk after we enter the peach orchard. A hint of hesitation flashed in Bai Feng's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She raised her hand and gestured. Saint Zhu, please come with me. Shua, the three of them flew into the barrier of the peach blossom garden. As far as the eye could see, countless peach trees were blooming luxuriantly. Not much had changed because of the death of the yard master. At this moment, there seemed to be a soundless gale howling above his head, sweeping up the billions of petals and forming a wall of petals that completely covered the sky. This was the barrier of the peach orchard that the three of them had just passed through. It was the result of years of preparation by the owner of the orchard, and its power was extremely terrifying. Zhu Saint's eyes focused, and then he showed a look of admiration. As expected of the yard master. Her cultivation is indeed profound and her strength is extremely powerful. She could actually build such an amazing defense barrier. Even if a true saint were to come personally, it would be difficult for him to do anything in a short time. Bai Feng smiled. If Master could hear what Zhu Saint said right now, he would be extremely gratified. This barrier of the peach orchard is indeed one of the efforts of his life. It can ensure the safety of the peach orchard inside and outside. Baijan Yuyi's pupils shrank slightly. He sensed a trace of abnormality in these words. Zhu Saint was silent for a moment, and then he said slowly, In this situation, it is understandable that you are cautious. Considering your friendship with the yard master, I can pretend that this test didn't happen, but it better not happen again. After saying this, he turned around and left. I will stand guard outside the peach orchard. No one will offend me for 5 days. Shua Zhu Saint's figure disappeared inside the barrier. Bai Feng's face stiffened slightly, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Second brother, I am afraid that I have the heart of a villain. Ju Saint is only willing to protect the peach orchard for 5 days. Baijan Yuyi shook his head. You are not wrong. Moreover, Ju Saint has already said that he can understand what you are doing now. Bai Feng took a deep breath. Eldest brother is in seclusion to seek a breakthrough. I will go find senior Ju Shen now and kowtow to apologize to him. I will ask him to stay for a few more days. He turned around and chased after her, but soon came back with a helpless expression. Senior Ju Saint is not willing to see me. He is not moved by what I said. Baijan Yuyi took a deep breath. 5 days it is. Perhaps this is Ju Saint's limit. He is just saying it. In the end, you and I can only rely on ourselves. But 5 days, eldest brother has been lingering on the threshold for countless years. He can take that step at any time. 5 days is enough. There was another part that Baijan Yuyi did not say. If 5 days were not enough, any more time would be meaningless. Bai Feng seemed to understand. She took a deep breath and said, For many years, I have been taking care of the barrier of the peach orchard. I am most familiar with it. Now, I am also the only saint in the peach orchard. I can fully activate its power. So as long as I am alive, I will not allow anyone to come in and disturb eldest brother's breakthrough. He bowed and left quickly. Countless peach blossoms tumbled and danced in the air. Soon, he disappeared. Baijan Yuyi coughed and raised his hand to cover his mouth. When he finally calmed down, his palm was already dark red. His power had not fully recovered. Forcibly using the limit of his realm had caused him a great backlash. But this was something he had to do. He had to let all those who coveted the peach orchard know that the disciples of the peach orchard still had the courage and the power to resist. Anyone with ill intentions would be met with their counterattack. Ju Saint had promised to do it in 5 days. With his status, he should be able to do it. He hoped that everything went well for eldest brother. Also, he hoped that youngest brother would come back as soon as possible. Only by having a true saint could they truly stabilize the situation in the peach orchard. Otherwise, everything else would only slow down the deterioration of the situation and would not help the final result. And in this matter, he was doomed to be powerless. This made the proud and combative Baijan Yuyi find it hard to accept. He smiled bitterly. But soon, he adjusted his mood and walked deeper into the peach orchard. When he was helping his teacher clean up the wine cellar, he inadvertently made another discovery. He had already reported this matter to his teacher, and his teacher had told him to deal with it himself. Could it be that he had already guessed that this day would come? As his thoughts raced, a trace of determination appeared in the depths of Baijan Yuyi's eyes. If something unexpected really happened, then even if he had to risk his life, he would protect his junior brothers and sisters of the peach orchard. He would give Peach Orchard a chance to recover and turn the situation around. With obsession in his heart, his steps became more steady and solemn. Accompanied by a series of coughs, the Peach Orchard's second senior brother disappeared into the depths of the peach blossoms. This direction led to the Peach Orchard's wine cellar. For countless years, it had devoured billions of peach blossoms and produced a steady stream of wine. However, no one unrelated to the peach orchard was allowed to approach it. The only people who had ever entered were the yard master, eldest brother, and second brother. Something had happened in the peach orchard. Not long after leaving Shentong City, Qin Yu learned of this news. As the heavens shook, the secrets of the Saint Dao Circle inevitably spread through all kinds of secret channels. The 8 saints had perished, the catastrophe had begun, and the world had changed. All cultivators were like fish in a vast river. Only by experiencing the baptism of the great catastrophe would they have the qualifications to survive. Otherwise, they would eventually turn into ashes. Qin Yu had heard the yard master mention something similar. He had personally experienced the 3 Saint Dao catastrophes, and they were also the shuffling and replacement of vast yang. On that day, Qin Yu and even the yard master had never imagined that when the 4th catastrophe arrived, they would all be caught up in it. One would perish, and the other would rise. And the peach orchard would become an eye-catching and dangerous whirlpool in this rushing river. Boom! He punched out, and the space in front of him shattered. Boundless darkness filled the space. Qin Yu took a step forward and entered the void outside. He frowned, and his eyes were cold. He didn't have the slightest thought of retreat or fear. He was rushing back to the peach orchard as fast as he could. "Wait for me." In the familiar darkness, the flame appeared again. But this time, before it could make a sound, the darkness had already responded. "Your Excellency, you have violated the agreement between you and me. Please give us a reasonable explanation, otherwise we will regard it as a betrayal." The darkness was silent, but it seemed to hide countless horrors. It was as if a giant mouth could appear at any time and swallow everything. The voice in the flame sounded, still ethereal and ethereal. "An accident has occurred in your plan. I can only deal with it randomly." The darkness was silent for a moment. "Please explain in detail." The voice of the flame said, "The power of the peach orchard barrier is far stronger than what your information said." "No, it is much stronger. It is not only in terms of defense, but also has an astonishing offensive ability. I have personally sensed this, and I can guarantee it. If we follow the original plan and face the peach orchard barrier's counterattack, I am not confident that I can protect myself, and I can't be sure that the subsequent events will proceed according to our previous expectations." The darkness was silent for a long time, as if trying to determine whether what he said was true or false. "We will verify this. If it is true, then it is indeed our negligence. But the great existence in the darkness tells me that your Excellency is still hiding something." A light cough came from the flame, and the voice became more and more serious. "Yes, there is another reason that made me change my plan in the peach orchard. Someone is trying to make a breakthrough." The voice in the darkness was full of surprise. "True Saint." "Yes. Although the aura is very obscure and has been carefully concealed, I happen to be more sensitive to changes in aura. You can also confirm this. If there is no accident, the person who is making a breakthrough is the first disciple of the peach orchard. Thank you for your frankness, Your Excellency. Your actions will resolve many unnecessary misunderstandings between us. Please wait patiently, Your Excellency. We will soon get an answer." The darkness quieted down. Only the flame that could only illuminate itself burned quietly in the silence. "Thank you for your patience. We express our apologies for our previous negligence, and we are willing to pay you an additional 10% as a token of our gratitude." Very evidently, in a short period of time, they had already confirmed the truth of everything. Just this point alone was enough to show that behind the voice in the darkness, there was an extremely powerful force. The flame responded. "Yes. Then now, we need to discuss the follow-up plan again. Also, I need to confirm again, has he returned to the peach orchard?" The voice in the darkness said, "Please do not worry about this, Your Excellency. The great existence in the darkness has always been watching the peach orchard. As long as he appears, before he nears the peach orchard, we will discover him in advance." The flame said, "I hope that this time, you will not make a mistake again." "Of course, we promise Your Excellency." The thousand-faced assassin stood guard outside the eldest senior brother's seclusion. She had changed her face again. She was beautiful and alluring, like a blooming peony. At this moment, her brows were slightly furrowed. Her gaze fell on the courtyard in front of her, revealing an unconcealable worry. Because of her cultivation method, she could pass through the seal and vaguely sense a little of the changes in the chi within the courtyard. The eldest senior brother had already successfully taken a step into the sea of bitterness. If his goal was only this, he could have already broken out of seclusion. But it was very clear that the eldest senior brother's goal was not only limited to the level of semi-saint. His goal was to break through two realms, reach the other shore, and achieve the peak of true divine. Whether this situation had ever happened before, the thousand-faced assassin could not be sure, but as far as she knew, there was no precedent of success. And the eldest senior brother had already been frozen for a long time, unable to take another step. As time passed, this was obviously not good news. Chapter 14:19. In the grand and dark hall, the air was full of obscurity, like some kind of invisible liquid, emitting a cold aura. A round platform stood in the center of the hall, its edges unmarked, as if it was a part of the hall itself. Now, two figures in black robes stood opposite each other on the round platform, each with their hands forward, a crescent-shaped object floating between their fingers. One of them suddenly said, Dusk. After a few moments, the other person said, order. Hum. On the surface of the crescent-shaped object, bloodstains suddenly appeared, spreading rapidly, and finally covering it entirely. Thousand Face's expression suddenly changed. She sensed that the eldest brother's aura suddenly became chaotic and disorderly, showing signs of losing control. She hurried forward a few steps, but before she could get close to the eldest brother's courtyard, she was pushed away by an invisible force, unable to get close. It was not impossible to break through, but it would undoubtedly aggravate the danger that the eldest brother was now facing. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the panic in her heart, Thousand Face turned around and screamed, "Eldest brother is in trouble." Soon, except for Bai Feng who maintained the barrier, all the disciples of the Peach Garden gathered in the courtyard. Without exception, all attempts to get close to the courtyard were rejected by the isolation force. The second brother's expression was solemn. He vaguely knew some secrets about the eldest brother, and because of this, he knew what kind of danger he was in now. Breaking through 2 realms in a row. If he failed, there was no way out. Taking a deep breath, he said in a low voice, "You stay here, I will immediately go to Jusheng." Now, only he can help the eldest brother break through. Swoosh! The second brother turned and left, rushing out of the Peach Garden as fast as he could to find Jusheng. With a thought, the space suddenly twisted, sealing off the area where the two were. He looked up at Jusheng, frowning slightly, and bowed. "This is an emergency. Please forgive me for my offense, Jusheng." Jusheng said, "What is it?" The second brother took a deep breath. The eldest brother is breaking through in seclusion, and his aura suddenly became chaotic and out of control. "Please help." Jusheng frowned at first, then seemed to think of something, and his brows suddenly furrowed. "Breaking through 2 realms in a row?" Seeing the second brother nod, he growled, "Nonsense." He suddenly got up. "Take me there immediately." The second brother was slightly relieved. "Thank you, Sir Jusheng. Please come with me." Perhaps they had really thought too much before, but fortunately, Jusheng did not mind. "Wait." Jusheng lifted his hand and touched his brow. His body glowed and an almost transparent shadow walked out. The shadow quickly solidified when it came into contact with the air, and it looked exactly like Jusheng. Second brother had a look of realization. Jusheng was worried that someone would attack the Peach Garden after he left, so he intentionally left a clone behind. "Let's go." Swish! The two of them flew through the barrier of the Peach Blossom Garden and entered the Peach Blossom Garden. Without any hesitation, they followed Yu Yi of the 100 Battles and headed straight for the eldest brother's courtyard. The thousand-faced assassin, Lei Xiaoyu, and the others who were guarding outside quickly bowed. "Greetings, Saint Ju." Jusheng nodded with a solemn face. His eyes fell on the small courtyard, and his expression became even more solemn. "There's a problem with the breakthrough. I don't have absolute confidence, but I can only try my best." His eyes swept across the crowd. "Next, I will enter and try to help him save the situation, but the final result cannot be guaranteed. Also, no matter what you feel later on, do not barge in. A clash between true sages is not something you have the right to interfere with." The thousand-faced assassin opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Yu Yi of the 100 Battles said in a low voice, "We understand. Sir Jusheng, please make your move immediately." Jusheng turned and walked towards the small courtyard. Strong winds rose without any wind, swirling around his robes and making them stick to his body. It was clear that he had also encountered an invisible force that repelled him. Jusheng frowned and pointed forward. There was a muffled sound, and the blocking force instantly disappeared. He took a step forward, and the courtyard doors opened and closed in the next moment, cutting off everyone's line of sight. Second brother said, "Jusheng has been Master's friend for many years, and he is still willing to help the Peach Blossom Garden in today's situation. He is trustworthy enough. With his help, eldest brother will definitely be safe." After saying this, he looked at the thousand-faced assassin in silence. "Seventh sister, you have just recovered from your injuries. You should not have too many emotional fluctuations." The thousand-faced assassin said, "Thank you for the reminder, second brother." As she spoke, her eyes were still on the small courtyard. Second brother sighed inwardly, but he did not say anything. Everyone fell silent. If the eldest brother could successfully break through, the crisis of the peach blossom garden would naturally disappear. But youngest brother was also missing, and there had been no news of him. Could it be that this was the fate of the peach blossom garden? With the fall of Master, it would also usher in an irreversible destruction. The moment the courtyard doors closed, Ju Sheng looked up at the peach tree in the courtyard. At this moment, all its leaves and flowers had withered and appeared to be contaminated with blood. It emitted a breath that made one's heart palpitate and tumble. "Your Excellency Ju Sheng?" In the room, the eldest brother's voice sounded. Although weak, it was still calm. Ju Sheng grunted. "Jiao Zhuangzhuang, how is your current state?" The eldest brother was silent for a moment and said, "Thank you for your concern, Saint. There was some deviation when I broke through, but it was still within control. Also, you should know that I don't really like this name, so you can call me Xiao Jiao." The corner of Ju Sheng's mouth twitched. "You still have the mood to joke now? It seems that your state is indeed still under control. But to break through 2 realms and reach the Nirvana realm is something that has never happened since ancient times. It is too dangerous for you to do so rashly." He stepped forward. "I have studied the backfire of breaking through, and I should be able to help you stabilize the chaotic power in your body." The eldest brother said, "There is no need to trouble Saint Ju. I can deal with it myself." Ju Sheng stopped. "Perhaps you can indeed deal with it, but there is not enough time for you now. The situation in the peach garden is extremely dangerous, and an uncontrollable accident could happen at any time." He frowned. "Or do you not trust me? The saint is still willing to help the peach garden in such a dangerous situation. How could I be disrespectful? Then I will have to trouble Saint Ju." The door opened by itself, and Ju Sheng saw Jiao Zhuangzhuang sitting at the round table behind the door. His face was pale, and he nodded with a smile. He stepped into the room and frowned. He raised his hand and placed it on the eldest brother. "I will temporarily give up control of my own power and hand it over to you. After all, you know the condition of your own body best." The eldest brother nodded. "Thank you, Saint Ju." Majestic and gentle power was infused into the eldest brother's body. It was extremely docile and completely obeyed his will. With the help of Ju Sheng's power, the eldest brother quickly stabilized the condition of his body. His pale face slowly regained some color. The foreign power that had invaded his body was quickly purged. The eldest brother secretly frowned. Perhaps he had thought of the wrong target, and the source of the danger was not Ju Sheng. Who was the one who had done it? The sense of danger had not been resolved. Even though the power of the pollution was being purged and was quickly fading, it made him feel even more uneasy. This meant that the danger was not completely over. It did not matter. With Ju Sheng's help, the power of the pollution would soon be purged. When that time came, he would take the last step and step into the Nirvana realm and become a true saint. Even if there was still danger then, he was confident that he could protect the peach garden while the sovereign was in seclusion. "Focus." Ju Sheng growled behind him. The eldest brother took a deep breath and closed his eyes, doing all he could to purge the foreign power of the pollution from his body. With all his might, he quickly reached the end. Finally, the last of the power of the pollution was purged from his body. The eldest brother grunted and opened his mouth to spit out a sticky blood clot. It fell to the ground, accompanied by green smoke and a violent corroding sound. He opened his eyes and looked relieved. "Thank you, Saint." The eldest brother grunted and his face turned pale before he could finish his sentence. Ju Sheng's palm that landed on him was like a sharp blade, cutting through his flesh and sinking deep into his body. Dong Dong Jiao Zhuangzhuang's heart started beating uncontrollably. Along with it, the power that surged into Jiao Zhuangzhuang's body went out of control. They were no longer docile and gentle like before. They were like venomous snakes that had just woken up from hibernation, baring their ferocious fangs. At the same time, countless cold tentacles emerged from the body of the venomous snake, spreading out like a spider web. Because Ju Sheng had secretly spread his power throughout his body in order to purge the foreign power of the pollution, it only took an instant for the eldest brother to be completely controlled. Gulp. Gulp. The sound of swallowing, which was not rapid but filled with endless greed, rang clearly in his ears. The eldest brother could feel that he was being devoured. As for who was doing all this, there was no need to say. He laughed bitterly and said, "Why are you doing this, Saint?" The swallowing did not stop. Zhu Sheng's calm voice sounded, "Because I do not want to share it with others, and the power of a newly ascended true saint is enough to help me break through my current level." Black flames burned quietly in the depths of his eyes. The aura of coldness, desolation, and death continued to emanate from his body. With the two of them as the center, ice quietly condensed. The white frost spread and covered everything. A cultivator of the way of ghost. If Qin Yu was here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that what Zhu Sheng was releasing was a terrifying aura that belonged to the way of ghosts. It was different from the Avici saint, but it was just as strange and terrifying. Jiao Zhuangzhuang closed his eyes and opened them again. There were still traces of pain in them, but there was more coldness. Strictly speaking, I am now at the level of a true saint. Do you have absolute confidence that you can completely devour me? Zhu Sheng laughed softly, revealing his strong confidence. Of course, since I have already made my move, I will not give you the slightest chance to resist. Give up. When I devour you, I will announce to the public that you have failed to break through, and you will end up with your body and soul destroyed. And in return, I promise you that I will protect the Peach Garden through this crisis. Of course, you can also try to resist, but this means that you have rejected my good intentions. As revenge, I will kill everyone in the Peach Garden. You have already experienced the power that I have, as well as my powerful concealment ability. As long as I am willing, no one in the Peach Garden will be able to escape. For example, 7,000 lines. The eldest brother's pupils shrank slightly, and he frowned. His eyes were filled with emotions, and his body became more and more tense. I don't believe you. Zhu Sheng laughed softly. I am willing to swear by the Great Path that as long as you do not resist, all the promises that I have made before will take effect immediately. There was a moment of silence. Only the sound of gulping could be heard, echoing in the room that was already covered in frost. The eldest brother spoke with difficulty. All right. He closed his eyes, hiding the scarlet that appeared in the depths of his eyes. A terrifying chill was released from the courtyard, and everything within its range was covered in ice. In the extreme cold, there was a breath that made one's heart palpitate and fear. That was the smell of death. Thousand Faces' expression changed. She closed her eyes and focused her senses, but all her power of perception was blocked out by a terrifying chill. Something has happened to the master. Before she could say anything, 100 Battles in the Wild's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a violent power broke out of his body. He stared at the small courtyard, as if he could see through all obstacles, and saw the eldest brother, who was still Zhu Sheng, who was almost glued to him. Ghost Path. The two words were cold, and 100 Battles in the Wild did not hesitate. He took a heavy step forward, and raised his hand to blast forward. Boom! Countless pieces of ice were shattered, and the closed door of the courtyard shook violently, but it was not blasted open. Third brother. 100 Battles in the Wild roared. Rumble. The barrier of the peach garden moved, and countless peach blossoms fell, as if it was raining peach blossoms. Chapter 1420. Every peach blossom that fell had an indescribably terrifying impact that heavily bombarded the courtyard that was covered in frost. The sounds of shattering filled the air. The icy strength that filled the air was forcefully torn apart. Within the room, Zhu Sheng, who was wrapped around the eldest senior brother, roared, "How dare you lie to me?" Shua, the eldest senior brother, opened his eyes, his voice cold and indifferent. "I don't believe in demons." The blood-red color in his eyes grew thicker, like viscous blood. He opened his mouth and screamed soundlessly. During this process, his hair flew up in a manner that defied all common sense. Each strand turned the color of blood and emitted a thick bloody light. Thump, thump, the devouring continued. But at this time, a blood-red grid appeared in the air. It appeared from within the eldest senior brother's body and slowly spread towards Zhu Sheng. Humph. It's useless. In the end, you still don't understand the strength of a true saint of the ghost path. Zhu Sheng's low voice revealed a cruel will. Outside the barrier, the avatar that Zhu Sheng had left behind seemed to sense something. It turned and looked towards the peach garden. In the next moment, without hesitation, it stomped down and howled out. During this process, the avatar rapidly turned illusory. Like a shadow, it crashed into the peach garden's barrier. There was no loud collision sound as expected. Without a sound, the light and shadow directly entered the barrier, leaving a large transparent hole on it. At the edges, there were slowly wriggling traces of melting, as if it had withstood some kind of extremely high temperature. Mixed with spots of yellow and dull colors, it gave off a feeling of coldness and desolation. In the silver-white sealed space, Baifeng floated in the air. Countless phantoms wove together like a tide, constantly surging around him. When the peach garden's barrier was broken, a black dot suddenly appeared in the silver-white sealed space. Baifeng opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. A dark red color spread out from his chest. His robes and flesh mysteriously disappeared, forming a horrifying bloody hole in his chest. The surging phantoms around him froze, as if a key part of a precise instrument had been damaged. Taking a deep breath, Baifeng ignored the wound on his chest. He mobilized the power of the peach garden's barrier to repair the damage. But at this time, his complexion changed. Outside the peach garden, Lin Sheng, who had retreated, suddenly appeared. He looked at the barrier of the peach garden and saw the hole that had been broken. This saint did not care about his identity at all and attacked at this moment. The heavens and earth are vast and boundless. Star fragments soar through the heavens. Today, obey my will and destroy all obstacles before you. This is Star Fall. Lin Sheng lifted his hand and pointed forward. In the next moment, dots of scarlet suddenly appeared in the sky above his head. Following closely behind was a terrifying rumbling roar, carrying with it an unparalleled speed and a ruthlessness that could destroy everything. The crimson color in the sky quickly expanded, as if a flame was burning, dyeing the entire sky red. Therefore, in the next moment, it really began to burn. The blazing, scorching flames surged violently under the sky. The meteor spat out flames, dragging a long tail behind it. Like an arrow shot from the throne of the 9 heavens by a god, it headed straight for the peach garden. Its target was the hole on the barrier that had been destroyed by the clones around it. Bang, air, earth-shattering explosions erupted one after another, accompanied by blazing flames that rose into the sky and terrifying waves of air that rolled and vibrated. It instantly attracted the attention of countless people outside the peach blossom garden. They could not help but slightly widen their eyes, revealing fear and awe. This was the strength that a true saint could erupt with. It was infinitely close to that of a legendary spiritual god. The entire peach garden barrier violently shook, falling into flames and destruction. Cracks rapidly spread outwards with the hole as the center. The silver space was instantly covered with cracks. It was clear that it had an extremely close relationship with its controller. Thus, on the surface of Baifeng's body, countless wounds rapidly appeared on his chest and recklessly spread outwards. Massive amounts of blood gushed out. His complexion paled and unsuppressible pain gushed out from his eyes. His breathing was rapid and labored. In the end, he was only a half-step saint and he had just broken through not too long ago. It wasn't enough for him to display the full strength of the peach garden barrier. But Baifeng was lucky enough. If it weren't for the protection of the peach garden barrier, he would have perished in the face of a true saint's all-out attack. But even if he didn't die, he was temporarily unable to continue controlling the peach garden barrier. Eldest senior apprentice brother's courtyard. The courtyard walls were forcefully pushed down, revealing the peach tree that was intimately connected to eldest senior apprentice brother. Seeing its withered branches and leaves and signs of serious contamination, it was clear that all of this had been a conspiracy from the start. A heaven-shaking explosion spread out, shaking the entire peach garden. The peach blossoms that sprinkled down from the sky rapidly disintegrated into powder. There was a powerful enemy invading from the outside. Baifeng had been severely wounded. Catcher, giant cracks appeared in the sky above everyone's heads, like the gaping maws of a monster. These cracks represented destruction and slaughter, able to swallow all. This was a sign that the peach garden barrier was on the verge of collapse. A deep, cold, and evil voice sounded out from the room. This is the unavoidable end of the peach garden, and all of you will follow it into complete destruction. Bang! A wild strength erupted. After withstanding the continuous bombardment, the house that was on the verge of collapse collapsed, revealing everything within. Eldest senior apprentice brother had blood-red eyes, blood-red hair, and a net of blood wove around him, nearly wrapping around him. But now, he revealed a pained expression and blood seeped out from every orifice of his head. His body shivered and the net of blood that wove around him began to dim. Behind him, Zhu Sheng, who was almost sticking to him, curled his lips into a cold smile. I have to admit that I underestimated you. You did have a chance to escape, but you were too hasty. I just purposely revealed an opening. Now, nothing can be changed. 100 battles in the wild roared out loud. Gold runes rapidly appeared on the surface of his body. At the same time, his body rapidly expanded, growing to 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. An ancient, dignified, and powerful aura erupted from his body. Blood red and gold wove together in his eyes, revealing a chaotic and horrifying aura. It gave off a horrifying feeling. His feet slammed into the ground and he punched out. A golden river suddenly appeared, rushing towards Zhu Sheng. In the end, the so-called revived divine spirits are nothing but a bunch of pitiful worms abandoned by time and the world. I don't know what you are borrowing from, but you are able to erupt with nearly peak strength for a short period of time. But this is still not enough to contend with me. Zhu Sheng, who was shrouded in ghostly qi, raised his hand and punched out. A terrifying phantom of white bones instantly condensed, turning into a giant white bone arm. It struck out heavily, colliding with the golden river. Almost in an instant, the entire river was snapped in half. It was clear that Zhu Sheng, who had swallowed a portion of his eldest senior brother's strength, had become even more terrifying. The thousand-faced assassin screamed. Mist suddenly filled her body and countless phantom images appeared on her blurry face. Each of these phantoms was an extremely beautiful woman's face. They flashed and reappeared quickly, and there seemed to be no end to them. She grabbed at the mist and tore it apart. Her body trembled as if she was enduring intense pain. A mass of mist was cut off by her and she threw it at Zhu Sheng. It exploded in midair, turning into the face of a beautiful woman. Her watery eyes stared at Zhu Sheng and a charming smile appeared on her lips. She exuded a breathtakingly seductive aura. Zhu Sheng's eyes that burned with black flames froze for a moment. But in the next moment, he had already broken free from the power that was restricting his soul. He diabolically grinned. He opened his mouth and sucked in a deep breath. A mutated, resentful spirit. It's similar to a curse. Ha, the disciples of the Peach Garden are truly extraordinary. The eyes of the beautiful woman formed by the mist suddenly widened, as if she had discovered something extremely horrifying. Her beautiful face paled. She screamed and tried to escape, but she couldn't control herself at all. She flew into Zhu Sheng's mouth. Her screams came to an abrupt end. The mist around the thousand-faced assassin shattered with a loud bang, like a popping bubble. Her pitiful appearance was revealed. All of her naked flesh seemed to have been corroded by a strong acid. Her bright red flesh and blood flowed down its surface, flowing with mucus. But soon, as her flesh and blood wriggled about, all of her terrifying wounds rapidly healed. What appeared in front of everyone was another beautiful face. Her skin was as white as snow and seemed as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her skin was as white as snow and seemed as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Compared to the horrifying scene just now, it formed a sharp contrast. Shua, the thousand-faced assassin, opened her eyes. She stood up as if she hadn't been seriously injured, but the feeling she gave off had changed. She was colder and more distant. It was like when the mist was swallowed by Zhu Sheng, she had lost something extremely important to her. Save eldest senior apprentice brother, the 5-elemental Iron Mountain, the 6-elemental Earth, and Lei Xiaoyu didn't hesitate to attack the true saint. But their strength was far too weak. Before they could even touch Zhu Sheng, they were annihilated by the invisible aura around him. White Phoenix had been severely wounded when the barrier of the Peach Garden was broken. Second senior apprentice brother was unable to cause any damage, and the thousand-faced assassin had suffered unknown injuries. As for the others, none of them were able to help. The people of the Peach Garden had fallen into a desperate situation. At this time, there was a sudden cough followed by the faint sound of footsteps. This sound should have been completely covered up, but for some reason, it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. The figure of the Peach Garden appeared not too far away. Her complexion was pale to the extreme, even seeming transparent. She was like a thin layer of ice that was rapidly melting as the temperature rose. Perhaps in 2 hours, perhaps in an hour, or perhaps in the next moment, she would vanish forever. Zhu Sheng's eyes fell on her. His pupils shrank and he lifted his hand. Die. This was the translation of information that Zhu Sheng received. In truth, what came out of his mouth was a series of complex and strange syllables. This wasn't the language of the living, but a voice from the world of death, one that signified the ultimate destruction. Peach Girl's eyes were calm and indifferent, without the least bit of emotion. It was as if she hadn't even noticed the arrival of the true saint's finger of death. Between coughs, she said in a soft voice, "Second senior apprentice brother." 100 battles in the wild's 1,000-foot-tall body stood in front of Peach Girl like a golden mountain. Rich golden light shot into the heavens. Bang! The golden light fiercely caved in, as if it had withstood the impact of some terrifying strength. At the same time, where the two sides came into contact, there was the sound of intense corrosion. Thick black smoke rose up and the golden light rapidly dimmed. On the surface of 100 battles in the wild's body, his flesh and blood began to show signs of drying up. His color turned gray as if he had lost all vitality. But his body still stood firmly on the ground, not moving at all as he blocked the full might of the finger of death. Peach Girl raised her hand and touched the space between her eyebrows. A halo appeared, and her almost transparent face suddenly became even paler. Her whole person was like a shadow, and it became more and more faint. She pushed forward. The moment the halo left her palm, it instantly burst into endless light, and a powerful aura shot up into the sky. The shadow of a sky-supporting peach tree emerged in the light, and the eyes of all the disciples of the Peach Garden suddenly lit up. This was the aura of the great path of the Yard Master. A figure appeared in the shadow of the sky-supporting peach tree. Although it was extremely blurry, the disciples of the Peach Garden could still recognize it at a glance. It was the Yard Master. However, the eyes of the figure were chaotic and vacant, and it was obvious that it didn't have its own consciousness. A trace of pain appeared in Peach Girl's eyes, but it soon disappeared. She said softly, "Father, please help eldest senior brother out of danger." The Yard Master suddenly moved. He raised his hand and clenched it. The Peach Garden's barrier above his head, which had been violently shattered, was instantly restored to its original state. At the same time, a terrifying and destructive aura appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward without any hesitation. With a scream, Zhu Sheng, who was behind eldest senior brother, was directly cut into two. He struggled and fell to the ground, turning into billowing black smoke and disappearing. POW with a soft sound, the Yard Master's figure disappeared, along with the dazzling light and the shadow of the sky-supporting peach tree. Chapter 14:21. At this moment, all the disciples of the Peach Garden had a glimmer of understanding. What they saw before them was the last bit of power that the Yard Master had left in this world. It meant that his life of dominating Haoyang had come to an end. Sorrow inevitably gushed out from the bottom of their hearts, shrouding their minds. But in reality, they had no time to immerse themselves in it. Because Lin Sheng had already barged in, he stepped through the void, majestic and powerful like a god. His eyes were filled with cold oppression that enveloped everyone. Just like before, this true sage was not someone who cared too much about his status. Hence, without any hesitation, he chose to attack directly. His target was Peach Girl. When he tore apart the barrier of the Peach Garden and stepped inside, Lin Sheng saw with his own eyes that Peach Girl had used the power of the great path of the Yard Master to kill Zhu Sheng with a single strike. Although it was almost impossible for Peach Girl to attack again in her current situation, caution was a virtue that would never go out of style. He did not want to make the same mistake again. Moreover, since he had chosen to attack, he could not leave any of the Peach Garden's direct descendants alive. There was no need to explain the principle of cutting weeds at their roots. The eldest senior brother's figure moved and instantly disappeared. He appeared in front of Peach Girl and pressed his hand forward. Strictly speaking, he was now also a true saint. But the moment he had broken through, he had been tricked by Ju Sheng and had been swallowed up. The power that he could erupt with now was extremely limited. With a loud bang, the eldest senior brother was sent flying. A large area of space was shattered as he chased after him like a dancing spear. In the blink of an eye, he was drenched in blood. Countless wounds appeared on his body. In the blink of an eye, the eldest senior brother had become a bloody gourd. The 1,000 faces flew out and hugged him. Unable to withstand the impact, he was sent tumbling away. The indifference in her eyes turned into a trace of pain. Then, just as she frowned, her face suddenly changed. It was still beautiful and charming, but there was a hint of coldness in the depths of the 1,000 faces' eyes. After his attack was blocked, Lin Sheng did not hesitate. He did not chase after the eldest senior brother and the eldest senior brother who had been sent flying. He raised his hand and continued to attack Peach Girl. An extremely rich and dazzling golden light suddenly became the only color in the Peach Garden. It plated the surface of all objects with a layer of gold. 100 battles in the wild's entire body seemed to be burning. At the same time, what appeared in everyone's nostrils was actually a rich aroma of wine. Eldest senior brother, who was hugging 1,000 face, was frowning because of her sudden change of expression. At this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Oh no, second junior brother touched that thing in the wine cellar. The wine cellar of the Peach Garden used the countless peach blossoms in the Peach Garden to continuously produce top-quality peach blossom wine. It was the best wine in the world, not only because of the wine's quality, but also because it was beneficial to the cultivation of cultivators. The peach blossom wine was extremely popular and was considered a hard currency in the Holy Dao Circle. However, the wine cellar was in the Peach Blossom Garden. Although it wasn't clearly marked, it was undoubtedly a forbidden area. Apart from the yard master, only eldest senior brother and second senior brother were qualified to enter. Even the most beloved Peach Girl had never stepped foot into it. Therefore, only eldest senior brother could understand what had happened to Baijian Yuye. The golden light was resplendent and dazzling, bringing with it endless majesty and pressure. However, Lin Sheng felt something else from it. It fused with the golden light, ancient and gloomy, revealing a bloodthirsty and devouring desire. As the fragrance of the wine entered his body through his mouth and nose, Lin Sheng's consciousness was momentarily dazed. It was as if he was in a cold and gloomy wilderness. The howling wind brought with it a bone-piercing chill that penetrated into his body through his pores, as if it wanted to freeze and devour his soul. Lin Sheng's eyes focused, and bright light burst forth. Following his intuition, he didn't want to collide with Baijian Yuye. His figure moved and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared beside Peach Girl. With Peach Girl's current state, she couldn't pose any threat to a saint. She posed no threat to a saint, but for some reason, Lin Sheng could still feel a terrifying threat from her. Furthermore, as time passed, that feeling grew stronger and stronger. Because of this, Lin Sheng didn't hesitate to attack and tried to kill Peach Girl as quickly as possible. There was something wrong with Baijian Yuye. He should have used the most terrifying sealed artifact in the Peach Garden. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the rumored thing that the yard master had trapped in the wine cellar. Lin Sheng had also heard some rumors about this thing. It was an inauspicious, horrifying, and dangerous object. In the past, even the powerful yardmaster could only choose to seal it away after obtaining it and use the Peach Garden's wine cellar to slowly extract and use its strength. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Sheng didn't want to entangle himself with it. He didn't want to be contaminated by its aura and end up encountering unpredictable dangers. As his thoughts raced, Lin Sheng didn't hesitate. He lifted his hand and pressed it towards Peach Girl. Lei Xiaoyu suddenly shouted out loud. Her hands formed seals, replace. Bang! Lin Sheng's strike came crashing down. Peach Girl, who should have died a violent death, suddenly turned into a puppet and was torn to pieces by the wild strength. and Peach Girl's figure appeared behind Iron Mountain and Earth Element. Beside her, Lei Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of blood, her body tottering. Rescuing someone from a true saint naturally came with a price. But she only spat out a mouthful of blood. Comparatively speaking, this was a very light price to pay. Golden light recklessly erupted, as if a great sun had descended. It completely covered up 100 Battles Wild's figure, so no one could see the golden runes that were being rapidly corroded by the blood-red light on his body. This allowed him to obtain an extremely formidable strength, but his consciousness was beginning to be contaminated. If not for his firm will, he would have long since become a puppet controlled by the sealed artifact. Seeing Lin Sheng avoid killing Peach Girl, 100 Battles Wild roared out loud. Terrifying golden light erupted, stacking up like magma as it tried to swallow Lin Sheng. From the very beginning, this had been a part of his plan. His master had already clearly informed him of how terrifying the sealed artifact in the wine cellar was. Thus, when he used it, 100 Battles Wild had already expected that he would inevitably meet his end. Thus, he wanted to drag Lin Sheng into this mess. As long as he succeeded, it would be difficult for him to escape and he would no longer be able to cause any harm to the Peach Garden. To perish together, this was probably the last thing that 100 Battles Wild could do for the Peach Garden, for his fellow disciples, juniors, and juniors. However, a saint's intuition was extremely powerful and could detect danger in advance. Lin Sheng had clearly sensed the strange aura of the sealed artifact and didn't want to fight him at all. The golden light recklessly spread out like a tide. Before Lin Sheng could be sucked into it, he took a step forward and disappeared. A true saint was naturally well versed in the Tao of space. It was almost impossible to lock onto him if he was focused on dodging. The next moment, he reappeared. Lin Sheng raised his hand and pressed down. Lei Xiaoyu was powerless to continue using a substitute. Tai Shan and Tu Xing, who were standing in front of Peach Girl, roared at the same time. The bones in his body crackled. Tai Shan's body suddenly grew in size. His exposed skin revealed a thick metallic hue. At the same time, Tu Xing pressed his hands behind his back. A rich earthen yellow light erupted, covering his body layer after layer. Lin Sheng frowned, and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the disciples of the Peach Garden would have the courage to resist a true saint. More importantly, their resistance had actually been effective. A true saint had attacked repeatedly, but they hadn't even been able to touch a single hair on Peach Girl. Losing face was only a small part of it because Lin Sheng didn't care about such superficial things. What he was truly angry about was the uneasiness that was rapidly accumulating in his heart after his repeated attacks had failed. It was as if something terrible was about to happen. What could it be? The disciples of the Peach Garden were no threat to him at all. Even if they could barely resist for now, it was only a matter of time before they were killed. Could it be that the Peach Garden Master had other trump cards hidden in the Peach Garden? No, if that was the case, she would have already used them to help the Peach Garden's first disciple smoothly break through to the true saint realm. She wouldn't have waited until now. Or, could it be that Qin Yu was coming back? Thinking of this, Lin Sheng's heartbeat accelerated. He took a deep breath and steadied his mind. They hadn't warned him, so it wasn't likely that he would come back. After all, that person was still detecting the changes in his aura. Moreover, what could he do even if he came back? After all, they were the ones who wanted to move against the Peach Garden today. He didn't want to think about it anymore. He had to end this quickly. Lin Sheng's eyes turned cold and he increased the strength of his attacks. The layers of earthy yellow light around Iron Mountain only lasted for a moment before they were shattered. Earth Element spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent tumbling backwards. Iron Mountain had only lasted a breath of time longer than him, but he had also paid a greater price. Large tracts of his flesh cracked open, creating terrifying wounds that were so deep that bones could be seen. Thus, one could clearly see that his flesh had been broken into countless pieces. With just a single strike, Lin Sheng had nearly killed Iron Mountain and Earth Element. If his targets had been the two of them, he could have easily killed them with a single strike. Lei Xiaoyu wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth and struggled to stand up. Peach Girl reached out and pulled her back. Her expression was indifferent and without the least bit of fear. She said in a soft voice, "Don't worry about me." She no longer coughed, and a faint blush even appeared on her pale face. But the more she looked like this, the more one had a bad premonition. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes turned red and she couldn't help but bite her lips. Senior apprentice Sister Peach. Peach Girl's lips curved up in a faint smile. If there is a chance, find a way to survive and tell Qin Yu who your enemy is. The restlessness in Lin Sheng's heart became increasingly thick. For some reason, he couldn't suppress his anger. He coldly sneered, "So what if Qin Yu returns?" In this seat's eyes, the so-called 9 in the Peach Garden who are like the midday sun is just a joke. Let alone the fact that he isn't here today. Even if he does return, he will only be destroyed along with the Peach Garden. There was no need to waste time arguing with them. Those people were doomed to die, so the sooner they were killed, the sooner things would end. Lin Sheng lifted a hand and a phantom appeared in his palm. One could faintly make out the outline of a sword. It was blurry, but it constantly released an icy cold and annihilating aura. If he wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots of the Peach Garden, then killing Peach Girl was undoubtedly the most important task. Lin Sheng didn't want to leave behind any hidden dangers in the future because of his own carelessness. So, since he had to kill them, he had to use the most foolproof method. If one died beneath the shadow sword of the dead, their soul would be instantly dismembered and then swallowed up by the shadow sword, leaving nothing behind. Like this, even if a ruler were to take action in the future and forcefully reverse the river of time, they still wouldn't be able to revive them. Whoosh! The shadow sword whistled through the air as it cut towards Peach Girl and Lei Xiaoyu. In this intensely restless state, Lin Sheng believed that it was best to kill them as efficiently as possible. But just as the shadow sword was about to cut through their bodies, Lin Sheng's pupils violently shrank. His soul instinctively screamed as the thick shadow of death shrouded his mind. If he continued to attack, he could kill Peach Girl and Lei Xiaoyu, but there was a high chance he would also die on the spot. A saint naturally cherished his life. Lin Sheng drew back. He lifted a hand and thrust out, causing space to violently shake like a raging tide in a raging sea. However, before this spatial tsunami could truly erupt, it was like a fragile bubble that was directly pierced through. "I've returned. I want to see just how you will destroy the Peach Garden." Chapter 14:22. Lin Sheng's pupils constricted as his face contorted. It wasn't that he was a coward and was scared stiff by a single sentence. Instead, a fist drilled out from the space that had been pierced. Light surged on its surface, giving off a jade-like feeling. It ignored the obscure aura around Lin Sheng and landed on his chest. Violent destructive energy surged out. His chest immediately caved in. Although no sound could be heard, many of his ribs must have been broken. Fresh blood gushed out from his mouth and nose. Peach Garden 9 Qin Yu. Hearing the voice and receiving a heavy punch, the uneasiness in Lin Sheng's heart finally cleared up. The first thought that came to his mind was that they had purposely set up a trap for him. Their target had probably been him from the very beginning. First, misjudging the barrier of the Peach Garden was one of them. Second, not knowing that the head disciple of the Peach Garden wanted to break through 2 realms was the third. With the strength of that person in the darkness, if he really locked onto the location of the Peach Blossom Garden, he would be able to sense any changes in his aura. It would be impossible for him not to sense Qin Yu's return. However, even at this moment, he had already suffered a heavy punch, yet he still hadn't received any warning. As the saying goes, it can happen once, twice, but not thrice. There was definitely a problem here. They wanted to borrow the hands of the Peach Garden to complete the hunt for me. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng's heart began to panic. He was truly afraid. That was because he knew very well exactly what sort of person he was facing. Lin Sheng's figure was blasted back by the powerful force, and blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. At the same time, Lin Sheng turned around and left. He was extremely decisive. The reason that prompted him to make this decision was, of course, their malice. Even if he was the true saint of the Nirvana realm, a top-notch peerless master in the world, he did not have the slightest confidence to resist. Secondly, there was the strength that Qin Yu had erupted with. Although it was only a single fist, It gave off a feeling of invincibility. Outside the Lost Garden, Qin Yu had joined forces with the Garden Master to slaughter the Netherworld Saint, allowing him to become a formidable existence that could stand on equal footing with a true saint. But in fact, at the level of a saint, most of the credit was given to the Yard Master. They believed that Qin Yu might be powerful, but at most, he only possessed a small portion of the ability that could rival a true saint. In the end, not everyone was like the Eastern Sea Dragon Sage, who was able to clearly understand the strength that Qin Yu possessed. Lin Sheng discovered his own mistake. He hadn't given Qin Yu enough attention, but soon he would discover that his mistake was far greater than he had imagined. If the true saint of the Nirvana realm wanted to retreat and escape, even if he were to face several people of the same level as him, there was a high probability that he would be able to escape. At most, he would have to pay a price. Only sovereigns could directly seal off a part of the world and turn it into a cage. Only then could they seal off all paths of escape, making it impossible for saints to escape. Qin Yu wasn't a ruler, but he had a way to stop Lin Sheng from fleeing without hesitation. As Lin Sheng was running away, his complexion suddenly changed. He turned around and saw that Qin Yu had appeared beside him, his face expressionless. Throughout the entire process, there was no fluctuation of aura at all. If not for the fact that a true divine's senses were strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. What kind of technique is this? The answer was the hidden god. The Zeroth world was one of the 5 inherited divine abilities obtained from the ruler's residence. If the ruler's avatar were to vaguely remind him, it would be extremely troublesome. However, reality proved that the sovereign's avatar was a liar, so her words were naturally untrustworthy. Of course, even if this was true, that was a matter for the future. It was impossible for Qin Yu to abandon a powerful inherited divine ability that he had already obtained just because of a few words from her. Returning to the main point, the so-called hidden god referred to restraining one's divine sense and using one's body as a furnace to constantly temper it, making it stronger and stronger. Strong. But the divine abilities of a ruler weren't ordinary. Hidden god wasn't just limited to this. There was another meaning to it. Or perhaps it could be called a transliteration, hiding. By using one's divine sense as a guide, after locking onto a target, one could stick to their aura and move with it, becoming like a shadow following a body, quietly escaping danger without being detected. This was similar to the ability to defend oneself with a shield. Because Qin Yu's cultivation was shallow, he didn't know the specifics. But, when he gathered all 5 inherited divine abilities into one, he had a faint intuition that these 5 divine abilities weren't separate entities. Rather, they were connected to each other, or rather, they fused together and complemented each other. But this wasn't the important point. The important point was that Qin Yu knew the answer, but he wouldn't tell Lin Sheng, nor would he tell him. The moment he returned, he had already decided that he wouldn't let this old brat go. He would smash him to pieces. As his fist punched out, Qin Yu was like a jade statue. His entire body surged with light, giving off an ancient and formidable feeling. Lin Sheng had already suffered a loss. So, as he saw Qin Yu punch out, he didn't hesitate at all. His figure flickered, wanting to continue retreating. But at this time, he discovered that the air around him was incomparably thick, turning into some powerful imprisonment that covered him within. The more he struggled, the stronger the shaking imprisonment power became, firmly suppressing him and making it impossible for him to dodge. Seeing the fist howl towards him, Lin Sheng clenched his teeth in anger. He crossed his hands in front of him and with a dull thumping sound, as if a great bell had been struck. The phantom of a great bell appeared and covered him. Qin Yu's fist smashed into the phantom of the bell. The object trembled and then violently shook. Invisible shockwaves crashed into it, causing Lin Sheng's complexion to change again and again. His eyes were filled with anger and even more fear. Defense was equal to jade, and it was still a transliteration of furnace. This was probably the reason why when Qin Yu attacked, his entire body seemed to be made of jade. And what imprisoned Lin Sheng, making it difficult for him to escape, was the shield defense. The word defense itself had the meaning of restriction. But here, Qin Yu had reversed its ability and pulled Lin Sheng into the supernatural ability. But he wasn't the master of the supernatural ability, so while he obtained the defense, he also had to withstand its restrictions. Of course, this had great limitations. He had to use it at close range in order to smoothly pull the enemy in. Otherwise, with the keen senses of a saint, he would immediately be able to dodge. Only by using it together with the hidden divinity could it have such a powerful effect, causing Lin Sheng to directly fall into it. "You can't escape," Qin Yu icily said, giving Lin Sheng a powerful psychological pressure. At the same time, he punched out. The defense attack seemed simple, as if it was just a jade-like appearance, but it actually contained countless mysteries and power. This was what it meant to turn the complex into the simple. Every fist contained a terrifying power, and Lin Sheng was well aware of this. Dong the bell phantom violently shook. It was originally an illusory and invisible object, but now it was forcefully bestowed with some kind of substantialized strength. The signs that appeared were that as the bell phantom shook, it began to rapidly solidify. And once it became solid, it would find it difficult to resist the invading strength that came from the shaking. Catcher, catcher, a cracking sounds rang out one after another. Lin Sheng's complexion changed again and again. He knew that he had underestimated Qin Yu's strength, but he never imagined that this Peach Garden 9 would have so many strange methods. As a true saint of the other shore, he was actually suppressed in front of Qin Yu, unable to even escape. Bang! The third fist smashed apart the bell phantom. Lin Sheng spat out blood once more, the fear in his eyes no longer visible. He couldn't hide it. He never imagined that today, in a situation where he hadn't even seen the ruler, he would end up in such a pitiful state. "Zhu Sheng, if you don't help us, then both of us will die here today." The moment his scream fell, the pale Zhu Sheng appeared. Although he had a way to avoid the killing blow from the Garden Master Great Dao, he had still paid a heavy price to do so. As for Lin Sheng, he clearly knew of this ahead of time. Were these two people colluding with each other? Or was there something else going on? Zhu Sheng's complexion was dignified and a sharp light exploded in his eyes. His figure flickered, but he didn't rush towards Qin Yu. Instead, he chose to attack Peach Girl. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao, this could be interpreted as such. He had clearly sensed that Qin Yu was placing some importance on him. "Big brother Qin," Lei Xiaoyu screamed out in panic. The pleasant surprise in her eyes froze, turning into endless fear. Lin Sheng took a deep breath. He stared at Qin Yu. As long as Qin Yu helped him, he would immediately find a chance to escape. Qin Yu snapped his fingers. As Zhu Sheng rushed towards Peach Girl and Lei Xiaoyu, his complexion changed. He reared his head back and roared. Billowing black energy erupted outwards. Countless ghosts screamed and howled, wildly tearing at the surrounding void. But soon, Zhu Sheng's complexion became incomparably ugly. He was being imprisoned by an invisible force and was being forcefully pulled towards Qin Yu. "Did you think that I didn't discover you?" Qin Yu sneered. He slammed his hands together and the two defensive shields fused together. What it could do was not only increase his own defense, but it could also be used on others. What Qin Yu did was to lay down a defensive shield in front of Peach Girl and Lei Xiaoyu, and then wait for Zhu Sheng to come to him on his own. Otherwise, if he suddenly attacked, it would have been very difficult to imprison two true saints at once. It was because of this that Qin Yu deliberately allowed Zhu Sheng to sense that he was paying extra attention to Peach Girl. If it weren't for this, how could this ghost path true saint obediently fall into his trap? Lin Sheng and Zhu Sheng were both shocked and angry. With their intelligence, they naturally understood that Qin Yu had long since intended to kill the two of them. This was why he had made such an arrangement. He actually dared to fight against two true saints with just one strike. How arrogant was he? "Let's work together and kill him." As they roared, the two true saints attacked at the same time. After witnessing Qin Yu's strange and powerful techniques, they indeed had no confidence in killing him alone. But if the two of them worked together, with the addition of one true saint and one true saint, they might be able to kill Qin Yu. Of course, more importantly, the situation was already clear. Qin Yu was not willing to let them go, so they could only give it their all. If they killed him, everything might still go back on track. Perhaps this was their arrangement, or rather, their choice. If they put Qin Yu together with the two of them, no matter who survived in the end, they would be able to get what they wanted. In the corner of their eyes, Lin Sheng and Zhu Sheng's eyes flashed with anger at the same time. It was obvious that they had thought of the same thing. Of course, Qin Yu did not know what the two true saints in front of him were thinking. But this was not important, because he did not care at all. Because the dead did not need to understand. He wanted to kill the true saints not only because of the damage they had done to the peach garden, but also because of another important reason. Vast Yang was already in chaos, and a great change was about to happen. Qin Yu had to use blood as a warning to bring peace to the peach garden. Without a doubt, the death of the two true saints of the Nirvana realm was enough. Chapter 14:23. As long as one walked, they would leave behind a trace. And these traces could be seen as a shadow beneath their feet. No one could escape their own shadow, and no one could hide the traces they left behind. But everything in this world had limitations and limits. Any objective truth would inevitably become a part of it. In other words, exceptions always existed. It was just that you hadn't come into contact with them yet, or perhaps you didn't have the qualifications. The shadowless stood aloof from the world and jumped out of the rules. Thus, it was impossible to record them and they wouldn't leave behind any traces of themselves. And in order to have the qualifications to do this, one had to be at the ruler realm. Or, one had to possess some sort of power at the ruler level. Without a doubt, Qin Yu, who had returned to the peach garden without causing any fluctuations, was clearly a shadowless. On the round platform in the grand hall, the two black-robed people who had worked together to pollute the peach garden's first disciple's aura and nearly caused him to break through were now respectfully kneeling. The originally dark and hazy grand hall now had an even more obscure feeling. In the darkness, strange whispers spread out and entered the ears of the two people. After several breaths of time, the whispers vanished. The candlelight in the grand hall became slightly brighter than before. The two people kneeling on the round platform stood up. Large black robes covered their bodies from head to toe. It was impossible to see their expressions, but one could still feel a trace of solemnity. Shadowless. A deep and low voice sounded out from beneath the black robes. Although it seemed extremely light, it also seemed to hide countless emotions. The black-robed figure lightly said, "Everything in this world is fair. There are gains and losses. If you want this chance, then I will give it to you. Humph. Sometimes opportunities also mean dangers. If you are willing to give it up on your own initiative, then you must have sensed something." The black-robed figure was silent for a moment. "If you are willing to share it, then I will owe you a favor." The black-robed figure shook his head. "If I was really prepared, I wouldn't have given this chance to you. There is danger, but it isn't clear. There is no need for you to probe me." The black-robed figure's eyes narrowed, revealing a scrutinizing look. But in the end, he didn't find anything. "Then let me take a look and see just what sort of secrets Peach Garden 9's Qin Yu is hiding." Within the shield, Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng had ugly complexions. Their eyes were gloomy and cold, and they couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in their hearts. They had already acknowledged Peach Garden 9's strength, but now they discovered that he was far stronger than they had imagined. This was not referring to the cultivation level of the other party, but rather to the other party's strange yet incomparably powerful techniques. The two true sages were actually suppressed even after working together. No, using the word suppression to describe it was not very appropriate, because if they allowed the situation to continue to deteriorate, the two sages were very sure that they would eventually be completely suppressed and killed bit by bit. He came to this conclusion because all of Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng's attempts to break the shield defense and escape from their imprisonment had ended in failure. As for the Qin Yu in front of them, his entire body surged with light, as if he were made of jade. Every punch of his contained a strength that made their hearts race. And what was most terrifying was that as time passed, the number of times Qin Yu attacked increased and the strength of each fist grew increasingly strong. It was as if he was using the two true sages as experimental subjects to continuously deepen and strengthen his control over this technique. It was simply terrifying. It was clear that Qin Yu hadn't been able to fully grasp the full might that could erupt from the jade body. No, looking at the progress he had made, this was only an extremely limited portion of its true might. There was no need for complete control. As long as he could take another step forward and raise his control to a new level, his lethality would skyrocket. Although there didn't seem to be any terrifying signs right now, Qin Yu was progressing with every passing moment. When these tiny improvements piled up together, there would eventually be a qualitative change. At that time, the only thing that awaited the two of them would probably be being imprisoned and beaten to death. Since he had already predicted this tragic and terrifying ending, as a true Nirvana saint, he was naturally unwilling to sit still and wait for death. Zhu Sheng took a deep breath. "We can't delay any longer. We have to get out of here as soon as possible." As soon as he said this, his face showed that he was in pain and he growled in a low voice. Black gas burst out from the pores all over his body. At the same time, all the exposed flesh and blood on the surface of his body quickly rotted and melted. Then, as if thrown into a flame, they were quickly burned to ashes, and then more black gas burst out. In the blink of an eye, all of Saint Jude's flesh and blood had disappeared. The robe he was wearing had long since been completely corroded by the black mist. What appeared in the black fog was a terrifying skeleton. The bones on its entire body were pitch black, as if they were full. It seemed to have swallowed sticky ink. No, it was more accurate to say that this was a skeleton where all of its flesh and blood had disappeared, but its organs were perfectly preserved. A thick translucent membrane completely wrapped around the organs in its abdominal cavity. One could faintly see their wriggling movements, as well as the powerful beating heart. Within its empty eye sockets, black flames burned. Black fog lingered around its body. This skeleton was like a soul-reaping messenger from hell. It opened its mouth and emitted a silent scream. A terrifying soul attack was like a sharp thorn that crazily shot towards Qin Yu. The sun-moon force field that rose from the east and set in the west violently shook. It was like countless boulders were tumbling into the water under a landslide. Within the purple moon and blue sun, there were light cracking sounds, as if they couldn't withstand this strength and were on the verge of shattering. Two illusory female faces appeared on the surface of the purple moon and blue sun. They were slightly twisted, revealing pained expressions. This was the first time something like this had occurred. It also proved how powerful a true Nirvana saint was. The soul attack that erupted from him was actually able to directly injure the purple moon and blue sun. At the same time, Qin Yu's body inevitably fell into a momentary stiffness. The pain was like countless sharp wooden stakes stabbing into his brain and constantly stirring it. He took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Hidden spirit." Swish, the soul aura that belonged to Qin Yu disappeared in an instant. It was as if it was covered by an invisible barrier, or as if it had directly escaped into another space that could not be reached. The terrifying soul attack from the great Jew saint skeleton suddenly lost its target. But this did not mean that Qin Yu could completely block it. The soul attack from the great Jew saint skeleton was greatly reduced at most, and the damage he suffered was greatly reduced. But at this moment, Qin Yu had a clear intuition. If he cultivated the hidden spirit to a high level and completely controlled its power, it would not be impossible to completely block the soul attack. Shield guard. The power around their imprisonment suddenly changed. It was no longer as sticky as mud. Instead, it was filled with an illusory and faintly discernible aura. And it was the appearance of this aura that completely blocked the remaining soul attack from the great Jew saint skeleton. What a defensive technique could block was not only the supply of physical power, but also the damage at the level of the soul. And this was far from the limit of the shield guard's defense. Although he only had a rough understanding of it, Qin Yu could still sense the scope of its abilities. Besides physical defense and soul defense, there were also all kinds of mysterious curse-like powers within its defensive range. Of course, just like the hidden spirit, this was an ability that could only be gradually controlled after one cultivated to an extremely high level. The great Jew saint puppet body could clearly feel that the impact of his soul had been blocked. The black flames in his eye sockets surged, and the black mist around him was instantly ignited. His entire person was like an evil spirit wrapped in endless black flames. The violent, terrifying, and destructive aura around him soared. "Saint Lin." A strange and deep voice came from the mouth of the skeleton. It was like two hard stones violently colliding and rubbing against each other. As it spoke, the skeleton took a step forward and struck out with its hand. Gate of Perished Nations. Dong, the place where the black bone fist struck violently shook. Darkness accompanied it, rapidly spreading outwards. It was like thick ink dripping into clear water. And at the same time, an illusory gate appeared in the shaking darkness. It was translucent, and one couldn't clearly see the world behind it. Darkness and withered yellow wove together, like some endless wilderness. Strong winds howled between the heavens and the earth, occasionally outlining hideous and terrifying ghost faces. As if sensing the fluctuations of the Gate of Perished Nations, and as if sensing the delicious smell of flesh and blood hidden behind the gate, the howling winds in the wilderness suddenly became violent. One after another, illusory and ferocious ghost faces appeared in the wild wind and rushed towards the gate of the doomed nation. They were like giant hands that were striving to be the first to push the gate of the doomed nation open. And at this time, Saint Lin acted. The reason why he was so fast was because when Great Jew Saint turned into a skeleton, he had already made preparations. He was only waiting for a signal. Between saints, there was no need to discuss things too carefully. With just a glance or a movement, they could understand each other's thoughts. Fallen stars. Saint Lin raised his hand towards the Gate of Perished Nations. A mysterious, and majestic voice came from his mouth. At this moment, he was like a monarch that controlled the heavens. All the movements of the stars had to obey his will. Therefore, in the next moment, through the Gate of the Perished Nation, one could vaguely see that the sky above the wasteland was suddenly dyed red. Blazing meteors tore through the clouds in a cold and resolute manner, burning wantonly as they charged towards the ground. Flames and perished nations were two naturally hostile forces. The moment the burning meteors arrived, they inevitably erupted into a fierce conflict. But at this moment, Great Jew Saint's skeleton howled. The wild winds in the wilderness of perished nations suddenly rushed into the sky, directly fusing with the burning meteors. So the blazing tongues of fire instantly turned a gloomy greenish-white color, emitting a cold and ghostly aura. Between the swaying tongues of fire, ghost faces appeared one after another. Boom, boom, with a heaven-shaking explosion, the contaminated meteors smashed into the Gate of Perished Nations, forcefully opening it. Let's go. Great Jew Saint's skeleton growled and reached out to grab Lin Sheng. Their figures moved, directly passing through the gate and entering the world of the dead. But at this moment, a trace of fear suddenly exploded in their hearts. The two saints suddenly turned their heads and saw that the rapidly closing Gate of Perished Nations seemed to be blocked by some invisible force. Qin Yu took a step forward, crossed the illusory gate, and directly chased after them. Whoosh, the wild winds billowed his robes, and his black hair fluttered. The incomparably powerful aura of flesh and blood of the body of rules quickly spread out. Rumble, compared to the summoning of Great Jew Saint's skeleton, the wild winds suddenly blew up. Terrifying and ferocious faces locked onto Qin Yu with greed and fanaticism. As they howled, they swept up the wild winds and rushed towards him, wanting to devour this tempting food. A cold light exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. But at this moment, his heart stirred. He flipped his palm, and a small blood jade coffin appeared. This was the ghost path treasure that he had obtained from the Avicii saint in the soulless world. At this moment, there was no need for Qin Yu to activate it. The blood jade coffin wildly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it was thousands of feet in size. Then, the coffin opened on its own. Qin Yu didn't know if it was an illusion, but he vaguely saw a pair of blood-red eyes within. The feeling of being watched disappeared in a flash. Then, a terrifying devouring power erupted from the blood jade coffin. The greedy and fanatical ghost faces that rushed towards Qin Yu suddenly twisted, revealing expressions of extreme fear. As they screamed, they gathered up the wild winds and prepared to flee, but they found that they had already lost control of their bodies. Their consciousness was very clear, but they could not control themselves. They could only passively continue to gather the wild winds, and the moment they approached the blood jade coffin, they were swallowed up. It was like an endless black hole, rumbling as it swallowed the ghost faces in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it formed a terrifying vortex. A secret treasure of the ghost path. Zhu Sheng's pupils violently shrank, a look of horror on his face. The ghost path had been washed away by the river of time, nearly vanishing into thin air. He had never thought of this possibility. Qin Yu of the 9 Paths of the Peach Garden was a ghost path cultivator, and his strength was extremely terrifying. This was proven by the aura and might of the blood jade coffin. Anger and disbelief wove together, and he couldn't help but feel that this was a bit absurd. But at this time, Zhu Sheng wasn't in the mood to think about such things. Let's go. Since Qin Yu was also a ghost path powerhouse, then the aura of a destroyed country was no longer a restriction to him. Rather, it could be used by him to erupt with an even greater strength. In this sort of situation, the best choice was to take advantage of the fact that he wasn't imprisoned again and flee as fast as possible. Lin Sheng also realized this. Without a word, he turned and left. The 2 true saints didn't separate and flee. This was because they weren't sure whether or not they could escape Qin Yu's pursuit. If the 2 of them joined forces, they might have a chance against Qin Yu. But if they separated, all that awaited them was death. And what happened next proved that Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng were right to be cautious. But they couldn't feel the slightest bit of comfort from this. In the midst of their rapid escape, the 2 true saints froze in place at the same time. They looked up at the dusky sky of the world of the dead, and their faces instantly turned pale. Then, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. They didn't know what was going to happen next, but their instincts gave them a great warning. In the next moment, Qin Yu's cold voice rang in their ears. Defensive attack. Chapter 1424. After all, Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng were at the peak of Haoyang Peak of the Nirvana realm. They were extremely powerful, especially Zhu Sheng, who was an elusive and unpredictable cultivator of the ghost path. With his current cultivation, he was confident he could kill them. But he wasn't confident he could guarantee that the others in the Peach Garden wouldn't suffer a counterattack before they died. So, if it was just purely killing people to establish his prestige, Qin Yu could have done it long ago. The reason why he had waited until now was because he was waiting for Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng to escape. He was waiting for them to leave the Peach Blossom Garden, waiting for them to appear in a place where they could be watched by everyone. And now, the 2 saints who had escaped through the gate of the perished nation had undoubtedly fulfilled the requirements, so Qin Yu didn't wait any longer. In fact, he couldn't wait any longer. Even though he'd only glanced at Peach earlier, he'd already noticed that she was in a bad state. He had to deal with the 2 saints as soon as possible so that he could return to the Peach Blossom Garden and stabilize her condition. So at this moment, Qin Yu attacked without hesitation. He erupted with the strongest attack he had ever grasped. The word defense could be translated as jade, but since it was called defense, it meant that the word defense was the essence. And since Qin Yu wanted to kill them to establish his prestige, he naturally had to choose the most eye-catching and dazzling method. He would kill the 2 saints without giving them the slightest chance to resist. The stronger they showed today, the more efficient they would be in killing the saints, and the safer the Peach Garden would be in the future. Suddenly, a large expanse of crimson red appeared in the grey sky of the fallen kingdom, as if a volcano had been toppled and was pouring out endless magma. They spread wantonly, and in the blink of an eye, they ignited the entire sky. In the next moment, it really started burning. Bang, air bang, amidst the terrifying sound waves that shook the hearts of the people, one meteor after another smashed through the burning sky, smashing towards the ground in a determined manner. Their target was clearly the 2 saints who were frozen in place, their faces pale and bodies trembling uncontrollably. Ah! Zhu Sheng roared. In his skeletal form, his voice sounded like rocks rubbing against each other. It was filled with fear and madness. At this moment, he felt an intense threat of death. He could even smell the cold and decaying scent of death. As a ghost cultivator, he wasn't unfamiliar with this smell. His soul instinctively shivered and wailed. We can't just sit here and wait for death. He had to do something, or he would really be killed today. Bang! Black flames shot into the sky, and a huge bone giant appeared. It raised its arms to protect Zhu Sheng. However, this was far from enough. The giant bone let out a pained roar, and with a light catcher sound, the space between its eyebrows ruptured. Like a gate that had been opened, countless departed souls flew out from the crack between its eyebrows. Then, in the next moment, They let out miserable screams before shattering and dissipating. They turned into a thick and viscous bloody light that covered the surface of the giant skeleton's body before being absorbed and fused with it. One after another, the souls of the deceased were so numerous that it was hard to count them all. The bloody light they formed was like a river of blood bursting through its banks. Lin Sheng. An anxious roar came from within the bloody light. Sure Lin Sheng's figure moved, and he directly rushed toward the bloodlight. It opened up a crack on its own, allowing him to enter the giant bone's body. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Sheng raised his hand and pointed at the sky. This place forbids the invasion of foreign object. The laws between heaven and earth shook, and formless distortions immediately appeared, covering the entire region of the destroyed country. It was as if he was the embodiment of heaven and earth, and every word he said represented his will. As his finger fell, Lin Sheng pointed a second finger. This place forbids the burning of flames. Then, a third finger. This place attracts departed souls. The laws of the world wildly twisted. But at this time, in the burning skies, the howling meteor had already arrived, colliding with the first law distortion. The meteor's falling speed came to a sudden halt, as if it were blocked by an invisible strength. But this state only lasted for a short period of time before it was forcefully broken by the meteor that followed. Lin Sheng stuffily coughed and blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. The meteor roared as it hurtled towards the second law distortion. The flames on its surface immediately dimmed and a great deal of the annihilating aura it released dissipated. The giant skeleton roared out loud. He raised his hands above his head. With a heaven-shaking rumble, there was a series of explosions like thunderclaps. At this moment, the distant skies suddenly turned dark, as if dark clouds were rapidly spreading out. What followed was a soul-shaking despair. It was like in this darkness, there was a controller of souls, a ruler of the world of death, a formidable existence that no one could contend with. Lin Sheng's eyes flashed with joy. This was because this was the result he wanted. Thus, he had changed the law with the third sentence. He wanted to use the strength of a subjugated kingdom to stop Qin Yu. Reality was better than he expected. The power of the law distortion had actually drawn in the monarch of a subjugated kingdom, an existence that stood at the peak of the world of death. Of course, this couldn't rule out the possibility that this cunning and callous monarch of a subjugated kingdom had already locked onto this battle and had been hiding in the shadows. Now, he was simply taking advantage of the situation to make a move. After all, swallowing the flesh and blood of powerhouses and enslaving their souls was the eternal passion of a subjugated kingdom's monarch. As for fishing in troubled waters, that was their style of doing things. But this wasn't important. Even if the subjugated kingdom's monarch had ill intentions, the powerful Qin Yu should still be its first choice. After all, the flesh and blood aura of a body of rules was like an irresistible poison to the departed souls. Two blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness. They were as large as lanterns and exuded a formidable pressure. As it looked down, it couldn't hide the greed in its eyes. It had been a long, long time since it had encountered such a delicious and tempting meal. But as the subjugated kingdom's monarch was preparing to step out of the darkness and do something, Qin Yu suddenly looked up. It was like midwinter had arrived. A terrifying cold aura gushed out from the depths of its heart. The subjugated kingdom's monarch wasn't sure what methods Qin Yu had. Moreover, although his aura was strong, it wasn't something the subjugated kingdom's monarch couldn't contend with. But at this moment, it felt a deep threat. It even made the subjugated kingdom's monarch feel as if it could perish at any moment. Its restless thoughts instantly vanished. The giant lantern-like blood-red eyes gazed deeply at Qin Yu, as if it wanted to remember his appearance. The approaching darkness rapidly retreated, even faster than it had arrived. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Lin Sheng's eyes widened. His chest shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He ran. A dignified subjugated kingdom's monarch, a terrifying existence that could suppress a true saint within the subjugated kingdom's domain, had actually been scared away like this. And all of this had been accomplished with just a single glance from Qin Yu. A cold chill gushed out from the depths of his heart, causing his complexion to pale. Lin Sheng began to confirm that attacking the Peach Blossom Garden was an extremely wrong choice from the start. The Peach Blossom Garden's Qin Yu was terrifyingly strong. He was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. Chapter 1425. Save us. Terror invaded his mind. The smell of death was close at hand. Lin Sheng could no longer suppress his surging emotions. He opened his mouth and screamed. But this sentence inadvertently exposed a certain fact that he and Zhu Sheng were originally in cahoots, and they had agreed to attack the Peach Garden together. Outside the Peach Garden, Zhu Sheng's action of forcing Lin Sheng to retreat was just a prearranged plot. Qin Yu frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In addition, he discovered another important piece of information. That was, Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng had a mastermind behind them. To be able to drive two true saints to attack, one could imagine the power of this mastermind. At this moment, a name appeared in Qin Yu's mind. It was a name that made one's mind tremble: ruler. Only the highest level in this world had the qualifications to do such a thing. He took a deep breath and suppressed the shaking emotions in his heart. Now the arrow was narked on the bowstring and had to be released. Even if he knew that the shadow of a ruler was behind them, Qin Yu could no longer stop. First, killing Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng was to intimidate all sides and create a safe environment for the Peach Garden. Second, the ruler of the vast young world had hidden away from the world, and this might have involved a higher level of influence. The Yardmaster had occasionally mentioned this, and although she had not mentioned it in detail, it was certain that the ruler would not easily act unless it was absolutely necessary. And the most important point was the third. After the World Zeroth incident, Qin Yu was sure that he had a background. In terms of background, there was a true ruler behind him. Even more mysterious, ancient, and powerful than the ruler of the vast young world. Well, of course, calling a beautiful woman Ji Yu was a very rude thing to do. Thus, he had to quickly stop his thoughts. He didn't know whether or not that person had left some sort of mark on his body. Perhaps they really could monitor him to a certain degree. After all, as she said, she had invested a great deal in him, and was even prepared to entrust him with some matters. She would not ignore his existence. In short, Qin Yu was a little afraid of attacking Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng, but not too much. At most, it would be a contest of legs. Thinking of this, the chill in Qin Yu's eyes deepened, and the killing intent in his heart soared. Since he could sense that Zhu and Lin probably had a sovereign backing them, he needed to be quick and decisive in killing them. He didn't want to give them any chance to struggle or survive. With a thought, the rumbling between heaven and earth became even more intense. The flames burned fiercely, and after the meteors tore through the air, they emitted even more ear-piercing sounds. The giant skeleton roared and brazenly collided with the falling meteorite. Violent energy immediately erupted, wantonly striking out in a ring shape. In an instant, it was as if purgatory had descended, enveloping Saint Zhu and Saint Lin. If there were only 3, 5, or even 8 or 10 meteors, the combined power of the two saints would naturally be able to withstand it. But now, there seemed to be a huge hole in the burning sky. Countless meteors pierced through it, dragging long tails behind them as they came crashing down. The distorted rules of heaven and earth still existed. They used Lin Sheng's great Tao as a foundation. Even though they were pierced through by the meteorites, as long as Lin Sheng's great Tao did not collapse, they could continue to function. On the other hand, every time a meteorite pierced through the distorted rules, it would cause a certain degree of damage to Lin Sheng. As the saying went, sand piled up into a mountain. No matter what it was, as long as it accumulated to a certain amount, it would become extremely terrifying. The great Tao of a true saint was tyrannical, but even it could not withstand the repeated damage. Lin Sheng's face grew increasingly pale, and there was an ominous blue hue to it. His body trembled and twitched as the meteors fell. But in the current situation, all he could do was grit his teeth and endure. If he collapsed and only Zhu Sheng was left, he would not be able to withstand it. The giant skeleton's massive body was smashed into the ground. Countless hideous cracks appeared, spreading out in all directions. And at the same time, cracks appeared not only on the ground, but also on the giant skeleton's massive body. From these cracks, crimson blood flowed out, like small rivulets gathering on the ground, forming a small blood lake. At this time, the surface of the blood lake rippled. Twisted and pained faces appeared before shattering and vanishing. The giant skeleton's massive body began to bend under the pressure. Its thick bone legs could not withstand the continuous bombardment. They swayed and half-knelt on the ground. Catcher, more and more cracks appeared on its bones. It had nearly reached the limit of what it could withstand. But before help arrived, it was as if the two of them had been mercilessly abandoned. Lin Sheng raised his hands. His lips trembled as he roared out, "Stars!" Stars appeared one after another in the sky where the destroyed country was burned red by the flames, sprinkling down endless starlight. As if they were attracted by something, they gathered and covered the body of the bone giant, as if it was wearing a layer of starlight armor. In the end, a true saint was still a true saint. Unless one became a ruler and there was an insurmountable gap between them, it was nearly impossible to quickly kill it, even if one held the absolute advantage. Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng could not escape nor could they resist the endless bombardment of meteors. The only thing they could do now was to buy as much time as possible. It was impossible for such a terrifying supernatural ability to not have a limit. Perhaps in the next second, the terrifying meteor rain from the burning heavens would stop. Or perhaps they would see an opportunity and choose to rescue them, or perhaps help was already on the way. Although all of this was unpredictable, there was still a chance to resist. If they gave up, then the only fate awaiting them was death. Qin Yu sensed Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng's thoughts. His lips curved up in a cruel smile. Defensive strike could control the stars in the skies. This meteor rain was clear proof of this. Lin Sheng clearly knew all of this, and yet he still dared to summon stars in front of him and condense starlight into armor. In Qin Yu's eyes, this sort of behavior was no different from seeking death. Lin Sheng feared that he had been scared senseless or that this meteor rain was the limit of his control. Taking a step forwards, Qin Yu lifted his hand. His 5 fingers curled into a fist and he grasped at the starry skies above. Defensive strike. With a loud shout, the stars in the skies shook. Lin Sheng's eyes widened and he spat out a mouthful of blood, horror filling his eyes. He never imagined that the supernatural ability he had used on his own initiative would be forcefully interrupted. No, interrupted wasn't the right word to describe it. To be more accurate, Qin Yu had directly deprived him of the right to control his supernatural ability. Countless starlight separated from the shaking stars, gathering towards a point where it soon formed an incomparably massive spear of starlight. Whoosh, without pause, the starlight spear howled out, crossing endless space in the blink of an eye and smashing into the bone giant's body. With the starlight spear resisting the starlight armor, this stalemate only lasted for a moment. The bone giant emitted a pained roar. With a loud shattering sound, the starlight spear pierced through its body and nailed it to the ground. Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng had opened the gate of Perished Nation and fled into the Perished Nation's territory. This exposed their vision and they were watched by countless eyes. And the masters of these eyes were, without exception, the peak parameter true saints of the vast young world. They wanted to use the result of this battle to determine just what sort of attitude they should have towards the Peach Garden. Seeing how Qin Yu had suppressed Saint Zhu and Saint Lin with such an unstoppable force that it was impossible for them to resist, the saints were all shocked. The strength that Qin Yu possessed in the journey of the Peach Garden was far beyond everyone's imagination. With his performance today, it was enough to protect the Peach Garden in the great changes of the world. Even if the Peach Garden master had perished, she wouldn't be harmed in the least. If this was only to determine Qin Yu's strength, then the saints had already obtained their answer. But the gazes that gathered didn't lessen. They continued to watch the perished nation, waiting for new changes to occur. This was because they had already guessed that there was someone hidden behind Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng. And someone that could drive a true saint to attack. Hiss, just thinking about this caused their hearts to chill. The world was in turmoil. As parameter true saints, they all had keen antennae. They had more or less sensed something strange and subtle. Could it be that they were behind Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng? If this were true, then they likely wouldn't allow these two true saints to perish like this. Thus, there was a high chance that Qin Yu would pass through this hurdle before things would truly come to an end. This hurdle wouldn't be easy. If he wasn't careful, then the seemingly incomparably powerful Qin Yu might die on the spot. After all, there was a high chance that there was a ruler standing guard behind them, and this was also what the saints were waiting for. At this time, the gathered eyes of the saints began to fluctuate. Their distant eyes revealed a dignified look. It's here. Qin Yu also sensed the powerful aura that suddenly appeared. It was like a towering mountain that pressed down on his head. It blotted out the skies, giving off a dark and oppressive feeling. Within the giant bone that was covered in cracks, Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng's eyes popped open, wild joy in their eyes. Save us! Save us! A true saint covered his entire body in black robes stepped forwards. A terrifying suppressive aura instantly rose. The great calamity of vast yang has arrived. No true saint can be lost. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Qin Yu's eyes were icy cold, like arrows that wanted to tear apart this person. You are the person they are waiting for? Very good. Without giving the other party a chance to speak, Qin Yu turned his hand behind him. The gate of perishing was still open, as if he had grasped onto something. Bang! An unimaginably terrifying aura erupted like a volcano. It swept out in all directions, covering everyone within. Beneath the black robes, the cold and gloomy face froze. His eyes filled with killing intent couldn't help but fill with fear. His first thought was that he couldn't block it. And then, he would die. That's right, at this moment, the murderous black-robed true saint suddenly felt an intense threat of death. He even suspected that Qin Yu wouldn't give him a chance to say even half a word. In the next moment, Qin Yu would attack. Shua, the black-robed figure, instantly retreated. He tore through the space of the perishing kingdom and vanished beneath the eyes of the many people. At this moment, the world fell deathly silent. After a brief moment of silence, disbelief and horror appeared in everyone's eyes. Chapter 1426. The ninth Qin Yu. This was the ninth Qin Yu of the Peach Garden. No, from today onwards, he would undoubtedly become the new guardian of the Peach Garden. And Qin Yu had used his actions to prove that he indeed had the qualifications to replace the Garden Master. He had truly risen up and shaken vast yang, perished. The starlight spear pierced through the bone giant's body and nailed it to the ground. Zhu Sheng and Lin Sheng revealed looks of despair. They knew that with the retreat of the black-robed true saint, their lives had come to an end. But at this moment, Qin Yu didn't relax at all. He kept his hand moving backwards, his fingers tightly clenched. His knuckles turned white and tiny blood vessels bulged out. It was like he was really holding onto something intangible. Catcher, catcher, the opened gate of perish trembled. Cracks began to appear, weaving together. Qin Yu looked up. His pupils shrank as he stared at the nothingness somewhere. The black-robed true saint had already retreated. But, he felt an even more intense restlessness in his heart. It was like some terrifying existence had followed the black-robed true saint and arrived in a perished world. It was here, but it couldn't be locked onto by sight or divine sense. It was like a shadow, but it could send a person to hell at any moment. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, the only one that could give him such a terrifying feeling, as if he could be killed at any moment, was the ruler. The shocked gazes of the perished world met. They clearly sensed something from Qin Yu's expression and their bodies began to shiver. Would the ruler's situation of seclusion change because of the arrival of the great calamity? If so, then the heavens would truly change. The true saint would still be at the peak of the world, but he would no longer have the qualifications to lead or control vast yang. The ruler would personally enter the battlefield. They would all be reduced to chess pieces. At most, they would be relatively powerful chess pieces. In the deathly silence, Qin Yu let out a long breath. The terrifying feeling of impending destruction finally faded from sight. This meant that the sovereign who had descended here had chosen to retreat in the end. Perhaps it was because the restriction of the ruler's seclusion still existed, or perhaps he had sensed the aura of that woman on Qin Yu's body. But in any case, it definitely wasn't because he feared Qin Yu's strength. This was truly an embarrassing matter. But after experiencing the ruler's malicious gaze, Qin Yu's heart tightened once more. He didn't have the heart to care about how awkward it was. Originally, he thought that with his current cultivation and strength, he would be able to look down on everyone. However, who knew that in the era of the true divine dominating Hao Yang, there would suddenly be a change. Even though the sovereigns hadn't personally appeared in this world yet, there was no doubt that they had already quietly made their move. They had already begun to make arrangements in this world. If they wanted to escape the fate of becoming chess pieces, they had to become even more powerful. Bang, air bang, amidst the heaven-shaking explosions, the flaming meteors continued to crash down. The giant bone monster had completely collapsed, and the auras of Ju and Lin had vanished. Two powerful true sages had fallen just like that. Although he was a murderer, at this moment Qin Yu could still feel the cruelty and tyranny of heavenly tribulation. If he couldn't become stronger, then the one who killed him today would be Qin Yu. But perhaps one day in the future, the one who would be killed would be him. He suppressed these thoughts and steadied his mind. With a flick of his sleeves, the firmament-burning dome was quickly extinguished and the blood jade coffin howled out, rushing into the place where the bone giant had fallen. Woo woo, a strange and sharp sound echoed out from the blood jade coffin. Two incomparably solid phantoms condensed in the void. These were the two sages Ju and Lin who had just been brutally killed. Their eyes were blank and filled with a bit of resentment and resistance. But they couldn't resist the strength of the blood jade coffin. With a deep roar, they turned into two masses of light that submerged into the coffin. The blood jade coffin closed and flew back to Qin Yu's side. He grabbed it and put it away. After finishing this, he swept his eyes around. After determining that he hadn't left anything behind, he turned and stepped into the gate of perished nation. The moment Qin Yu vanished, the world around the gate of perished nation began to shake. A powerful repulsive strength erupted. With a loud bang, the gate of perished nation closed, as if it was sending away a god of plague. Peach Garden. Because the gate of perished nation was still open, no one could hear anything but they could clearly see everything that happened. They saw Qin Yu scare away the ruler of the perished nation and the black-robed true sage. Then, he used his starlight spear to pierce through the giant bone monster and then borrowed a meteor from the heavens to forcefully kill him. All of these scenes left everyone overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing Qin Yu step through the gate of perished nation and return to Peach Garden once more, Lei Xiaoyu was incomparably excited. She stepped forwards and cried out, "Big brother Qin." Just now, she really thought she would die. Qin Yu nodded to her. Then, he frowned and turned to look at the elder senior apprentice brother in the thousand-faced assassin's arms. Facing Qin Yu's gaze, the elder senior apprentice brother forced a smile. "I'm fine." Sure. Qin Yu stepped forwards and appeared at the thousand-faced assassin's side. "Elder senior apprentice brother, don't resist." His eyebrows furrowed together, his complexion solemn. Everyone who had just been overjoyed suddenly paled. The thousand-faced assassin stared at Qin Yu, revealing a pained expression. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, she changed her face. The thousand-faced assassin was still beautiful and charming, but the indifference in the depths of her eyes was much deeper. Qin Yu glanced at her. His eyebrows furrowed even tighter, but he didn't say anything. Seeing the elder senior apprentice brother nod, Qin Yu reached out a hand and pressed it against his body. Great furnace. He could clearly see that the elder senior apprentice brother's condition was extremely poor. He had just condensed his great Tao and was already suffering heavy losses. Or, to be more precise, he had already begun to collapse. Once he couldn't stop it, all that awaited him was death. The elder senior apprentice brother hesitated, as if he already knew his own situation. But, he looked at the thousand-faced assassin and then at the nervous crowd that surrounded him. He forced a smile and didn't say anything. In this world, everyone would die. No one knew what they would encounter in the future. Even someone as powerful as his honorable master would inevitably perish, so it was normal for him to welcome the arrival of death. Qin Yu didn't obtain a response. The furnace's aura was normal, but it was in an extremely dispirited and listless state, as if it were a corpse. It was clear that the matter of the furnace giving birth to the great Tao had caused far too much damage to it. Even now, it still hadn't calmed down. Qin Yu could understand that it would be difficult for a self-aware male to recover from the wounds caused by being forced to give birth. But, the elder senior apprentice brother could die at any moment. He didn't have time to wait for the furnace to slowly heal him. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu roared out inwardly, "Furnace, this is the second time I'm calling you, and it will also be the last time. Otherwise, believe me, when it comes to giving birth, if you can do it once, then you can do it a second time." As if his butt had been set on fire, or as if someone had mercilessly ripped open his wound, the silent strength of the furnace instantly began to seethe and boil. The image of him trembling in anger and gnashing his teeth appeared in Qin Yu's mind. Without giving the furnace a chance to rage, Qin Yu coldly said, "Since you've come back to life, then go and save him. If you can do it, I guarantee that I will never let you experience something like that again." This was probably what it meant to be beaten down with a stick and then given a carrot. This was probably the situation. Qin Yu had reached the point of perfection in this. The furnace was stunned for a moment before falling silent. Qin Yu actually relaxed inwardly. "Remember what you said." Vague thoughts fluctuated in his mind. It was clear that after swallowing the everlasting flame, the furnace had undergone another transformation and was now able to communicate on its own initiative. The furnace phantom appeared, absorbing strength. Seeing the thousand-faced assassin frown, Qin Yu said, "Seventh senior apprentice sister, don't worry. Elder senior apprentice brother will be fine." She stared into Qin Yu's eyes for several breaths of time. Then, she let go of elder senior apprentice brother and allowed him to fly into the furnace phantom. Although she didn't say anything, Qin Yu felt a bit of dread as she stared at him. He couldn't help but frown. The indifference in the thousand-faced assassin's eyes didn't seem normal. Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu asked, "Are you confident?" The furnace's thoughts fluctuated. "I won't die." It was clear that this fellow's anger hadn't yet dissipated. However, it didn't matter whether it was angry or not as long as elder senior apprentice brother was fine. He would worry about the furnace's mentality later. Right now, the most important thing was Peach Girl. Just now, elder senior apprentice brother's condition was too dangerous and Qin Yu had no choice but to immediately deal with him. But this didn't mean that Peach Girl wouldn't have any problems. Facing Qin Yu's eyes, Peach Girl's lips moved. "Where did my father perish?" Qin Yu grabbed her hand. "I can answer all your questions, but not now." He swept his eyes over everyone. "Senior apprentice brothers and sisters, I will stabilize Peach Girl's situation first. I will leave everything else to you." After speaking, he stepped forwards and left with Peach Girl. Space twisted and a pale white phoenix appeared. She glanced at the place where Qin Yu and Peach Girl had left and smiled. "He's fine now." Everyone instantly understood what he meant. Although they had already expected this, they still couldn't help but feel happy. Their little junior apprentice brother had returned. He had killed 2 true saints with thunderous methods and revealed an incomparably powerful strength. Naturally, no one dared to have any ideas about the Peach Garden anymore. This calamity had passed. Since my Peach Garden has passed today's trial, we must clearly remember everything that happened today. Second senior apprentice brother sneered. The Peach Garden had never been hypocritical and righteous. They never paid attention to repaying evil with good. On the contrary, starting from the Peach Garden master, they had always held grudges. Second senior apprentice brother is right. But we can't rush this. We need time to restore order to the Peach Garden and we also need to become stronger. Speaking to here, White Phoenix paused for a moment. She looked at everyone with a heavy expression. "In the past, when Honorable Master was here, we were able to enjoy the noble status of disciples of the Peach Garden with a clear conscience and a peaceful life where no one dared to provoke us. But now that Honorable Master has passed away, and although we still have our little junior apprentice brother and sister, we don't have the face to accept our little junior apprentice brother's protection. So, it is time for us to work even harder and break through our current boundaries as soon as possible. We must strive to step into the Saint realm." Second senior apprentice brother turned and left. "I will immediately go into seclusion in the wine cellar. Unless absolutely necessary, don't let anyone disturb me." His figure flickered and he vanished from sight. Within the furnace phantom, the eldest senior apprentice brother opened his eyes. He looked in the direction that 100 Battles Yu Yi had left in and slowly said, "If 100 Battles doesn't come out in 3 days, Go and ask our little junior apprentice brother to come out. Yes, eldest senior apprentice brother. Everyone nodded, their eyes complex and firm. After experiencing today's calamity, the mentality of the Peach Garden disciples had changed. Without accident, as long as they were given enough time to settle, their strength would rise at an astonishing rate. Chapter 14:27. Peach Girl's situation was very tricky. What was worse was that Yu discovered that she no longer wanted to live. He opened his eyes and looked at Peach Girl in front of him. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Senior sister, don't worry. I'm back. I can protect you." Peach Girl shook her head. "Junior brother, you don't have to sacrifice yourself to save me." Deep in her indifferent eyes, a trace of pain and gloominess flashed. "I am an unlucky person. I was born to be a burden to my parents. I don't want to be a burden to anyone else in this world." Yu's heart tightened. He was sure that Peach Girl already knew the truth that led to the fall of the Yardmaster. This was indeed a cruel reality. He could understand and feel the pain in Peach Girl's heart. But no matter what, he couldn't watch her abandon herself to despair. His thoughts raced. Yu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Senior sister, since you know how you survived until now, can you bear to see the Yardmaster's sacrifice be in vain?" He stared at Peach Girl and said in a heavy tone, "Saints are nearly immortal. If it weren't for saving Senior sister, the Yardmaster wouldn't have injured her foundation and weakened herself. She is doomed to die soon." Peach Girl trembled. Pain appeared in the depths of her cold and calm eyes. Yu wanted to save her. He didn't want to kill her with words. So, when he saw Peach Girl's emotions fluctuate violently, he immediately softened his tone. "The Yardmaster loves Senior sister to the extreme. That's why she was willing to sacrifice herself to save your life. Just because of this, your life no longer belongs to you. It is also the continuation of the Yardmaster's life. How can you give up like this?" If the Yardmaster knew this, she would be very sad. Peach Girl lowered her head. "If I want to live, I can only use the great Tao to prolong my life. No matter who helps me, they will only follow in my father's footsteps," Yu immediately said. Meeting Peach Girl's eyes, he smiled and tried to make his voice gentle and sincere. "I'm not sure if Senior sister knows, but I can tell you clearly that I cultivate the true divinity path. I don't need to explain the specifics of this cultivation system. I shouldn't have the great Tao, but under a lucky coincidence, I condensed it. I know this is very hard to believe, but I promise that everything I said is true, and there is absolutely no facade in it. I have to admit that condensing the great Tao will indeed increase my strength to a certain extent. However, this was just an additional gain. In other words, even if the great Tao was damaged, it would not endanger my foundation. Also, as a cultivator of the true God path, since I have the great Tao, I can repair and refine it. So even if it is damaged, it is not something that cannot be recovered. Eldest senior brother's injuries are related to the destruction of the great Tao. The furnace I summoned can save him, but it can't possibly be ineffective on me. Of course, you should be familiar with this furnace, senior sister. You met it in the endless sea. I survived because of senior sister's help, and also because of the Yardmaster's help. Finally, I was able to use this cauldron to condense the great path. One peck and one drink are almost destined. So it's only natural for me to save senior sister. This is what I owe the Yardmaster and the Peach Garden." After saying so much in a single breath, Yu's mouth felt dry. It wasn't that he was thirsty, but that he was incomparably nervous. If Peach Girl was determined to die and refused to cooperate with the treatment, she would really die very soon. If she died, that would mean that all of Yu's efforts would be meaningless. Ningling and Yu Qi would vanish without a trace, never to return. Peach Girl maintained her previous bowed posture, as if she weren't moved by his words. As Yu was racking his brains, he didn't know what to say. She suddenly said, "Answer a question of mine." Yu reached out a hand. "Senior apprentice sister, please speak. I can sense that you saved me for another reason. What is that reason?" Peach Girl looked up into Yu's eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Her first thought was to hide the truth. But this thought only appeared for a moment before she suppressed it. After a brief silence, Qin Yu said, "I saved Senior Apprentice Sister, because I wanted to save someone." He looked up, a bitter smile on his face. "This is a relatively long story. Today, I will briefly explain it. If Senior Apprentice Sister is interested, once your condition stabilizes, I can tell you the details." Since he had already spoken, there was no need to hide anything. Qin Yu told her about the discovery of the myriad soul Dao in the past, as well as the relationship between Peach Girl, Ningling, and Yu Qi. "That's how things are. So, the reason I saved Senior Apprentice Sister is because I promised the Garden Master that I would do everything possible to protect your life, and also because I had a reason that I had no choice but to do so. The reason I didn't tell you the truth before was to avoid unnecessary trouble. I ask Senior Apprentice Sister to understand." Across from him, Peach Girl had a calm and indifferent expression, not revealing the least bit of emotion. After several breaths of time, she slowly said, "I'll have to trouble little junior apprentice brother." Qin Yu's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly said, "Of course, there is no need for Senior Apprentice Sister to do this." After finally convincing Peach Girl that she didn't want to die, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He reached out a hand and placed it between Peach Girl's eyebrows. "The process might be a bit painful. I ask Senior Apprentice Sister to bear with it." 2 hours later, Qin Yu withdrew his hand, his complexion pale. This was the first time he had mobilized the Great Tao to save someone. He had no experience at all and several accidents had almost occurred. Luckily, he had smoothly completed it. Across from him, Peach Girl's eyes were closed. Her clothes were soaked with sweat and clung tightly to her body, revealing her domineering curves. Qin Yu couldn't help but glance at her. He coughed and stood up. "Senior Apprentice Sister, your situation has stabilized. I will bid my farewells first." Peach Girl imperceptibly nodded. Qin Yu turned and left. The moment the door closed, Peach Girl opened her eyes. They were incomparably dark and there was even a bit of bitterness in them. So it was like this. Since it was like this, then, she had to give up those thoughts that she shouldn't have. Whether it was out of gratitude towards her father for risking his life to save her, or because she wanted to thank Qin Yu for saving Peach Garden today, she could no longer refuse treatment. If so, what would she live for in the future? A vacant look appeared in Peach Girl's eyes. She slowly lowered her head and fell silent. Qin Yu let out a long breath. He turned to look at Peach Girl's residence, a bit of unwillingness on his face. The reason he had hurriedly left just now wasn't because Peach Girl's clothes were soaked in sweat, but because he didn't know how to face her again. He didn't conceal anything and told her the truth. Although Peach Girl no longer resisted treatment, it also gave the fragile Peach Girl another heavy blow. What Qin Yu truly cared about wasn't whether she lived or died. Rather, he just happened to want to save the Tao companion of her divided soul. The Garden Master had perished and Peach Girl no longer had anyone to rely on. Qin Yu had noticed the faint changes in her emotions. He naturally understood that his current stance was a great provocation to Peach Girl. But there was no way Qin Yu could explain this, because this was the truth. He stood where he was, silently sensing his surroundings. If anything went wrong, Qin Yu would immediately move to stop her. He had to admit that when facing Peach Girl, he was indeed cruel. That was, no matter what Peach Girl thought, he would never allow her to die. And when a person couldn't even control their own life or death, that was undoubtedly a pitiful matter. Luckily, Peach Girl didn't give Qin Yu another chance to be cruel. Her aura was extremely stable. After waiting for a moment to determine that she wouldn't take things too hard any time soon, Qin Yu looked away and quickly walked away. Although he had the Great Furnace's guarantee, Qin Yu still couldn't relax. Luckily, his eldest senior apprentice brother's condition had stabilized. According to what the Great Furnace said, a newly formed and fragile Great Tao was now like a hammer that had smashed through it from top to bottom. There wasn't a single place that wasn't damaged at all. Wanting to restore it wouldn't be simple at all. Qin Yu thought it was strange. From one void and two white, to half completion of the Great Tao, and then to the condensation of the Great Tao, well, if he said this, others would surely gnash their teeth in anger. But this was the truth. The process had been easy and quick, and Qin Yu hadn't even had time to react before he was finished. Although rebuilding after a disaster was much more difficult, it shouldn't be to such a degree. Qin Yu suspected that the Great Furnace was taking revenge on him and was deliberately slacking off. The Great Furnace clearly sensed Qin Yu's thoughts and nearly exploded with rage. I say, can you at least have a bit of common sense? Tempering the Great Tao is an action that defies the heavens and changes one's fate to begin with, something that goes against the will of the world. If it weren't for this, the one who created me wouldn't have perished on the spot and would have given a top treasure like me to you for such a cheap price. You are the one I recognized as my master and our auras are related, so I can help you quickly temper your Great Tao, but if it were anyone else and they were to use this speed, that would be the same as pointing a middle finger at the heavens and provoking you. Just turn around and hundreds of bolts of thunder will come crashing down. Do you believe me when I say they won't turn to ashes? Qin Yu lightly coughed and rubbed his nose. Although the Great Furnace's attitude was extremely nasty, his intuition told him that this fellow wasn't lying. He looked at the thousand-faced cultivator and said, "Seventh senior apprentice sister, don't worry. Elder senior apprentice brother's condition is stable and there isn't any danger to his life. He will wake up soon." For a cultivator, sleeping was also an effective form of self-protection. It could restore one's injuries at the fastest speed possible. For elder senior apprentice brother to last until he fainted was already a true man. The thousand-faced cultivator relaxed. "Thank you, junior apprentice brother." He turned to look at the unconscious elder senior apprentice brother on the bed. At this time, he shouldn't disturb him any further. Quietly leaving was the best choice. But Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He said, "Seventh senior apprentice sister, your condition." After a brief silence, the thousand-faced cultivator's voice sounded out. "Thank you for your concern, junior apprentice brother. I am fine." Qin Yu frowned. But, as if thinking of something, he didn't continue speaking. He cupped his hands together and left. He met with the other disciples of Peach Garden outside elder senior apprentice brother's courtyard. After a brief exchange, Qin Yu asked Lei Xiaoyu to find some reliable maids to take care of Peach Girl. Although her condition had stabilized, she was still weak. "Senior apprentice brothers, I will go back and rest first. If there is anything you need me to do, feel free to send someone to find me." "All right, junior apprentice brother, go and rest." He turned and left. After returning to his dwelling, Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He blocked off his senses and frowned. "Why did you stop me just now?" The stone pagoda's voice sounded out. "The thousand-faced cultivator's condition is very strange. If master stimulates her now, there might be an accident." Qin Yu asked, "Then what should I do?" The stone pagoda said, "She isn't in a rush right now. Master might as well observe her. As long as she is still in Peach Garden, you can help her at any time." Qin Yu thought for a moment and nodded. "That's fine." He turned and sat down. After thinking for a moment, he walked towards the training room. The courtyards of Peach Garden disciples seemed simple, but the truth was that they weren't. For instance, even if a saint were to clash with him, it wouldn't be easy to damage them. That's right, Qin Yu was preparing to go into seclusion to cultivate. This wasn't because he was trying to make a last-minute effort, but because the might of the inherited supernatural powers was far greater than he had imagined. As he realized that the ruler had gone into seclusion and was on the verge of collapse, Qin Yu's desire to increase his strength became increasingly urgent. Comprehending and cultivating the 5 great inherited divine abilities was undoubtedly the most effective and the most convenient method at the moment. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. There was a knock on the courtyard doors. Sure, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. He stood up and opened the courtyard doors with a flick of his sleeves. It was Lei Xiaoyu. There was a hint of worry on her face. As she saw Qin Yu, she hurriedly said, "Big brother Qin, second senior apprentice brother has gone into seclusion in the wine cellar. Before eldest senior apprentice brother fell asleep, he told us that if he didn't come out in 3 days, he would have you go and take a look." Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. "All right, I'll go now." Outside the wine cellar, White Phoenix and Iron Mountain were waiting. As they saw Qin Yu arrive, they hurried forwards. "Little junior apprentice brother, Do you know what happened? Qin Yu said, Senior apprentice brothers, don't worry. I will go in and take a look. In front of him was a small rockery. It seemed as if it had been struck by a heavy sword, causing a crack to appear in the center of the rockery. The crack extended all the way down to the ground. Standing here, one could smell the rich fragrance of wine. This was the hard currency of Peach Garden, the peach blossom wine. He nodded to the two and indicated for Lei Xiaoyu to wait outside. Then, his figure flashed and he entered the crack, soon vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 14:28. Looking in from the outside, the wine cellar was pitch black, but that was not the case. Not long after stepping into it, a faint light appeared before his eyes. Even though it wasn't intense, it was enough for him to see his surroundings clearly. But it seemed that there was some kind of restraining force within this wine cellar that imprisoned all the light within, not allowing even the slightest bit of it to escape. Therefore, it caused the appearance of pitch black. Qin Yu focused his senses. He could faintly sense a bit of a cryptic aura, but when he wanted to go deeper, he couldn't even begin. His footsteps paused for a moment before he continued forward. The fragrance of the wine became stronger in his nose and mouth. When he breathed it in, he could feel the sweetness and allure. All the way down into the ground, the traces of excavation in the passage were not obvious. There were only a few traces left in the narrow places. It seemed that the wine cellar under the rockery in the peach garden was more like a natural product than a man-made one. As he moved forwards in the dim light, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching him. He raised an eyebrow and stood still. After several breaths of time, he saw his second senior apprentice brother slowly step forwards. He looked surprised. Little junior brother, why are you here? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He said, I heard that second senior apprentice brother has gone into seclusion in the wine cellar and hasn't left for 3 days, so I came to see you. Second senior brother nodded. Thank you for your concern, junior brother. I'm fine and I'm preparing to leave now, Qin Yu suddenly said. Although I've been in the peach garden for a long time, this is my first time coming to this wine cellar and I haven't had a chance to taste peach blossom wine yet. How about I ask senior apprentice brother to lead the way and bring some peach blossom wine out to drink together? Second senior apprentice brother glanced at Qin Yu and smiled. Good. Little junior apprentice brother, come with me. After saying that, he turned around and walked back the way he came. Qin Yu stepped forward and followed behind. Perhaps it was because everyone was lost in their own thoughts, no one spoke for a moment. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the empty tunnel. He didn't know why, but there was a dark and gloomy feeling about it. Even the shadows beneath the feet of second senior apprentice brother and Qin Yu seemed a bit more strange. After turning an obvious man-made bend, the aroma of the wine suddenly became rich, filling his nose and mouth. Second senior brother stopped and said with a smile, Little junior brother, we are here. He pointed a finger. This is the peach blossom wine. Teacher used the peach blossoms in the garden as the base material and then used the mysteries of this wine cellar to brew it. It is truly the finest wine in the world. In the depths of the ground in front of him, there was a natural depression that formed a round pond. It was filled with wine that was slightly viscous. Under the faint light, it slightly surged and rippled. The rich wine fragrance that he smelled earlier came from this pond. Qin Yu nodded in praise. It really is good wine. Second brother smiled and said, in fact, the wine cellar is divided into 2 parts. What you see now is just the big wine pond outside. The peach blossom wine is excellent, but it is not the best. He pointed to a dimly lit spot at the side of the wine cellar. There's a crack there. Once you pass through it, you'll reach the small wine pond. It's less than 1/3 the size of this place, but the quality of the wine is more than twice as good. When Master was here, he always drank from the small wine pond. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth curled up indiscernibly. Oh, since there's a better peach blossom wine, of course I have to experience it. Second senior apprentice brother smiled and nodded. I will lead junior apprentice brother there. Sure enough, in the dimly lit area, there was a common-looking crack. It was just wide enough for one person to pass through. Second senior apprentice brother was clearly familiar with this place. He quickly moved his feet and walked over. Qin Yu's steps slowed down a bit. He reached out a hand and touched the stone wall. It was extremely damp and there was water seeping out. When he looked down, what he saw was a dazzling red. Junior apprentice brother hasn't arrived yet. Second senior apprentice brother's voice sounded out in front of him. Qin Yu grasped his hand and said, "I'll be right there." The narrow passage wasn't long and they soon passed through. The first feeling they felt was a cold chill. The temperature in the air dropped even lower and the glimmer of light became increasingly dim. And just as second senior apprentice brother said, there was indeed a wine pond. It wasn't too large and the wine was thicker and thicker, as if it were about to solidify into paste. Seeing Qin Yu come in, second senior apprentice brother's smile became even brighter. He stretched out a hand and said, "This is the small wine pond. It produces the highest quality peach blossom wine. Today, thanks to junior apprentice brother, I will also be able to taste it. I must thank senior apprentice brother for telling me." The air suddenly fell silent. The two people smiled as they looked at each other. Neither of them spoke. That strange feeling suddenly became even stronger. Second senior brother coughed lightly to break the silence. "Junior brother, aren't you going to get the wine?" Qin Yu smiled. He shook his head and said, "Such a precious wine, just smelling it is enough. I don't like wine by nature. Drinking it is really a reckless waste of God's gift." Second senior brother persuaded again, "Since we're already here, let's just take some." Qin Yu continued to shake his head. There was another period of silence. Second senior apprentice brother suddenly turned around. He looked at Qin Yu, his voice gloomy. "Why don't you go? Do you want me to invite you personally?" As he stared straight at Qin Yu, the smile on his face vanished and blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes. Only then did one discover that his second senior apprentice brother's face was incomparably pale, like a corpse that had been buried deep underground for countless years. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a smile and a cold light appeared in his eyes. He thought that he couldn't continue pretending. It seemed his patience was worse than he had imagined. "Thank you for your kindness, second senior brother, but I can't afford to drink the wine here." Second senior apprentice brother's voice was even colder. "It looks like junior brother really wants me to personally invite you." At this time, blood flowed out from his mouth, nose, and ears. The pale white skin on his body began to rot, revealing the dark red flesh underneath. But what was strange was that the wine fragrance in the air suddenly rose once more, reaching an inconceivable degree. And most importantly, the fragrance of this wine gave Qin Yu an irresistible temptation. It was like a finger that was constantly teasing his heart, making him want to throw himself into the pool of wine in front of him without a care for anything else. Qin Yu held his breath but discovered that this didn't improve the situation. It was as if the temptation of the wine directly affected his soul. Whether he could smell it or not, he couldn't avoid it. Second senior apprentice brother's entire body began to fester. He opened his mouth to reveal his gums, looking increasingly fierce and horrifying. "Junior brother, please come in and drink." Bang air bang, the thick wine in the small wine pond suddenly boiled over. Countless drops of wine shot into the skies, instantly condensing into tentacles that shot towards Qin Yu. A cold light exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. But at this time, his eyes blurred and his reaction slowed down by several beats. The result was that with a light crackling sound, the wine tentacles wrapped around his hands and feet. The wine tentacles instantly tightened. It was like a monster was hiding beneath the small wine pond, wildly pulling at him. The ground beneath Qin Yu's feet cracked apart. His feet dug into the ground like a plow, tearing open a long trench. But he couldn't stop himself from being pulled towards the wine pond. During this process, he revealed a struggling expression. But his eyes remained blurred and he simply couldn't put up any effective resistance. Second senior apprentice brother's festering became even more severe. His entire body had nearly turned into a pool of viscous flesh and blood. His eyes were completely exposed as he stared straight at Qin Yu. The blood vessels on his face bulged out, weaving together in a strange and horrifying manner. A deep and low laugh came from his gums. "Come little junior apprentice brother, this wine is delicious. I'm sure you'll like it." Qin Yu was slowly pulled to the side of the small wine pond. With a dull thud, he fell into it. Second senior apprentice brother's laughter was sharp and filled with eagerness. I can eat again. Hungry. I'm really hungry. He turned and walked into the small wine pond. The flesh and blood that constantly dripped down mixed into the wine pond, causing the fragrance of the wine to become even richer. He fell backwards without a single splash of wine. The second senior apprentice brother was like mud as he directly melted into the wine pond. Although the wine pond didn't seem large from the outside, the truth was that it was only on the surface. It actually possessed an astonishing depth. Qin Yu was rapidly dragged down by the tentacles. Even after several breaths of time had passed, he still hadn't reached the bottom. An invisible strength wrapped around him, rapidly forming an icy cold and sticky film on the surface of his body. It was thick and solid to the touch, wrapping around him layer by layer. His field of vision immediately blurred and it continued to strengthen. If this continued, then it would eventually form a seal that would plunge him into complete darkness. Qin Yu sighed and the blurriness in his eyes instantly vanished. If he couldn't find the real second senior apprentice brother, then he could only take action. Fortunately, Qin Yu's dilemma didn't continue for too long. With a dull thud, he touched the bottom of the pond. Although his field of vision was blurry, he could still vaguely make out something. Not too far away, he found someone that looked exactly like him, motionless and wrapped in a thick film. Although his vision was blurry, he could still vaguely make out some things. Not far away, he found a person who was now exactly the same as him, motionless and wrapped in a thick layer of sticky film. Although he couldn't make out his true appearance, he could roughly make out his figure. Without a doubt, it was his second senior apprentice brother. Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Then, his lips curved up in a cruel smile. Although he didn't know, he knew who the person in the wine pool who was pretending to be the second senior brother and knew how to use the body ulceration technique was, but he had obviously not heard of the saying that one should not eat just anyone, or else one would get a stomachache. A sharp light exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. Light surged in his palm and a sword phantom appeared. How should he put it? The feeling at this moment was probably like being peacefully eaten into someone's stomach without struggling or resisting. Then, when that person turned around and pulled out a shining sword from his chest, this feeling was simply exhilarating. But the wine pond didn't feel exhilarating at all. Think about it. If someone took out a sword from your stomach, even if they didn't swing it or slash at you, that in itself was the greatest harm. In particular, if this sword was extremely fierce and had an astonishing killing power, then the harm would be even greater. The only direct result of this was that with a bang, the wine pond exploded once more. Qin Yu, who had been swallowed up, immediately felt a strong sense of rejection and was forcefully pushed out. Of course, the moment he was pushed out, Qin Yu didn't forget to reach out and grab onto his second senior apprentice brother who was also at the bottom of the pond. With a light smack, he landed on the edge of the wine pond. He lifted his hand and tore off the film that was now torn to pieces. This thing was in a miserable state. But, it wasn't because of Qin Yu, but because of the sword phantom. From the feeling of the fragments, Qin Yu knew that it wouldn't be easy to tear this thing apart with brute force. The sword phantom had already vanished. Although it didn't say anything, Qin Yu rationally gave up on the idea of borrowing its strength. Although this sword had already recognized him as its master, or rather, it had barely recognized him as its master, it was clear that Qin Yu hadn't truly subdued it yet. In other words, Qin Yu wasn't confident that if he continued to provoke it, he wouldn't turn around and be split in half by this sword. Whatever, safety first. He would ask second senior apprentice brother to stay in this film for a while longer. In any case, he had already been here for a long time, so a little more time wouldn't matter. The wine pond was still boiling. Within the rich fragrance of wine, there was suddenly a faint smell of blood. Then, the figure that used the great festering art condensed once more. There were no eyelids, but his eyes were still protruding outwards. He glared at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with hatred so deep that they nearly condensed into essence. Ah! A sharp scream came from his gums. It was like a high-speed spinning arrow that pierced into his soul. Qin Yu's face paled. Second senior apprentice brother, who was wrapped in layers of film, couldn't help but twitch and twist in pain. Whoosh, the tentacle howled out. But this time it clearly didn't want to entangle Chinyu and drag him into the wine pond. It aimed directly at Chinyu's neck, as if it wanted to give him a clean death in order to dispel the hatred in its heart. But the truth was that the self-eroding art had reached large success, and it had been deceived once more. The moment it screamed, Chinyu had hidden his own soul. He didn't separate from his mortal body, but he was in another strange space that wasn't the same as this place, so he wasn't injured at all. Thus, the paleness of his face was only a disguise. His goal was to fish. But now, the fish had taken the bait. So, facing the whistling tentacle that wanted to behead him, Chinyu sneered and lifted his hand. With a loud clap, he grasped the tentacle. He stepped forwards. The ground cracked and sank into his ankles. At this moment, Chinyu gave off the feeling that he had become one with the earth. "Come out!" With a loud shout, he fiercely pulled back. The tentacle immediately stretched taut like a bowstring. The result of the struggle was that the tentacle rapidly stretched to the sides, making one worry that it would break at any moment. But Chinyu wasn't worried, because he had already seen through the nature of this tentacle. It was formed from the wine in the pond and was one with it to begin with. Unless the other party was willing to cut off its own limbs. If so, then things would be even simpler. After suffering 2 heavy wounds, even if it could escape back to the wine cellar, Chinyu had plenty of ways to kill it. Indeed, not everyone had the courage to cut off their own wrists. Perhaps the one in the wine pond was well aware of the situation it was facing and was prepared to go all out against Chinyu. So, when the tentacles tightened to the limit, the entire wine pool erupted. It was like a river had burst through a dam, rushing towards Chinyu like a raging flood. The great festering art had reached large success. At this time, it opened its gums and ruthlessly bit down at Chinyu. Chapter 1429. As a veteran fisherman, he certainly wouldn't be bitten by the fish at the other end of the rod. Otherwise, it would be too shameful. Chinyu stood still, maintaining his previous posture of being one with the earth. Suddenly, he lifted his hand and punched out. When this punch landed, it felt as if the entire earth was suddenly lifted up and then swept out with a crushing momentum. With a dull thud, the roaring flood seemed to hit an extremely high and wide invisible wall in the nothingness. The teeth of the owner of the great art of self-destruction were immediately smashed to pieces. He was like a housefly that was mercilessly sent flying away. As the fragments of his teeth flew out, his body was also rupturing. He was originally like a walking puddle of flesh and blood, but now he was completely smashed and melted back into the wine. This wasn't his original intention, so the taste wasn't much better. A pained and angry roar sounded from the depths of the wine pool. In addition, Chinyu even felt a trace of grievance. This caused a ruminative look to appear in his eyes. He thought that even with this person's methods, he still felt aggrieved. It could be seen that his experiences over the years weren't very pleasant. What did the yardmaster do to him? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Chinyu's mind, involving all kinds of gratitude and grudges, and even sad and tortuous love stories. But soon, he felt that thinking like this was really disrespectful to the yardmaster. Even if the relationship between them was more of a business transaction, it was still a bit too much. Another roar erupted from the wine pool. Chinyu's eyes flashed, and there was a faint sense of amazement in them. The person in the pool was very powerful. In such a short period of time, he had actually found a way to deal with him. This roar was the same as the previous scream. It was a powerful divine sense attack. But what was different from the first one was that it seemed to have locked onto Chinyu's soul that had escaped into another space. Although he had only lightly touched the space created by the art of concealing divinity and was still far from being unraveled, this was already extremely difficult. If he had enough time, Chinyu believed that the art of concealing divinity would be broken. But unfortunately, he didn't have a son. So since he wasn't his father, it was impossible for him to be a living target and help him learn the method to deal with him. Without waiting for the person in the wine pool to attack again, Chinyu lifted his hand and grasped forwards. With a loud explosion, a large amount of wine directly exploded and miserable screams rang out once more. However, this punch was different from the previous one. It wasn't an attack from the outside, but an internal self-destruction. It was precisely because of this that it was all the more terrifying. For the first time, the scream of the person in the pool revealed an expression of fear. This was because it couldn't figure out why Qin Yu was able to forcefully deprive it of control over a portion of its soul, causing it to explode and devour itself. And this was also the root cause of the creature in the pool's fear. In its current state, even if its physical body was damaged, it wouldn't be fatal. However, the soul was different. If its soul was destroyed, it would truly die, and it would never have the chance to turn the situation around. Not long ago, it had just seen a glimmer of hope with the help of second senior brother's 100 battles. It had suffered bitterly for so many years, and it finally saw a chance to leave this place and get back everything. How could it be willing to die? No, absolutely not. Rumble, the wine in the pool began to tumble. With a loud explosion, it exploded once more. But this time, its target wasn't Qin Yu, but the crack that led to the outside world. In a situation where he wasn't fully prepared, if he forcefully escaped from the wine pool, even if everything went smoothly, he would inevitably fall into a period of weakness and even lose a great deal of his strength. But he couldn't care about that right now. Compared to death, this price was completely bearable. He wanted to escape and he had already taken action. But that didn't mean that Qin Yu was willing to let him leave alive. For a strange existence of unknown origin that likely had a grudge against the peach garden, it was certainly better for him to die. Qin Yu didn't want to leave behind an irreparable disaster for the peach garden in the future because of a moment of so-called benevolence. Of course, the person in the wine pool that had self-destructed had a horrifying and ugly appearance, so Qin Yu didn't like him at all. He didn't have the slightest thought of showing mercy. Bang! There was a dull explosion once more. The rapidly escaping wine burst apart from within. With a pitiful scream, it forcefully broke apart from the middle. That bloody and horrifying face appeared in the tumbling wine, its face twisted in pain. With a loud whoosh, all of the wine fell back into the wine pool. His body had been cut off. His body. Unless he had to abandon half of himself, he could only return here and fuse them back together. Abandoning half of himself, it wasn't that the person in the wine pool didn't have such a ruthless and decisive method, but that he hadn't been prepared yet and had to leave the wine pool. This in itself was a tremendous injury. If he were to abandon half of himself, then even if he could escape today, he feared he wouldn't be able to live for long. Who are you? Who are you? The roar of a trapped beast erupted from the depths of the wine pool. Billowing waves of sound shook the ground, echoing outwards, forming a rumbling tide. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out just how Qin Yu was able to directly control his soul and cause such serious damage to himself. The truth of the answer was a combined operation, the combined use of Reach the Moon and Defensive Strike. The general summary was to use Reach the Moon to control a portion of the other party's soul. And the reason it could do this was because when this inherited supernatural ability cultivated the soul, there was a shortcut, or perhaps it could be called an unorthodox secret technique. It could forcefully plunder a portion of the target's soul and directly transform and absorb it to enhance itself. Of course, this sort of shortcut came with great hidden dangers. If it was used once or twice, it would be fine. At most, it would take some time to slowly digest it. But if it was used too many times, the impurities in the soul would be swallowed up and the mind would be thrown into chaos, causing serious consequences. Qin Yu didn't want to take this shortcut. So, after he controlled a portion of the soul, he switched to defensive strike mode and forcefully controlled it to self-destruct, creating a powerful killing force. What was similar was that when Qin Yu punched out before, it was also a part of the combined operation. It was just that Reach the Moon had been replaced with Pick the Stars. This body transformation inherited supernatural ability could allow one to reach the level of becoming one with the earth, borrowing its power to temper one's mortal body. After reaching this step and switching to defensive strike mode, one would be able to strike out with a strike similar to the earth-crushing strike from before, exploding with power. Although it hadn't been long since he obtained it and he hadn't had the time to deeply cultivate it, Qin Yu could already confirm that the true method of detonating the power of the 5 inherited supernatural abilities was to fuse them together. But then again, there was no supernatural ability in this world that didn't have limitations. No matter how powerful or ridiculous it was, there would always be flaws. It could even be said that the more powerful a supernatural ability was, the greater its flaws would be. Qin Yu didn't know what the flaws of these 5 inherited supernatural abilities were, but the reason he was able to easily roll over this person in the pool was because this person's current state just happened to be tailor-made for him. Thus, he could easily suppress it with a wave of his hand. This didn't mean that this move could be easily replicated and used against anyone. Otherwise, wouldn't Qin Yu be in an invincible state? This wasn't some fantasy, nor was it possible for it to exist. Facing this trapped beast in the pool, Qin Yu's eyes were ice cold. He wasn't in the mood to explain anything to it. Although everyone was curious, this person in front of him was definitely an existence with a great secret. But even if there were benefits, the garden master hadn't been able to obtain them after all these years. Qin Yu didn't believe that he could make it reveal anything in a short period of time. Since that was the case, he might as well just kill it to avoid any complications from arising if he delayed any longer. Thus, facing the roaring beast in the pool, Qin Yu reached out and fiercely clenched his fist once more. Pang! A deep explosive sound erupted from the pool once more. Ah! A pained roar mixed with despair and brutality appeared on the surface of the wine pool. The rotting face glared at Qin Yu. I can surrender. I am willing to continue being suppressed in this wine cellar and produce peach blossom wine for the peach garden. Qin Yu shook his head. I'm sorry. I was telling you the truth before. I really don't like drinking wine, so this proposal isn't tempting to me at all. The face immediately twisted and filled with crazed roars. Don't force me. Don't force me. There is no enmity between us. Rather, it was the peach garden that captured me and suppressed me, locking me in this wine cellar where I never see the light of day. They used my mortal body to brew wine for you to drink and improve your cultivation and talent. Do you think I don't have the qualifications to swallow a disciple of the peach garden? Moreover, he isn't dead yet. As long as you let me go, I will immediately release him and guarantee that from now on, I will never harm anyone in the peach garden. The lady garden master had indeed gone too far with him. Although it was just a simple statement, it was enough to make one break out in a cold sweat. This person seemed to be in a very miserable state. Qin Yu seriously thought about it. He sighed and shook his head. The more you say, the less I trust you. And as you said just now, how can such a deep hatred be easily let go? It is impossible for me to spend all my time in the peach garden in the future, so it is best to clean up any hidden dangers ahead of time. So, you can leave in peace. Ah! Rumble rumble, the wine pool wildly tumbled about. A vortex instantly formed, and the entire underground space shook. Space itself was shaking. Catcher, catcher, cracking sounds could be heard as cracks appeared in the wine pool. Violent, murderous, and destructive wills were crazily released. The rich fragrance of wine accompanied by the smell of blood soared into the sky. All of the wine was rapidly swallowed up by the vortex, and a distorted figure condensed. The flesh and blood on the surface were rotten and scarlet. It was clear that this was the miserable figure that had been suppressed here by the garden master and used to make wine. Now, this figure released an extremely terrifying aura. It was like an evil spirit from hell that wanted to destroy everything and cause death to cover the earth. It had flipped out. Qin Yu grabbed his second senior apprentice brother and rapidly retreated. His ruthless roar was like a thunderclap. You want to leave? You will accompany me to the grave. What responded was the back of Qin Yu's head. He grabbed his second senior apprentice brother and rushed into the crack. He didn't even look back, nor did he pause. The figure in the wine pool lifted a hand and grasped forward. The void instantly turned cold and gloomy. A terrifying aura was about to descend, covering Qin Yu and his second senior apprentice brother. But at this moment, with a light hum, the phantom of a stone pagoda suddenly appeared, covering the wine pool and the figure within, isolating Qin Yu and his second senior apprentice brother. Bang! With a dull thud, the phantom of the stone pagoda gently shook. It sneered, "Boy, your strength isn't small. But, things like resentful spirits aren't much of a threat to me." Qin Yu stepped into the crack and placed his second senior apprentice brother to the side. He turned and said, "Be careful. Don't collapse the wine cellar." The stone pagoda smiled. "Master, Rest assured. Since I made a move, I naturally have confidence in myself. As it spoke, its heart was 30% hot, 30% eager, and the rest was restless. But as it thought about it, it suppressed all of its hesitation. Since it had already decided to trust Qin Yu, it couldn't hide anything from him. After all, sooner or later, it would have to face this secret. Qin Yu could sense the complex mood fluctuations coming from the stone pagoda. As if thinking of something, his eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. He nodded and said, "I'll leave it to you." Within the phantom of the stone pagoda, the one trapped in the pool had gone completely insane. He desperately wanted to drag Qin Yu down with him, but he was forcefully stopped. His heart was filled with hatred. As he howled, he attacked in a frenzy. His attacks were like a torrential storm as they rained down on the illusory stone tower, causing ripples to spread in all directions. But just as the stone pagoda had said, things like resentful spirits weren't anything to it. At the very least, it didn't show any signs of being damaged. I've figured out what you're up to. Moreover, your anger has reached the limit. A resentful spirit in this state often tastes the best. With a low chuckle, the stone pagoda attacked. Qin Yu could see tentacles shoot out from the stone pagoda. They were as fast as arrows, sinking into the resentful spirit's body. His entire body instantly curled up. His eyes that were filled with anger, cruelty, and killing intent were instantly filled with pain. What followed was a loud gulp, 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 gulp. This move was indeed sharp and direct. Qin Yu suddenly felt a cold breeze blow past the back of his head and all the hairs on his back stood up. He thought back to the time when he had been woken up by the stone pagoda. Could it have been like this? Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. The pained, resentful spirit crazily struggled, erupting with an unprecedented strength. A wild wave of divine sense swept out like a tsunami, repeatedly shaking the stone pagoda phantom. But although the stone pagoda phantom trembled, it didn't show any signs of breaking through. The gulping sounds didn't stop at all. As time passed, the resentful spirit's resistance became increasingly weak. He curled up into a ball, becoming nothing more than a fish on the chopping block. The stone pagoda phantom rapidly became more solid. In a short period of time, Qin Yu felt that it had become much more powerful. This swallowing art was quite elegant. How come the stone pagoda didn't show it before? Could it only absorb resentful spirits? That couldn't be right. Qin Yu's personal experience was the evidence. How could a living person become food for the stone pagoda? Suddenly, a dignified expression crossed Qin Yu's face. He looked at the stone pagoda phantom in front of him and suddenly thought that it was nearly omniscient and omnipotent. Although the stone pagoda had always used the excuse that it had done some research during its dark and sunless years as an excuse, today Qin Yu suddenly felt that he might have discovered a more reasonable explanation. For instance, as long as one ate enough, they would naturally understand everything. Chapter 1430. Qin Yu suddenly understood that it was only today that the stone pagoda had truly revealed everything to him. He coughed and covered up the strange light in his eyes. In the world of adults, there was a tacit understanding that didn't need to be said too clearly. So at this moment, Qin Yu thanked the stone pagoda and pretended that he hadn't seen anything or guessed anything. The stone pagoda was deeply grateful for this. Although it had already prepared itself to be completely exposed to Qin Yu's sight, it still didn't want to recall or face the events of the past. Crackle, light sounds rang out one after another. The layers of sticky film that wrapped around second senior apprentice brother's body began to break apart as the resentful souls vanished. The stone pagoda said, "Master, if there is nothing else, I will return first." Qin Yu nodded. With a light hum, the stone pagoda phantom vanished from sight. With a stuffy cough, second senior apprentice brother opened his eyes. A sharp light surged within them and a strong and wild aura broke out from his body. But soon, he realized the situation in front of him. He looked at Qin Yu and frowned. Junior apprentice brother? A moment later, after learning the cause and effect of what had happened, second senior apprentice brother revealed a grateful expression. He cupped his hands together and said, "I must thank junior apprentice brother for helping me this time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." Qin Yu glanced at second senior apprentice brother. Although his eyes were a bit dim, there was still a halo of light swirling in them. He could sense that there was something different in his aura. He smiled and said, after surviving a calamity, senior apprentice brother seems to have obtained some harvests. Second senior apprentice brother didn't hide anything. He sighed and nodded. That person in the wine pool, strictly speaking, has some origins with me. Through this matter, I was able to recover some of my forgotten memories. I should be able to break through my current boundary soon. Congratulations, second senior apprentice brother. 100 Battles shook his head and bitterly smiled. If it weren't for junior apprentice brother helping me, I fear I would have already died. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. I will remember this matter. In the future, if junior apprentice brother needs me, this life is yours. Please don't hesitate to ask. His fists were firm and sincere. Qin Yu smiled and didn't say anything. In truth, what he said before was correct. It was impossible for him to stay in Peach Blossom Garden forever. He even had a faint premonition that he would soon leave, perhaps it was related to that woman's request. In short, he could help Peach Blossom Garden for a time, but he couldn't help them forever. The best result would be for everyone to become stronger. Let's go. White Phoenix, Iron Mountain, and Xiaoyu are waiting outside. I fear they are worried. Sure enough, when the two of them went out, the first two were still fine. They merely furrowed their brows and looked solemn, but Lei Xiaoyu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She could not help but pace back and forth. Big brother Qin. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes brightened as she saw them and walked over. Bai Feng and Tai Shan heaved a sigh of relief. However, a trace of hesitation quickly appeared in the depths of the former's eyes. You, little junior brother, since you've come out safe and sound, you can return what I gave you earlier. Bai Feng smiled and extended her hand. You. And she. And said, he, I, he, I, he. He smiled and said, third brother didn't give me anything, so don't worry. It's really me and second brother who came out. She, I, Quan, it's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. After pausing for a moment, he continued, because I am not very clear about the specific situation of the wine cellar, I did not say much about it in order to prevent junior brother from making a mistake. I hope junior brother will not blame me for my lack of clarity. Qin Yu waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. Second senior brother revealed a trace of embarrassment. He took a deep breath and said, I was tricked by that person in the wine cellar. It was all thanks to junior brother's help. Otherwise, I might not have been able to return. Even though he had said it very simply, the meaning behind his words was enough to make one's heart tremble. Shock immediately appeared in the eyes of the other party. Qin Yu thought that his second senior brother was quite honest. He met their gazes and nodded. He is a bit of a threat, but after experiencing the tribulation this time, I believe that second senior brother will soon break through. The Peach Garden will have another saint. This was good news, especially after the previous turmoil. For the disciples of the Peach Blossom Garden, every additional saint was an additional layer of protection. Congratulations, second senior brother. Bai Feng, Tai Shan, and Lei Xiaoyu were overjoyed. Baijan Yuyi couldn't help but reveal a smile. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Yu. I almost forgot. How is junior apprentice sister Peach? Qin Yu said, her situation has stabilized. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Lei Xiaoyu. Everything else was left to her. Lei Xiaoyu said, fourth senior apprentice sister is doing very well. It's just that her temperament has become a bit colder. She almost never speaks to anyone. In truth, this was already a tactful way of describing things. Not only had Peach Blossom's temperament become colder, but she was like a block of ice, filled with an icy coldness that no one dared to approach. Qin Yu faintly sensed that she was hiding something. He furrowed his eyebrows and said, in a moment, come with me to take a look. Baijan Yuyi nodded. With junior brother here, I can rest assured. I will go into seclusion for a period of time and strive to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. He was the first to leave. Feng was currently in charge of all the affairs of the Peach Blossom Garden and was also incomparably busy. She and Tai Shan hurriedly bid their farewells. Qin Yu watched them leave. Then, he glanced at Lei Xiaoyu. "Tell me the truth." Lei Xiaoyu bitterly smiled. "Big brother Qin, even if you didn't say anything, I would have invited you to take a look. There really is something wrong with senior apprentice sister Peach right now." As Qin Yu listened to her speak in detail, he frowned. But, he subconsciously let out a breath of relief in his heart. This was because just as Lei Xiaoyu said, there was indeed something wrong with Peach Blossom. But, she didn't seem to have any inclination to commit suicide. Soon, Qin Yu realized that his thoughts were cruel and callous. But, he couldn't deceive himself. He bitterly smiled and suppressed these thoughts. Let's go and take a look." 3 days later, Qin Yu saw Peach Blossom again. When she swept her eyes over him, it was just as Lei Xiaoyu had said. It was like an icy knife ruthlessly sliced across his body. At the same time, there was also a bone-chilling coldness. However, her attitude towards Qin Yu was different from others. After a moment of silence, she gently nodded and said, "Junior brother, you've come." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "I heard that senior apprentice sister's recovery was quite good, so I came to take a look." Peach Blossom said, "I'm fine." For a time, Qin Yu found that he didn't know what to say. Even if he asked himself honestly, he could be considered someone skilled in the art of speech. Just as he was thinking about what to say that wouldn't touch Peach Maiden's nerves, she suddenly said, "Junior apprentice brother, don't worry. Since I've agreed to be treated, I won't easily give up my life." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I'm tired. I want to rest for a while. Little junior brother, you can go by yourself." Qin Yu bitterly smiled to himself. He had already made it clear that he was leaving. Then, he cupped his hands in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Lei Xiaoyu, who was following behind him, looked at him for a while before turning to look at the courtyard where Peach Maiden was. Her expression was extremely complicated. Qin Yu turned around and rapped her on the forehead. He angrily roared, "What nonsense are you thinking about? Peach's current appearance has nothing to do with me." Halfway through his words, he suddenly lost his voice. As he said before, people couldn't lie to themselves. He flicked his sleeves and left, gritting his teeth as he said, "In short, it's not what you think." Lei Xiaoyu chased after him. "Big brother Qin, I will tell you everything about senior sister Peach Maiden in the future." Wasn't this clearly relying on him? Everything he said just now had been in vain. Qin Yu resisted the urge to turn around and smack her on the forehead again. His face darkened as he quickened his pace. After shaking off Lei Xiaoyu, he returned to his dwelling. Qin Yu rubbed his temples, a bitter smile on his face. Peach Maiden's problem really was a problem. Although she didn't have any inclination to not want to live right now, she definitely wouldn't be able to remain in such a hopeless state for too long. But for the time being, Qin Yu really didn't have any good ideas. He could only temporarily suppress this thought and wait for a later opportunity to solve this problem. If he couldn't solve this problem right now, then he would deal with it later. Qin Yu took a deep breath and calmed his thoughts. He stood up and walked towards the training room. Practice was the only standard for testing. In simpler terms, through the incident with that pitiful resentful spirit in the exploding hammer wine cellar, Qin Yu had determined just how formidable and mysterious an inheritance supernatural ability was. Moreover, he didn't know whether or not the so-called hidden dangers that the ruler's will avatar spoke of were true. Even if it really did exist, Qin Yu couldn't care about such things. Increasing his strength was his top priority right now. First, great changes had occurred in Vast Yang. The ruler's situation of seclusion had likely changed, and this was the most pressing reason. Secondly, although he had smoothly killed the two sages, Zhu and Lin, and even scared off the ruler of a fallen country and the black-robed true sage with just his aura, it seemed that he was extremely awe-inspiring, intimidating all the enemies and stabilizing the situation in the Peach Garden. But no matter what, a grudge had already been formed. This was an indisputable fact. Would the influence behind Saint Zhu and Saint Lin, or perhaps that black-robed true saint, really give up like this? Of course, if they admitted defeat, that would be the best result. Qin Yu wasn't a masochist, and he didn't think that he could rely on the strength of a single strike to defy the heavens, defy the earth, defy the air, and trample everyone beneath his feet. But he had to admit that if things were really as he thought, then there was likely a ruler hidden behind the shadows that truly overlooked vast Yang. If so, then the possibility of them admitting defeat was nearly negligible. In other words, revenge would definitely come. Moreover, once they were prepared, they only needed to attack to deal with Qin Yu. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Moreover, there was no way to hide. He was nothing more than a shining live target. This feeling was simply terrible. So now, deep in Qin Yu's heart, the desire to constantly become stronger was becoming increasingly intense. Cultivating in seclusion and perceiving the 5 great inheritance supernatural abilities, all of that was empty. Only having a sufficiently formidable strength was the most fundamental guarantee. And in truth, Qin Yu didn't think too much about this. This was because as he hurriedly went into seclusion, revenge had already been put on the agenda. And the one who did all of this was the influence that the black-robed man represented. They had a very high-level name that also had a bit of style, the Dusk Order. Chapter 1431. The hall was filled with light. Every piece of glazed roof tile shone down, illuminating the figures on the 12 chairs very clearly. In the Haoyang world, the 12 divine thrones of the Dusk Order, which were hidden under the light and hidden from the eyes of the world, were gathered here. The black-robed true saint who had been frightened away by Qin Yu's hand during the destruction of his country was one of the 12 divine thrones. At this time, he was silent, his expression cold. Deep in his eyes, there was anger and resentment constantly surging. The 12 divine thrones were arranged in a circle, forming a perfect circle. Naturally, there was no difference between them. At this time, a cold voice sounded out from underneath a black robe. What happened during the destruction of my country? The 7 divine thrones retreated without a fight, causing my Twilight Order to be defeated for the first time. He had been named. After a moment of silence, a cold and gloomy voice sounded out. The Peach Garden 9th Qin Yu is hiding a great secret. Although I didn't fight him, I could feel the threat of death. If I hadn't retreated that day, I might have died on the spot. The hall was silent. After several breaths of time, one of the divine thrones slowly said, when the 7 divine thrones attacked, they had a supreme treasure bestowed upon them by his honor. Unless someone on the level of his honor arrived, who could resist? Therefore, we cannot accept such an explanation. This was of course a more elegant way of saying it. The more direct explanation was, you must be hiding something. The 7 god seat's face twitched. He could feel the anger surging in his chest. However, he was not an impatient young man. He sneered and said in a deep voice, if you don't believe me, you can personally go and test it out. This was clearly the most direct and effective method. The hall fell silent, as if they were choked by these words. The Peach Garden 9th Qin Yu had killed Saint Ju and Saint Lin on the spot. Even if the divine thrones were powerful, without his honor's treasure, they weren't confident they could contend with him. Rashly knocking on their door, rather than saying they were testing the truth, it was more like they were rushing thousands of miles to deliver their heads. Just as everyone was getting angry and thinking about whether they should join forces to teach the 7 god seats a lesson, a ball of light suddenly appeared in the ring-shaped space. At first, it was just a dot, but in the blink of an eye, it expanded to the size of a human head. The surface of the light gently moved, and a face appeared indistinctly. Everyone was slightly startled, and they hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Your Honor. Within the Dusk Order, he was the only existence that stood above the 12 divine thrones. He couldn't be called directly by his name, nor could he be called directly by his realm. Thus, he was crowned with the words Venerable One to show that his status was extremely respected. Within the ball of light, the blurry face spoke. This matter was a mistake in the gathering of information. The fault does not lie with the 7 god seats. Yes, Your Honor, everyone said respectfully. Since his honor had personally endorsed the 7 gods, it naturally meant that the 7 gods did not lie. Regarding this, they could trust it. But even so, the matter did not end there. The 2 saints Ju and Lin were killed on the spot, and the 7 god seats fled without a fight. This had caused a huge blow to the prestige of the Order of Dusk. To the divine thrones who wanted to rebuild the Dusk Order in the midst of the turmoil in vast Yang City, this was a difficult matter to accept. Your Honor, the matter of the peach garden is too great. We must give an explanation, otherwise it will cause the hearts of the people to scatter and it will be difficult for us to act in the future. Indeed, we serve the name of order. If we were to suffer a defeat in the peach garden, that would be looked down upon by others. Your Honor must think of a way to reverse the situation as soon as possible. The longer we delay, the greater the impact of this matter will be. The divine thrones all spoke up, their voices unable to conceal their worry. Within the ball of light, the blurry faces' mouth opened and closed. I already know what you are talking about. The peach garden's Qin Yu will die and the peach garden will also be destroyed. At that time, all of this will vanish and things will return to normal. The 12 divine thrones stood up and bowed. Your Honor's Tao is boundless. They didn't doubt these words at all. At practically the same time as the 12 divine thrones revealed cold smiles, in a distant place, something else was happening. In the barren wilderness, perhaps because of the arrival of the cold autumn season, all the vegetation had withered and turned yellow. There was a desolate and deathly silence. In this withered and yellow landscape, there was a small temple. From the surface, it seemed to have been in disrepair for many years. Mottled and damaged, it exuded a desolate and decadent aura. Half of the temple's main door was broken and the other half was also weak. It could barely hang on the door frame. If one looked through the cracks, they could see that there were 2 clay statues placed on the altar within. It was clear that because they had withstood the baptism of time, the 2 statues were heavily mottled and it was impossible to make out their expressions. There was only a faint trace of dignity left in their outlines. Suddenly, a wind rose up within the temple, stirring up dust. The 2 statues on the altar nearly opened their eyes at the same time. The mouth of the left statue moved, emitting an extremely soft sound. It was very, very soft. Even though one was very close, they still had to listen very carefully to make sure they could hear it clearly. It was like the statue was guarding against something in order to prevent its actions from being sensed by some unknown existence. The person you are looking for has already been found. The taboo of the right statue seemed to have lessened by a great deal. Its voice rose several octaves, clearly conveying its attitude. There seemed to be a bit of resentment in its voice. Who is it? Tell me. The left statue said, we cannot be sure right now. But through this person, you should be able to find the truth. Speak. The voice of the left statue suddenly fell even lower. It barely managed to hear the words. Sword sect before it fell silent. Another gust of wind blew past. The 2 statues closed their eyes and fell silent, as if nothing had happened at all and everything that happened before was just an illusion. But at this time, the feeling these 2 statues gave off was much more decayed and dispirited than before, as if they had withstood some invisible backlash. The great calamity of vast Yang had arrived. Qin Yu had returned from his trip to the peach garden, and he had killed Saint Ju and Saint Lin in the midst of a fallen nation. This was a matter that everyone in the world of vast Yang knew of. Including the netherworld saint who had died at his hands, 3 of the world's peak existences at the parameter true saint level had perished at his hands. For a time, Qin Yu's reputation rose even higher. He faintly surpassed ordinary true saints and became the strongest existence below the ruler. But in the eyes of some people who knew more, the descriptions of Qin Yu in the rumors were extremely inaccurate. For instance, the Eastern Sea Dragon Saint. 3 true saints. Haha, you people are far too naive. How could you even begin to imagine Qin Yu's true methods? In the past, the master and disciple of the Peach Garden had used a shameless method to forcefully snatch away the supreme treasure of the Eastern Sea that originally belonged to him. Wasn't Lord Dragon Saint angry? Of course not. But why didn't the Dragon Saint get involved? When he attacked the Peach Garden, he didn't even express his stance. Was it because he was magnanimous and repaid evil with good? Bah. Wasn't it because he was afraid? So what if the Garden Master died? The Peach Garden still had Qin Yu. This boy was a ruthless character. In the eyes of the Dragon Saint, he was even more terrifying than the Garden Master. As long as he was there, the peach garden wouldn't fall. Whoever rushed forward first would be the unlucky one. The facts proved Lord Dragon Saint's thoughts. The two sages Ju and Lin who died on the spot were the best evidence. In this kind of environment where a true saint could suddenly die and everyone was in danger, some things that happened quietly seemed very inconspicuous. For example, the change in the Heavenly Sword sect. Although it had a long history and its influence wasn't weak, it was still only at the semi-saint level. It didn't attract too much attention. In fact, no one knew what had happened. It seemed that the Heavenly Sword sect had provoked a strong enemy and was suppressed in a day. And to be able to casually crush a sword sect with a profound background of a semi-saint, naturally, only a true saint could do it. This fact caused those who wanted to help the Heavenly Sword sect to only think about it for a moment before suppressing it without hesitation. The world had changed greatly. Chaos had arrived, and everyone was in danger. To be a good person, one had to bear the risk. And the terror represented by a true saint was enough to scare away most people, who didn't have strong friendships. After all, not everyone was like Qin Yu of the Peach Garden, who could kill a true saint as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. In the current situation, the power and deterrence of a true saint might be shaken, but their level was still so high that it made people's hearts palpitate. Qin Yu stopped his closed-door cultivation again. This time, it was because of the thousand face. The stone tower had been monitoring her breath, and now it had reached the point where it had to intervene. Without alerting anyone, Qin Yu quietly came out of his closed-door cultivation and appeared outside the courtyard where the seventh senior sister lived. The eldest senior brother was still recovering, and no one knew when he would really wake up. The other disciples of the Peach Garden, including Bai Feng who had already stepped into the divine path, were all diligently cultivating, striving to advance further as soon as possible. Therefore, no one noticed Qin Yu's current actions. He looked at the tightly shut door of the small courtyard, thought for a moment, and directly knocked on the door. No one answered, but Qin Yu knew that the seventh senior sister was inside, so he patiently repeated the knocking action. Finally, a slightly helpless voice sounded out, "Who is it?" Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Seventh senior apprentice sister, Qin Yu requests an audience. After a pause, the thousand faces voice continued, "It's junior apprentice brother. It's not convenient for me to see you right now, so I'll go back first." Qin Yu shook his head. "I came here to help senior apprentice sister, and my attitude towards helping others has always been firm. If you don't open the door, I can only force my way in." After another period of silence, the thousand face lightly said, "If that's the case, then junior apprentice brother, come in." The courtyard door opened and Qin Yu stepped in. The thousand face was sitting under the peach tree that was related to her aura. Now that the peach blossoms were in full bloom, a light fragrance lingered in his nose. She had a strange but charming face. She frowned and said, "You see me? If junior apprentice brother doesn't have anything else to say, then please leave." Qin Yu sat down and smiled. Those who come from afar are guests, and those who come recently are also guests. So, I ask seventh senior apprentice sister to bring me a cup of tea. The thousand face frowned. She stared at Qin Yu. "I advise you to leave now." Qin Yu tapped a finger on the table. "If I don't drink the tea, I won't leave." The thousand face clenched her teeth. She took a deep breath and left. Soon, she returned and placed a cup of tea in front of Qin Yu. "Hurry up and drink it. Once you're done, you'll leave." "Thank you, senior apprentice sister." Qin Yu smiled. He picked up the teacup and sniffed it. He praised, "Good tea. Senior apprentice sister has a collection, so how about you give me some? After all, drinking too much wine is harmful to the body, but tea can still be drunk." The thousand face stared at Qin Yu. Her eyebrows were tightly furrowed and her body tensed up, as if she were enduring something. "Junior apprentice brother, you really should leave. Why drag yourself into unnecessary troubles?" After a pause, she lightly said, "I admit that there are indeed some problems right now. But, this isn't important. I have confidence in how to deal with them." Qin Yu took a sip of tea. "Good. Since senior apprentice sister says so, I won't meddle in this anymore." He lifted the teacup. "I will keep my word. Once I finish this cup of tea, I will naturally leave. The Thousand Faces' complexion relaxed a little. She sat down across from him. All right. The courtyard fell silent. Only the sound of Qin Yu drinking tea could be heard. His movements were gentle and his speed wasn't too fast or too slow. The amount of tea continued to decrease. Just as it was about to reach the bottom, the Thousand Faces' complexion began to pale. Large beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead. She clearly had a pained appearance, but the charm on her face only became thicker. On the contrary, the depths of the Thousand Faces' eyes became increasingly cold. It was like some will was slowly awakening within her and constantly eroding her consciousness. You should leave. She clenched her teeth, her body shivering. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. I haven't finished drinking the tea yet. The Thousand Face coughed. In front of Qin Yu, she suddenly changed her face. She was as beautiful and moving as ever, but as her face changed, the feeling she gave off also changed. Hualala above her head, the peach tree swayed without wind. Large swathes of peach blossoms sprinkled down. Qin Yu, right? I'm very curious as to how you discovered me. The Thousand Face chuckled. She stared at Qin Yu with a playful look in her eyes. His figure was reflected in her eyes, incomparably clear, like two mirrors. At this moment, an invisible and terrifying aura covered Qin Yu. He bitterly smiled, thinking that he was done for. Things had gotten out of hand. The stone pagoda had misled him. This person was far stronger than he had imagined. Before he could carry out his plan to eliminate her, he would have to abandon it. Moreover, if he wasn't careful, the entire peach garden would be endangered. The consequences would be inconceivable. When had this world become so dangerous? How could anyone live like this? Now that the Thousand Face was looking at him, even though she hadn't done anything, Qin Yu felt as if he had been stabbed by an axe. It was like if he wasn't careful, he would be cut apart by a cold light. Hiss! This feeling was terrifying to the extreme, but with things having come this far, there was clearly no room for retreat. Moreover, Qin Yu asked himself if he had the strength to resist. For instance, that sword, and that woman. In a critical moment, what he could rely on wasn't his own strength. This was truly a sad and sorrowful matter. Qin Yu's heart of becoming stronger was stimulated once more. He thought that if he could safely survive today, he would have to work even harder in his cultivation. He steadied his mind and cupped his hands together. Distant and unknown, mysterious and formidable existence, the reason I have appeared here today is to make a deal with you. The Thousand Faces' lips curved up. You want to save her? Qin Yu didn't deny it. He directly said, I will give you sufficient compensation. The Thousand Face lifted a hand and rapped the table. She coldly said, strictly speaking, she is already my prey. If you want to take away my prey, that is a very offensive matter. The rapping paused and her voice became even colder. So, I must obtain more compensation in order to quell my anger. At that time, I might consider your unreasonable request. Chapter 1432. It was good that he was willing to make a bid. It was better than fighting over a disagreement. Although Qin Yu believed that he still had some cards in his hand, it was best not to make a big fuss. He steadied his mind and did his best to appear calm and composed. He raised a hand. Please speak. Across from him, the thousand-faced assassin looked at him, a faint smile in her eyes. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. This meant that he would take the initiative to make a bid. He thought for a moment and said, a true saint-level soul. The stone pagoda had already roughly explained to Qin Yu what had happened to the thousand-faced assassin. He also knew what the true goal of these terrifying existences that loved to cross endless space and sign contracts with others was. So, what he offered was certainly what the other party was most interested in. The thousand-faced assassin sneered. Who are you looking down on? These words were a bit direct. Qin Yu's heart shrank. He looked at her and his first thought was that the reward wasn't enough. He had to continue increasing it. But before he could speak, he was stopped by the stone pagoda. Master, do not fall for her trap. The thousand-faced assassin might have some areas that interest him, but a true saint-level soul is more than enough to exchange for her. This sort of mysterious existence is usually crazy and greedy. If they judge that you are willing to pay a higher price to save the thousand-faced assassin, things will become very troublesome. Qin Yu's heart chilled. He agreed with the stone pagoda's judgment. After a brief pause, he revealed an awkward expression and bitterly smiled. Mysterious and formidable existence, a true saint soul is more than enough to compensate for your losses. I hope you can carefully consider this. The thousand-faced assassin began to tap the table again. She stared at Qin Yu with icy cold eyes. A true saint soul for this woman is indeed a good deal, but it is different for you. After all, slaughtering a saint should be very simple for you. She brightly smiled. I am also well aware of the matter of killing 2 true saints in one fell swoop during a fallen nation. Qin Yu's lips twitched. What was this? Was he showing off his wealth? This mysterious existence that occupied the thousand-faced assassin's body clearly knew that he had captured the souls of Saint Ju and Saint Lin. Thus, he didn't hesitate to demand such an exorbitant price. He had to resolve this matter as soon as possible. If he continued to be entangled, he didn't know what other requests he would make. Qin Yu calmed himself. He cupped his hands together and said, "What you say isn't wrong, but all transactions in this world must be reasonable and fair. As an unknown and formidable existence in space and time, I believe you will uphold this principle." He looked up. "So, please state your price." The thousand-faced assassin gently tapped the table, as if he were thinking. After several breaths of time, he chuckled, "I want a complete true divine." She stared at Qin Yu. The tapping speed of her fingers became even slower, but it gave off an increasingly invisible pressure. Remember, it has to be complete. His flesh and blood, his soul, none of it can be missing. Qin Yu had a troubled look on his face. To him, killing a true sage was not a difficult task. However, to suppress a true sage and then sacrifice him was simply too difficult. There was basically no possibility of success. In fact, even a hegemon might not be able to accomplish such a feat. The true saint of the Nirvana realm had already condensed the great Tao. Even if it was difficult for him to resist and get caught, it was not difficult for him to end his own life. After all, even an idiot would know that once he was sacrificed to those mysterious and formidable unknown existences in space, the consequences he faced would probably be even more terrifying than death. The thousand-faced assassin raised his hand and pointed in front of him. The black flames instantly exploded and turned into a scroll. At that moment, it unfurled on its own. As the tongues of fire swam on its surface, they condensed into strange runes. "Once you sign this contract, the next true sage you kill will naturally become my sacrifice. So, things are not as difficult as you think. As long as you kill another true sage, we can complete the deal." Qin Yu's complexion changed. Although the stone tower did not explain too much, he was filled with dread towards these strange, mysterious, and formidable existences that hid in space and time. Signing a contract with them was tantamount to dancing on the tip of a knife. If he was not careful and fell, he would be pierced through from inside out and suffer an extremely tragic fate. Towards this, he instinctively resisted. "Are you suspecting that I have ulterior motives?" The thousand-faced assassin narrowed his eyes and suddenly sneered. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "You are thinking too much. I have no such intentions." As he spoke, he had already urged the stone tower to quickly figure out what was written on this contract. Fortunately, the stone tower had done some research in this area and quickly replied, "Master, there is no problem with the contract. But you must guarantee that within a month, you will kill a true sage and offer him as a sacrifice. Otherwise, according to the contract, you will be used as a substitute and become his prey." Hiss, this fellow was truly sinister. At least from the beginning until now, he had never reminded Qin Yu that there was a time limit to the contract. A month seemed like a long time, but to a cultivator, it was often nothing more than a small period of seclusion. If Qin Yu didn't know this, then he would be in deep trouble after a month passed. "Are you sure there are no other problems with the contract?" The stone tower gave an affirmative reply. "In truth, there is one thing that Master is not wrong about. The reason that these mysterious existences are able to continue existing since ancient times is because they keep their promises. Perhaps they will play some tricks that are allowed by the rules, but they will not lie about the contents of the contract. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu flicked his finger and a drop of blood flew out. It fell onto the flame contract and fused into it. The flames on its surface immediately turned the color of blood. At the same time, a binding strength appeared in Qin Yu's senses. It shot into the skies and sank into the dark nothingness, connecting with a distant existence. The thousand-faced assassin revealed a satisfied smile. Very good. The contract has been signed. I will let her go for now. After a pause, her eyes flashed. I know that it isn't easy to hunt true saints in your world, so this matter isn't urgent. You can arrange it as you see fit. Before this, I will do my best to restrain my desire to eat her so that her fragile soul isn't harmed. Qin Yu cursed the thousand-faced assassin's sinister intentions. He stood up and bowed. To the mysterious and formidable existence of spacetime, I thank you for your generosity and tolerance. Sure, the thousand-faced assassin's face changed again. At the same time, the consciousness that controlled this body also changed. The mysterious existence that arrived here through the power of the contract had already retreated. The thousand-faced assassin opened her eyes, revealing a dim light and a trace of fear. The thousand-faced assassin looked at Qin Yu and forced out a smile. Thank you, little junior apprentice brother. Qin Yu said, I won't ask about the specific reason. I will also help senior apprentice sister resolve this matter. He sighed and said, in the future, do not sign a contract with these mysterious existences again. Luck was good this time, but good luck won't always be with us. Indeed, the thousand-faced assassin's luck was very good. She had encountered this mysterious existence of spacetime that still possessed a clear consciousness and the ability to think. If it weren't for this, then after the contract expired or some other agreement was fulfilled, her soul would have been swallowed up and there would have been no chance to save her. The thousand-faced assassin revealed a solemn expression. Little junior apprentice brother, rest assured that I will absolutely not do something like this again in the future. She lowered her head and sighed. She reached into her chest and immediately there was a rubbing sound. Qin Yu stiffened. He thought to himself, seventh senior apprentice sister, what is the meaning of this? Although I did save you, I didn't have any other thoughts. But thinking about it, seventh senior apprentice sister could change her beautiful face every day. If he was with her, he would be the same as a groom every night. Hey, eldest senior apprentice brother is so lucky. As Qin Yu was seriously considering whether or not he should quickly slip away, seventh senior apprentice sister finally took out something from her chest. So she didn't want to take off her clothes. Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief, but he also couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He cursed himself in his heart. Indeed, men were creatures that were easily dominated by their lower half. Cough. Qin Yu lightly coughed. He tried his best to appear calm and collected, trying to cover up some of his emotions. Luckily, seventh senior apprentice sister's mind was focused on the object in her hand and she didn't notice anything. She glanced at him and said, the reason I was able to survive the great calamity in the past was because of this object. I don't know what it is, but it is incomparably strange and possesses all sorts of inconceivable abilities. As she spoke to hear, the thousand-faced assassin paused for a moment. Then, she sighed and said, I originally thought that I could rely on this object to take revenge, but it seems that I overestimated my own abilities. I've never been able to truly obtain this object's approval. There is no meaning in keeping it in my hands any longer. Today, I will give it to little junior apprentice brother to express my gratitude. Qin Yu wanted to wave his hand and say that senior apprentice sister was being too serious. They were both disciples of Peach Blossom Garden, so it was only natural for me to save her, but he couldn't say it. Or, it could be said that he didn't dare to say it. This was because when the thousand-faced assassin took out the object in her hand, the sword of the East Sea that existed in his body but he couldn't sense it at all, much less lock onto it, suddenly reacted. Its meaning was simple and clear. It wanted this object. Would Qin Yu dare to refuse? Although the sword of the East Sea's reaction wasn't that intense, this was the first time it had reacted like this. Qin Yu didn't believe that the object in the thousand-faced assassin's hand wasn't important. You dare to refuse? Do you believe that I'll split you in half with a swing of my sword? Qin Yu coughed again and said, "Thank you, 7th senior apprentice sister. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse." In front of him, the thousand-faced assassin's face revealed a trace of surprise. She really did want to give this object to him, but she didn't expect that her little junior brother would accept it without any hesitation. However, she didn't think too much about it. She only thought that her little junior brother might have sensed some of the magical aspects of this treasure. He reached out and took the object in the thousand-faced assassin's hand. It was a round bead the size of a knuckle. It looked like some sort of red pearl. Its surface was smooth and round, and it naturally emitted a faint halo. When it fell into Qin Yu's hand, the red bead suddenly lit up. Then, with a buzz, it disappeared. As the 7th senior apprentice sister saw this, she immediately confirmed her previous guess. She sighed with emotion and looked at Qin Yu. "As I thought, this bead was in my hands. Perhaps it has always been waiting for its true master. Now that I've handed it over to my little junior brother, it can be considered a pearl that has seen the light of day again. It's better than continuing to be covered in dust in my hands." Qin Yu's mouth moved, but in the end, he only smiled and didn't say anything. Did he want to say that he actually didn't know anything, that he didn't want this bead, and that he didn't even know what it was called? Cough cough. This gave off the feeling that he was still pretending to be obedient after getting a bargain. However, this incident also proved one thing from the side. Good people really did have good karma. Although Qin Yu didn't know what the bead was, just the fact that it could attract the Sword of the East Sea's interest was enough to show how precious it was. If he hadn't helped the thousand-faced assassin, Qin Yu naturally wouldn't have today's harvest. This fact tells us that we should try our best to be a good person within our capabilities. Perhaps we won't be able to obtain anything in a short period of time, but fate's compensation might have already been arranged, just waiting for a suitable time to be delivered into your hands. Returning to the main topic, Qin Yu cupped his hands and said, "I won't hide it from senior apprentice sister. This bead is indeed useful to me. I will handle this matter properly. Senior apprentice sister, please rest assured." Since he had taken someone else's item, he naturally had to do things. To kill a true saint within a month. Oh, who should he start with? Although he had many enemies, most of those at the true saint level were already dead. The black-robed true saint who was scared away during the destruction of his country, or the powerful force behind him. But when it came to revenge, Qin Yu could only passively endure it. How could he jump out and make arrangements? If the other party wasn't willing to make a move, then there was nothing he could do. No matter how he thought about it, there wasn't a single person who was tactful enough to deliver their head to him on their own initiative. This circle of enemies wasn't large enough. As his thoughts raced, Qin Yu stood up and bid his farewells. 7th senior apprentice sister had just narrowly escaped death. Even if she appeared calm on the surface, her heart was still shaken. It was best to give her some time alone to sort out her thoughts. "Little junior apprentice brother, take care. I won't send you off. Senior apprentice sister, please wait." After leaving the courtyard, Qin Yu took a deep breath. He couldn't help but rub his temples. He thought that he had only been saving people during this period of time. He hadn't thought he was so important before. Was this the so-called greater one's strength, the greater one's responsibility? He shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. There was still a month left and he wasn't in a hurry to slaughter a saint. Thus, he would return first and go into seclusion for several more days. He had just reached a small juncture in perceiving the 5 inherited supernatural abilities. If he could smoothly cross it, then he would truly have crossed the threshold. When he used them, their might would rise. This feeling of being able to clearly feel his own strength constantly growing was truly refreshing. As Qin Yu hurried back to his courtyard to continue his seclusion, he didn't know that the matter of him saving people had not ended here. Moreover, he would soon discover that the idea that his circle of enemies wasn't large was ridiculously wrong. This was because the number of true saint heads that were about to be delivered to him was far greater than he had imagined. Xianji's face was pale and her eyes were filled with fear. She lifted her hand and slashed forward. After tearing apart space, she stepped into it without hesitation. Something had happened to the Heavenly Sword sect. The other party's target was Ling Xiao, but it wasn't just him. Thinking of this, Xianji's entire body turned cold and her face paled even more.